Micheal Ratner. To the dear comrades that I have loved and worked with, particularly the ones who have died, many of them close friends. I remember Nora Astorga, Maurice Bishop, Haywood Burns, Chris Honey, William Kunstler, Benjamin Linder, A.B.I. Lugo, Sandy Pollock, and Guillermo Ungo. And I think about the thousands of others I never knew, fallen in Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Haiti, Grenada, and elsewhere. I continue to work so they will continue to be present. Michael Stephen Smith. To my cousin Anti-Orban and his wife, Mansi, D. 1996. Hungarian communists and Jews, they were arrested by fascists in Budapest, not for being Jewish, but for their political ideas. Imprisoned in slave labor camps at the start of World War II, they had been able to hide their very young son Vili with a sympathetic Christian woman. Mansi remained a prisoner throughout the war. Anti was able to escape, taking up arms, and fighting the fascists in an underground partisan band. After the war, Mansi returned to Budapest and found young Vili, still alive. "I am your mother," she said. "No, you are not," he replied. "My mother was beautiful. She was bald and weighed 90 pounds. Vili grew up as a supporter of Che and remains a socialist to this day. Escobedo Che Guevara 16. Chronology: Che Guevara and the Cuban Revolution 17. Che, the heroic guerrilla. A personal note by Michael Ratner 1. Introduction: Che Guevara and the FBI. Michael Ratner and Michael Stephen Smith 3. Deciphering the Documents, a note by Philip A. G. 9. Chapter 1, 1952 to 1958, Argentina, Mexico, and the Sierra Maestra 11. Chapter 2, 1959 to 1961, the first years of the Revolution 35. Chapter 3, 1961. Richard Goodwin's Memos to President John F. Kennedy 71. Chapter 4, 1962, The Cuban Missile Crisis 83. Chapter 5, 1963 to 1964, Solidarity with the Third World 105. Chapter 6, 1965, Che's Farewell 121. Chapter 7, 1965 to 66, Rumors of Che's Activities and Death 139. Chapter 8, 1967 to 1968. Che in Bolivia, His Disappearance, Reappearance, and Murder 183. Chapter 9, 1968, Richard Goodwin Briefs the New York Times 201. Chronology: Che Guevara and the Cuban Revolution. June 14, 1928. Escobedo Guevara is bombed in Rosario, Argentina, of parents Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia de la Cima. 1945-51. Guevara is enrolled at medical school in Buenos Aires. January-July 1952. Guevara visits Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela. While in Peru he works in a leper colony treating patients. March 10, 1952. Fulgencio Batista carries out coup d'état in Cuba. March 1953. Guevara graduates as a doctor. July 6, 1953. After graduating, Guevara travels throughout Latin America. He visits Bolivia, observing the impact of the 1952 revolution. July 26, 1953. Fidel Castro leads an armed attack on the Moncada army garrison in Santiago de Cuba, launching the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the Batista regime. The attack fails and Batista's troops massacre more than 50 captured combatants. Castro and other survivors are soon captured and imprisoned. December 1953. Guevara has first contact with a group of survivors of the Moncada attack in San Jose, Costa Rica. December 24, 1953. Guevara arrives in Guatemala, then under the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. January 4, 1954. Guevara meets Nico Lopez, a veteran of the Moncada attack, in Guatemala City. January-June 1954. Unable to find a medical position in Guatemala, Guevara obtains various odd jobs. He studies Marxism and becomes involved in political activities, meeting exiled Cuban revolutionaries. June 17, 1954. Mercenary forces backed by the CIA invade Guatemala. Guevara volunteers to fight. June 27, 1954 Arbenz resigns. September 21, 1954 Guevara arrives in Mexico City after fleeing Guatemala. May 15, 1955 Fidel Castro and other Moncada survivors are freed from prison in Cuba due to a massive public campaign in defense of their civil rights. June 1955 Guevara encounters Nico Lopez, who is also in Mexico City. Several days later Lopez arranges a meeting for him with Raúl Castro. July 7, 1955 Fidel Castro arrives in Mexico with the goal of organizing an armed expedition to Cuba. July 1955 Guevara meets Fidel Castro and immediately enrolls as the third confirmed member of the future guerrilla expedition. Guevara subsequently becomes involved in training combatants, with the Cubans giving him the nickname Che, an Argentine term of greeting. November 25, 1956 82 combatants, including Guevara as doctor, sail for Cuba aboard the small cabin cruiser Granma, leaving from Tuxpan in Mexico. December 2, 1956 Granma reaches Cuba at Las Coloradas Beach in Oriente Province. The rebel combatants are surprised by Batista's troops and dispersed. A majority of the guerrillas are either murdered or captured. Guevara is wounded. December 21, 1956 Guevara's group reunites with Fidel Castro. At this point there are 15 fighters in the rebel army. January 17, 1957 rebel army overruns an army outpost in the Battle of La Plata. May 27-28, 1957 Battle of El Llavero takes place in the Sierra Maestra, with a major victory for the rebel army as it captures a well-fortified army garrison. July 1957 rebel army organizes a second column. Guevara is selected to lead it and is promoted to the rank of commander. May 24, 1958 Batista launches an all-out military offensive against the rebel army in the Sierra Maestra. The offensive eventually fails. August 31, 1958 Guevara leads an invasion column from the Sierra Maestra toward Las Villas province in central Cuba, and days later signs the Pedrero Pact with the March 13 Revolutionary Directorate, which had a strong guerrilla base there. Several days earlier Camilo Cienfuegos had been ordered to lead another column toward Pina del Rio province on the western end of Cuba. October 16, 1958 The rebel army column led by Guevara arrives in the Escambray Mountains. December 1958 rebel columns of Guevara and the March 13 Revolutionary Directorate, and Cienfuegos with a small guerrilla troop of the Popular Socialist Party, capture a number of towns in Las Villas province and effectively cut the island in half. December 28, 1958 Guevara's column begins the Battle of Santa Clara, the capital of Las Villas. January 1, 1959 Batista flees Cuba. A military junta takes over. Fidel Castro opposes the new junta and calls for the revolutionary struggle to continue. Santa Clara falls to the rebel army. Guevara and Cienfuegos are ordered immediately to Havana. January 2, 1959 Cuban workers respond to Fidel Castro's call for a general strike and the country is paralyzed. The rebel army columns of Guevara and Cienfuegos arrive in Havana. January 8, 1959 Fidel Castro arrives in Havana, greeted by hundreds of thousands of people. February 9, 1959 Guevara is declared a Cuban citizen in recognition of his contribution to Cuba's liberation. February 16, 1959 Fidel Castro becomes Prime Minister. May 17, 1959 Proclamation of the First Agrarian Reform Law, fixing legal holdings at a maximum of 1,000 acres and distributing land to peasants. October 7, 1959 Guevara is designated head of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA. October 21, 1959 Following an attempt to initiate a counter-revolutionary uprising, Huber Matos, military commander of Camagüey province, is arrested by Army Chief of Staff Camilo Cienfuegos. October 28, 1959 Camilo Cienfuegos' plane goes down over sea. Cienfuegos is lost at sea. November 26, 1959 Guevara is appointed President of the National Bank of Cuba. July-October 1960 Cuba nationalizes all major foreign and domestic industries and banks. April 17 to 19, 1961 1,500 Cuban-born mercenaries, organized and backed by the United States, invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs on the southern coast. The aim was to establish a provisional government to appeal for direct U.S. intervention. They are defeated within 72 hours, with the last one surrendering at Playa Girón Beach, which has come to be the name used by the Cubans for the battle. Guevara is sent to command troops in Pinar del Rio province. October 22, 1962 President Kennedy initiates the Cuban Missile Crisis, denouncing Cuba's acquisition of missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads for defense against U.S. attack. Washington imposes a naval blockade on Cuba. Cuba responds by mobilizing its population for defense. Guevara is assigned to lead forces in Pinar del Rio province in preparation for an imminent U.S. invasion. October 28, 1962 Soviet Premier Khrushchev agrees to remove Soviet missiles in exchange for U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba. March 1964 Guevara meets with Tamara Bunk, Tanya, and discusses her mission to move to Bolivia in anticipation of a future guerrilla expedition. December 9, 1964 Guevara leaves Cuba on a 3-month state visit, speaking at the United Nations. He then visits a number of African countries. March 14, 1965 Guevara returns to Cuba and shortly afterwards drops from public view. April 1, 1965 Guevara delivers a farewell letter to Fidel Castro. He subsequently leaves Cuba on an internationalist mission in the Congo, now Zaire, entering through Tanzania. Guevara operates under the name Tatu, Swahili for number 2. April 18, 1965 In answer to questions about Guevara's whereabouts, Castro tells foreign reporters that Guevara will always be where he is most useful to the revolution. June 16, 1965 Castro announces Guevara's whereabouts will be revealed when Commander Guevara wants it known. October 3, 1965 Castro publicly reads Guevara's letter of farewell at a meeting to announce the Central Committee of the newly formed Communist Party of Cuba. December 1965 Castro arranges for Guevara to return to Cuba in secret. Guevara prepares for an expedition to Bolivia. January 3 to 14, 1966 Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is held in Havana. March 1966 Arrival in Bolivia of the first Cuban combatants to begin advance preparations for a guerrilla detachment. July 1966 Guevara meets with Cuban volunteers selected for the mission to Bolivia at a training camp in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. November 4, 1966 Guevara arrives in Bolivia in disguise and using an assumed name. November 7, 1966 Guevara arrives at site where Bolivian guerrilla movement will be based, first entry in Bolivian diary. November-December 1966 more guerrilla combatants arrive and base camps are established. December 31, 1966 Guevara meets with Bolivian Communist Party Secretary Mario Monge. There is disagreement over perspectives for the planned guerrilla expedition. February-March 1, 1967 guerrilla detachment leaves the base camp to explore the region. March 23, 1967 First guerrilla military action takes place with combatants successfully ambushing a Bolivian army column. April 10, 1967 guerrilla column conducts a successful ambush of Bolivian troops. April 16, 1967 publication of Guevara's message to the Tricontinental with his call for the creation of 2-3 many Vietnams. April 17, 1967 guerrilla detachment led by Joaquin is separated from the rest of the unit. The separation is supposed to last only 3 days, but the two groups are unable to reunite. April 20, 1967 Regis Debray is arrested after having spent several weeks with a guerrilla unit. He is subsequently tried and sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. May 1967 U.S. Special Forces arrive in Bolivia to train counterinsurgency troops of the Bolivian Army. July 6, 1967 guerrillas occupy the town of Sumapata. July 26, 1967 Guevara gives a speech to guerrillas on the significance of the July 26, 1953, attack on the Moncada garrison. July 31 to August 10, 1967 Organization of Latin American Solidarity, OLAS, conference is held in Havana. The conference supports guerrilla movements throughout Latin America. Che Guevara is elected honorary chair. August 4, 1967 Deserter leads the Bolivian army to the guerrillas' main supply cache, documents seized lead to arrest of key urban contacts. August 31, 1967 Joaquin's detachment is ambushed and annihilated while crossing a river after an informer leads government troops to the site. September 26, 1967 Guerrillas walk into an ambush. 3 are killed and government forces encircle the remaining guerrilla forces. October 8, 1967 Remaining 17 guerrillas are trapped by Bolivian troops and conduct a desperate battle. Guevara is seriously wounded and captured. October 9, 1967 Guevara and 2 other captured guerrillas are murdered following instructions from the Bolivian government and Washington. October 15, 1967 In a television appearance Fidel Castro confirms news of Guevara's death and declares 3 days of official mourning in Cuba. October 8 is designated Day of the Heroic Guerrilla. October 18, 1967 Castro delivers memorial speech for Guevara in Havana's Revolution Plaza before an audience of almost 1 million people. February 22, 1968 3 Cuban survivors cross border into Chile, after having traveled across the Andes on foot to elude Bolivian army. They later returned to Cuba. Mid-March 1968 microfilm of Guevara's Bolivian diary arrives in Cuba. July 1, 1968 Guevara's Bolivian diary published in Cuba is distributed free of charge to the Cuban people. The introduction is by Fidel Castro. Excerpts from the declassified documents. CIA Physical description of Che Guevara in the Sierra Maestra, 1958. Che is between 25 and 30 years old. Deleted. He is about 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighs about 160 pounds. He is stocky in build, and is strong rather than lean and sinewy. He has brown hair and a brown mustache and beard. His beard, but not the hair on his head, has a very reddish tinge. The outstandingly noticeable thing about Che, is that he has a severe and chronic case of asthma. He is completely dependent for survival upon this inhalator. Deleted and always carries a spare with him in case of emergency. CIA political description of Che Guevara in the Sierra Maestra, 1958. Che speaks fluent Spanish, of course. He speaks French fairly well, although with a heavy Spanish accent. He speaks no English at all, and knows only one word of English. The word is golf, a game of which he is inordinately fond. Now, it is of course impossible to state whether or not Che is or is not a communist. He himself denies it. There is no question that he does not entertain friendly feelings toward the U.S. His political views are those of a very emotional Latino nationalist. He has the emotional hostility of the nationalist inhabitant of a small and backward and weak country towards the big and rich and strong country. In sum, deleted Che's attitude towards the U.S. is dictated more by somewhat childish emotionalism and jealousy and resentment than by a cold, reasoned, intellectual decision. Che is fairly intellectual for a Latino. CIA informant's view of Cuba and Che Guevara in 1964. Communist Cuba is something of a paradox. From the communist standpoint, it displays all the shortcomings of a country set in the tropics. Cubans, far from submitting to discipline, prefer to idle in the sun or dance to their native rhythms. They are a mercurial people, capable of sudden, swift bursts of emotional enthusiasm, but without the staying power which creation of a communist state demands. The real boss of Cuba is very probably Escobedo, Che Guevara, Argentine bomb, and a lifelong communist. But, deleted. Che is willing to let Fidel believe he is still running the country. Che is said to have a talent for planting ideas in Fidel's mind with such skill that Fidel believes them to be his own. From Socialism and Man. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. Perhaps it is one of the great dramas of the leader that he must combine a passionate spirit with a cold intelligence and make painful decisions without contracting a muscle. Our vanguard revolutionaries must idealize this love of the people, the most sacred cause, and make it one and indivisible. Che Guevara, 1965. Che, the heroic guerrilla. / A personal note by Micheal Ratner. I was a college and law student during the 1960s. It was the generation of the civil rights struggle, the movement against the war in Vietnam and the era of black liberation and the Panthers. The Cuban Revolution had occurred a few years earlier, and for many of us seeking to change our society, Cuba was a desirable model. And it was Che Guevara, more than any other figure, who embodied both that revolution and solidarity with peoples fighting to be free from U.S. hegemony. Many of us had on our walls the poster of Che with his famous quote, "Let me say, at the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love." It was a sentiment that combined what many of us in the 1960s were feeling, the need for revolutionary change with the need for compassion. Che has remained my hero ever since. In 1976 I went on a Vence Ramos brigade to Cuba, where I worked on a construction project. After 8 weeks of very difficult work, the Cubans took us on a vacation. One day of that vacation was spent hiking in the Sierra Maestra. We took a 30 or 40 kilometer walk following Che's path into the mountains. The Cubans, of course, left nothing to chance. They wanted no injury to befall us. There were doctors in front and behind, other Cubans carried water, and at various points men were macheting open coconuts and handing them to us as we passed. But it was still a very hot, exhausting and difficult hike. As we reached the top of a mountain, I could hear children singing. I could not believe it. What were they singing, and why were they there? As I walked past, I saw 40 or 50 neatly uniformed children standing in front of a school high in the mountains. These were the children of the revolution. Each was holding a handwritten placard and singing the words written thereon, "Seremos como el Che." We will be like Che. Tears streamed down my cheeks, my energy was renewed, and I completed the hike. To be like Che, to be selfless, to make a family of one's comrades, to give up comfort and material gain for the revolution, to risk and probably give one's life to free humanity. I bumped into Che in many other places in Cuba. One evening our brigade arrived in the beautiful, whitewashed city of Santiago. I wandered the darkened streets and saw lights on in one shop. I walked in. It was a chess parlor. On the wall opposite the door was an oil portrait of Che playing chess. It was not portrait size, but was huge and covered the wall. A few days later we returned to Havana in time to participate in the May Day parade. We marched in the Plaza de la Revolución in front of the huge portrait of Che on a major building. But Che also appeared in miniature. There was a beauty shop in our Havana hotel. It was an exemplary beauty shop. That year it had won the award of the heroic guerrilla, and a small picture of Che was emblazoned on the certificate displayed in the shop window. In 1988, 21 years after Che Guevara's death, I spent 2 months in Bolivia with my family. Prior to my trip I read everything I could get my hands on about Che in Bolivia. I knew the names of the peasants Che had befriended, and I learned as much as I could about the area in southern Bolivia where Che had fought. My intention was to travel the route Che had traveled. Our apartment in La Paz was a block or so from the university, a university which, like many in Latin America, was a center of radical political activity. At the university, Che had not been forgotten. Painted on an entire wall of the main courtyard was a portrait of Che. Where Che had fought was far from La Paz. The roads were not paved, and it would take days to get there. I would need supplies and a guide. But first I would need a good map of that area of Bolivia, one that showed roads and small towns. I went to the one and only map store in La Paz and asked to buy a map of the area near the Rio Nacahuaza, the locale where Che made the first entry in his diary. The clerk was polite and explained that she had no such map, that area was still a security zone and maps of that zone could not be obtained. I was stunned. More than 20 years had passed since Che's death, but the Bolivian authorities were still terrified of him. Che lives on. Introduction. Che Guevara and the FBI. A note on the U.S. political police. The use by the American government of political spies was regarded with revulsion by America's founders. Informing and political espionage was anathema to the great generation of Americans who made the revolution. This had totally changed when we were growing up in the 1950s. An extremely popular television program was aired weekly to millions of people. I Lead Three Lives featured the activities of one Herbert Philbrick. He was not only a red-blooded American citizen, but a secret police agent who posed as a member of the Communist Party for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. He was a hero. The FBI itself was viewed as a sacred institution. All the more so because of its revered director, the self-promoting J. Edgar Hoover, who relentlessly cowed the communists and kept these files on Che Guevara. Hoover was in charge of the FBI for 4 decades. Their massive building in Washington, D.C., is named after him. The techniques they used, which are documented in this book, were those first brought to bear against the pioneers of the American labor movement in the 1870s. But the FBI was launched as a mode of governance, in the words of Frank Dormer, an expert on the FBI, under Democratic President Franklin D. Roosevelt in the late 1930s. In the 1870s, private detective agencies targeted labor organizations. They marshaled the techniques of physical surveillance, infiltration, informers, provocateurs, the recruitment of defectors, the identification of leaders, and the development of files and dossiers. They used the information they gathered to influence public opinion through fear-mongering. This was the origin of the FBI. The 1917 Russian Revolution was the catalyst for the federalization of intelligence, local, state and private. Fear-mongering about foreign subversion became the FBI's stock in trade. In January 1920, thousands of suspected radicals were rounded up by agents of the federal government in collaboration with local Red Squads. The suspected radicals were held incommunicado, subjected to extreme brutality, imprisoned, and many of them deported. J. Edgar Hoover got his first taste of suppressing the left in helping to plan and supervise the raids. Hoover had been picked to head the General Intelligence Division, or Radical Division, as it came to be called, of the Justice Department. Hoover set up an index of radicals, their organizations and publications, and collected some 450,000 names. He kept biographies of individuals and stenographic reports of their speeches. Articles in newspapers and periodicals were digested, briefed and made available for immediate reference. The Radical Division amassed the largest data bank on radicals available. Attorney General 1. Frank J. Donner, The Age of Surveillance, Knopf, 1980. 4. Che Guevara and the HBI. Palmer, for whom Hoover worked and from whom he learned, treasured these files, saying it sent a message: the government is watching. Hoover and the FBI, as the General Intelligence Division was later named, concentrated on personalities and individuals. They personalized unrest, detaching it from social and economic causes. Their politics are conservative. They blame unrest on malcontents who are unwilling to accept the sacrifice and discipline needed for an ordered society. The FBI then went after the malcontents. The Reds, communists and radicals, were attacked as godless, bestial, depraved, and dirty practitioners of free love. When Hoover in 1968 warned against the depraved nature and moral looseness of the new generation of student rebels, he was playing an old song. But it began to resonate less and less. The prestige of the FBI and its personification, Hoover, plummeted as the great political movements of the 1960s and 1970s, the civil rights movement, The peace movement and the women's movement caused their fall in public esteem. The relationship of forces in the United States had changed. The 1950s image of the G-men arresting counterfeiters, catching car thieves, imprisoning men who transported women across state lines for immoral purposes, and fighting bank robbers, Tommy guns in hand, was an image that faded. In its place came a more generalized public appreciation of the FBI as a political police force. Files liberated from the regional FBI office outside of Philadelphia in Media, Pennsylvania, showed that most of the activity in that office was not concerned with crime, but with radical politics. Articles, books, and anecdotes began to circulate about the FBI and about Hoover. He emerged as both evil and nutty. One story had it that he would never allow his chauffeur to turn left. So whenever Hoover went anywhere, in order to turn left, the driver of his Cadillac had to make 3 right-hand turns. Another story which appeared in print and then on public television had Hoover, a man who never hesitated to blackmail people for their sexual preferences, arriving at a Valentine's Day party. The party was hosted by Roy Cohn at New York City's Plaza Hotel. Hoover showed up with his sidekick Clyde Tolson, the number 2 man at the FBI, wearing a red chiffon dress with matching red pumps, and was introduced to everybody at the party as Mary. The image of this pug ugly little bulldog so outfitted marked the nadir of the man's reputation. When the FBI first took notice of Che Guevara in Miami in 1952, and again 4 years later when he had joined up with Fidel Castro in Mexico City, the organization was at its full strength. They not only followed Che and his associations in Mexico 3 years before the Cuban Revolution, but sent spies into Che's rebel camp in the Sierra Maestra Mountains prior to the overthrow of the Batista dictatorship. The FBI kept tabs on Che Guevara, although legally it was not supposed to be involved in international political intelligence work any more than its younger and bigger brother, the CLA, was supposed to involve itself in American domestic affairs. In reality, if not legally, as these documents show, the FBI was interested in Che no matter where he lived or what he did. The deep radicalization of the 1960s and the pressure it put on the American ruling elites caused deep tactical divisions among them. In the 1960s and 1970s, stories about the real crimes of the CIA and the FBI were exposed: assassinations, reactionary coups all over the world, destabilization operations, payoffs and bribes to corrupt politicians, and bloody dictators on 5 continents. Similar methods in America logically had to follow. If the spy agencies could conspire to assassinate Fidel Castro and sabotage the Cuban Revolution, they would likewise attempt to destroy the defenders of the Cuban Revolution and socialism in the United States. Introduction 5. In 1973, the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, an active defender of the Cuban Revolution, with its attorney Leonard Boudin, the great Bill of Rights attorney, whose firm Rabinovitz, Boudin and Standard represented the government of Cuba, filed suit against the FBI. The suit charged that the FBI had conspired to disrupt and destroy a legitimate political party. It stated that the conspiracy involved the use of informers, burglars, blacklists, wiretaps, bugs, mail openings, and other illegal acts. Inside the Justice Department, at the FBI, and inside the White House, the complaint drafted by Boudin hit like a bombshell because it was true. Every wild accusation that was put into the complaint was proven more or less accurate. The lawsuit, after many years, was eventually won. But in the interim, the Freedom of Information Act, by which the documents in this book were obtained, was strengthened, reflecting the defensive posture and temporary loss of strength that the U.S. political police apparatus had to endure. Despite the victory in the SWP case, which assessed $250,000 in damages against the FBI and enjoined them from their illegal activities against a socialist party, the FBI persisted and persists today in its political police function. In the 1980s, the decade of the Nicaraguan and Grenadine revolutions and the struggle of the Salvadoran and Guatemalan people for freedom, the FBI illegally conducted a covert spying and disruption operation in the United States. The targets were a nationwide network of U.S. groups opposed to the Reagan administration's brutal policies in Central America. The FBI conducted a wide-ranging assault on domestic dissent. It included death threats, break-ins, burglaries, harassment, intimidation, and arson. The Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPS, was targeted for destruction even as the U.S. government warred against the revolutions in Nicaragua and Grenada and the revolutionaries in El Salvador. Whether in its battle against Che Guevara or those who supported self-determination for the countries of South and Central America, the goal for the U.S. government and its spy agencies was and is to prevent the spread of the Cuban Revolution, and ultimately to destroy it. Policymakers in the United States do not want the Cuban Revolution to stand as an example for other countries. They do not want, either in Cuba or in the region, an economy over which they have no control. At stake is the future of Latin America. Will the Caribbean continue to be an American lake? Will South America continue to endure poverty in order to enrich its North American neighbor? Or will the Cuban example of national self-determination, control of its resources, and the providing of a better life for the majority of its citizens spread the revolution south? Overview of the documents. The documents in this book surfaced as a result of a Freedom of Information Act, FOLA, request made in 1984 to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. We received the documents in 1985. In early 1997, the year of the 30th anniversary of Che Guevara's death in Bolivia, we took another look at the materials and recognized that a wider audience ought to see the documents, some of which date back to the early 1950s. Unfortunately, in 1984 we only applied for the FBI file and did not request Che Guevara's file from the many other U.S. spy agencies including the Central Intelligence Agency, involved in Che's murder, Navy, Army, and Air Force intelligence, and the 6. Che Guevara and the FBI. National Security Agency. 2. Thus, the documents in this book reveal only the tip of the iceberg. They represent a minuscule portion of material that is contained in the files of the other spy agencies in the United States concerning Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, other Cuban leaders and the Cuban Revolution. The FBI file is made up primarily of documents from other U.S. spy agencies. These agencies frequently disseminate information to a broad spectrum of U.S. agencies and government departments such as the National Security Council and State Department. Contained in the FBI file are numerous CIA documents including informant reports, CIA evaluations of Che Guevara when he was fighting in the Sierra Maestra and CIA biographical sketches. Another agency of the U.S. government, the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, FBIS, monitors all radio and TV broadcasts throughout the world. As a result, numerous live speeches of Che's, which probably exist nowhere else, were in the files, and some are published here. The first document in the file is from 1952 and the last from 1968, a year after Che Guevara was killed. The FBI initially took notice of Che when he came to Miami in 1952, they copied his passport and took his fingerprints. It is unclear whether he was permitted to stay in the United States. One document says he was arrested during a demonstration against intervention in Korea, another says he was not permitted entry into the United States. 4 years later, a few months prior to his leaving on the Gran Run, Che Guevara was arrested with Fidel Castro in Mexico City. By this time, the FBI had a fair amount of information regarding Che and his associates. In the Sierra Maestra there were informants in or near to Che's column. The FBI was interested in everything about Che, what he wore, what he read and even his bathing habits. When the revolutionaries took power, the surveillance was maintained. What others said about Che and what he said were meticulously documented. When Che went abroad the spy agencies were there, and when he dropped from public view the agencies speculated on his disappearance. His guerrilla activities in Bolivia, his death, the controversy surrounding the whereabouts of his body and the authenticity of his Bolivian diary were chronicled. A number of themes and spy agency concerns run through the documents. The stereotypes of Latin Americans confirm Che Guevara's views about the contempt the U.S. government has for its southern neighbors. Che is described as fairly intellectual for a Latino. His attitude toward the United States is dictated by somewhat childish emotionalism and jealousy and resentment. The Cubans have shortcomings from the communist standpoint, as they prefer to idle in the sun or dance to their native rhythms. Frequently, the documents record what the US government wants to hear and have nothing to do with reality. The Cuban exiles and the spy agencies wished for a split between Fidel and Che, so there are numerous reports of fights between Che and Fidel over who is the real leader, relations with the Soviet Union and China and other matters. There is even a report that Che is shot after a fight with Fidel. There is the claim, which some people still believe, that Che's speech in Algiers, a speech somewhat critical of certain socialist countries, forced him from Cuba. Yet it is obvious from reading the documents that Che's intention was always to carry the Cuban Revolution elsewhere. After a lengthy analysis, one of the spy agencies does acknowledge that Che's absence was not motivated by problems with Fidel. A lot of ink is wasted by the agencies on whether or not Che is a communist. They cannot really figure him out. Why does he hate the US government unless he is a communist? Does he favor Beijing or Moscow? US policymakers could only see the world through Cold War lenses. They never could understand the authentic grievances of someone growing up in Latin America who saw firsthand both US exploitation and its overthrow of President Arbenz in Guatemala. The spy agencies also wanted Che Guevara dead, although the documents we have thus far do not set forth assassination plots. There is an inordinate focus on Che's asthma and his need for medication. He is completely dependent for survival upon his inhalator. It would not be surprising if, like the poisoned cigars the CIA prepared for Fidel, a similar scheme for Che's inhalator was proposed. 3. When Che disappears, and even after he reappears, there are numerous reports from Latin American diplomats, governments, and press that Che is dead. He was supposedly killed in many countries and in a variety of ways. This was certainly the wish of the agencies. For Che alive was dangerous to the status quo. His goal was revolution. Che's legacy. Che Guevara lived as he spoke. He carried his thoughts into action. He understood the evils of capitalism and imperialism. He knew nothing would change without struggle, and that armed struggle might be, and frequently was, necessary. As he said, the Cuban Revolution has shown that in conditions of imperialist domination as exist in Latin America, there is no solution but armed struggle for the people to take power out of the hands of the Yankee imperialists and the small group of the national bourgeois who work with them. Che was murdered while putting his thoughts into practice. He was not only a dreamer. We idealize him because he was selfless. His survival and the victory in the Sierra Maestra was a miracle. He could have stopped there and lived as a hero, in relative comfort, while helping build the Cuban Revolution. But he believed deeply in the liberation of all people from exploitation, so deeply that he left his young children knowing well that he might never see them again. He, like Fidel Castro, understood that no revolutionary is eternal. Revolutionaries are always running great risks. Although murdered in the Andes, Che inspired movements of armed struggle that continued in Colombia, Chile, Uruguay, Peru, and other countries. These struggles reached a height in the early 1980s. The Sandinistas were successful in Nicaragua, as was the New Jewel movement in Grenada. In El Salvador and Guatemala, the FMLN and URNG fought almost to victory. Even where state power was not achieved, these armed struggles fundamentally changed many of their societies, moving them in a more democratic direction. Even today, Che-inspired movements in Mexico and elsewhere are clear reminders that when oppression is great, and when democratic channels do not exist, people will resort to armed struggle. Some would say that Che Guevara's thoughts and his emphasis on armed struggle are inappropriate for today's world. The dire economic and political situation in Mexico and the effectiveness of the Zapatista movement refutes this simplistic assertion. As long as there is repression and exploitation, there will be a need for Che's example. While it is true that today the option of guerrilla warfare in Latin America is not generally part of political discourse on the left, that is not a permanent state of affairs. Poverty continues to grind Latin America down. The IMF and the World Bank continue practices of structural readjustment which throw thousands out of work and into forced immigration. There will come a time when once again, the poor and disenfranchised will fight back. As Che, anticipating his own death, said, other hands will pick up the weapons. On reading some of Che's words contained in these documents, one is struck by how valid his thoughts are for today's world. Che calls for an end to the economic and political subjugation of Latin America. He understood how foreign capital, particularly from the United States, exploited Latin America and pointed to the Nicaro Nickel Company in Cuba, which removed the nickel, leaving only an ox as a souvenir for the Cubans. This was one of his examples of buying raw materials cheaply from the Third World and selling the finished products dearly. It was true in Cuba before the revolution and is still true elsewhere today. More than a decade after Che's critique, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, Michael Manley, forcefully made the same point about the bauxite that corporations took out of his country to make aluminum. Che understood that this imbalance was, in part, the fault of the IMF, established and based on Wall Street. He knew even then that the loans from such institutions frequently wound up purchasing luxury goods for the wealthy. Che saw the United States as a great evil, and not only because of its attacks on Cuba. He called it a barbaric civilization, a so-called democracy where U.S. elections merely determine who is to be the jailer of the North American people for the next 4 years. He understood that there was little significant difference between Democrats and Republicans, stating that it made no difference whether Johnson or Goldwater became president. It is a sentiment that could not be more accurate if said today. He particularly condemned the divisions in U.S. society between blacks and whites, the unionized and non-unionized, the employed and the unemployed. He believed these were intentionally caused by the ruling class in the United States. Che condemned the organization of American states which had done the United States bidding and barred Cuba. He called it the Ministry of Colonies. He discussed ways the colonialists could attack revolutions. The OAS method is to use mercenaries as they did against Cuba, but there were also other models for defeating social change. He had a firm belief in solidarity with the oppressed in Latin America. He frequently hailed the former president of Guatemala, Jacobo Arbenz, and specifically mentioned Albizu Campos, the Puerto Rican patriot, a man who is free, although he is in a dungeon of the so-called North American democracy. Che believed that the Cuban people had to fight injustice everywhere, that the Cuban people cannot be indifferent to any injustice any place on earth. This especially included support for African countries, and the Congolese patriots fighting valiantly and stubbornly against U.S. imperialism. Che's commitment to African liberation was certainly a precursor of Cuba's later support for Angola. Che understood what was necessary for the people in any society, particularly those of Latin America. First, that no government in Latin America can call itself revolutionary if it does not undertake agrarian reform. Second, that literacy was a necessity, and 1961 would be the year in Cuba to wipe out that shame of illiteracy. Finally, by the end of 1962 Cuba had the obligation of wiping out unemployment forever. These are lessons that most countries in Latin America still have not learned. The words of Che Guevara herein demonstrate his profound understanding of the necessity of struggle and what needs to be achieved. It is for good reason that Che remains a hero and an example for people everywhere resisting oppression and tyranny. The U.S. spy agencies and their Latin American collaborators may have killed the man, but the battle for human liberty, as personified by Che, is eternal. Michael Ratner. Michael Stephen Smith. Deciphering the CIA-generated documents. A note by Philip A.G. 4. During the period of the CIA reports in this book there were two means of transmission from the field to headquarters, diplomatic pouch or cable. TDCS before the serial number means cable. This is short for Teletyped Clandestine Services Report. When the serial numbers are preceded only by CS, which simply means clandestine services, the reports were sent by diplomatic pouch, no doubt from the Havana CIA station. Place and date. Acquired was censored in all the reports. Date distributed. Distributed is the date the report went into circulation within the agency and to outside customers like the State Department, the Department of Defense, the FBI, and others. Clandestine services meant what is now the Directorate of Operations, DO, but during the time of the reports it was the Deputy Directorate for Plans, DDP. The CS was used to identify the report as coming from the CIA's DDP as opposed to any of the other components that originated the reports. Precedence means the priority with which a TDCS was processed by the Office of Communications and other headquarters components in the distribution process. The terms for precedence, from fastest to slowest, were flash war or imminent war, immediate, priority, routine and deferred. Source description, censored in all the reports, was a vague characterization that gave the reader some idea of what the source was but was meant to impede identification, e.g. a member of the Communist Party of Mexico. Appraisal of content and reliability of source, both also censored, were sliding scales. Appraisal of content was a number from 1 to 5, 1 for documentary, 2 for probably true, 3 for possibly true, 4 for possibly false, and 5 for cannot be determined. Reliability of source went from A to E, A for highly reliable, B for usually reliable, on to E for reliability cannot be judged. March 1960, Havana, photo, Corda. First and last photographs of Che Guevara and Fidel Castro together. Top, Mexico, June 1956 at end of prison sentence. Above, Flavana, 1966, Fidel Castro checking fake passport of Guevara in disguise before his departure for Bolivia. The 10 documents in this chapter demonstrate the early interest of the United States spy agencies in Che Guevara and, in particular, his days as a guerrilla fighter. It is clear from the documents that the United States had informants either in Che's column in Cuba Sierra Maestra or close by. They contain information on him in Argentina, Guatemala, Mexico, and Cuba. Primary themes concern his asthma, presumably a weakness the CIA and others want to exploit, questions about whether he is a communist, his views about the United States and his daily routine as a guerrilla, including his claimed bathing habits. U.S. prejudices toward Latin Americans are perhaps best illustrated by the comment in Document 6 that Che is fairly intellectual for a Latino. It was during this period that Che met Fidel Castro in Mexico City in 1955. Che became part of the group led by Fidel Castro preparing to return to Cuba in order to overthrow the Batista dictatorship. In June 1956 he was arrested along with Fidel by the Mexican police. After almost 2 months in jail Che was released. He left with Fidel for Cuba on the yacht Granma on November 25, 1956, as the troop's doctor. They landed in Cuba on December 2, 1956. Fidel Castro victoriously entered Havana on January 8, 1959. 1956, file card with information about Che Guevara shortly after his arrest on June 22, 1956, in Mexico as a member of the group led by Fidel Castro planning an invasion of Cuba. Contains erroneous information such as never studied medicine. Typical of the file cards kept by U.S. spy agencies on any potential troublemakers. On July 2, Hilda Guti de Guevara denied that she or Escobedo Guevara Serna, her Argentina physician husband, are communists. She was forced to leave Peru, she stated, not for cause non else activities, but because she was statistical secretary of Jathe Opera, neither she nor her husband have ever had Consumist sympathies. She further denied the rumor that she and her husband had coast to Mexico from Guatemala with Rogelio Cruzver and Jamie Hosenberry, chiefs of the Civil Guard and the Judicial Guard under the Arbenz regime, respectively. She stated that neither she nor her husband knew either of these men when they were in Guatemala. Mexico City Excelsior, July 3, $6. 4. A. 1958, secret CIA cable containing short biographical notes on ranking staff of Fidel Castro's guerrilla force in the Sierra Maestra. Che Guevara is described as intelligent and idealistic and believes himself acting in the tradition of Simon Bolivar. Note the distribution of cable to Department of State, Army, Navy, Air Force, Joint Chiefs of Staff, National Security Agency and others. 6.1958, 4-page CIA biographical and personality report concerning Che Guevara, Fidel Castro's henchman. Apparently this information is gathered from someone in Che's band. This document emphasizes Che's asthma, claiming that he is completely dependent for survival upon his inhalator. Also, includes the statement that Che has no Negro strain in him and derogatory comments concerning Che's teeth and bathing habits. Between 25 and 30 years he is about 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighs about 150 pounds, is stocky in build, and is strong rather than lean and sinewy. He HW brown hair and a brown stache and beard, registered his beard, but not the hair on his head, and very reddish tinge registered by no stretch of the imagination. However, can Che be described as red-bearded? Registered he has a rather square face, a straight nose, an olive xpel ricken and ar roved eyes. He is definitely of Spanish descent and have any Negro strain in him. In short, Jic is LSTISO and a CCL is Daxto. He is, incidentally, extremely proud of his 3 Latino * background. He bears a rather rem and reable resemblance to the MEXICAN artist Cantinflas, and so C times laugh ing. Y refers to himself as Cantinflas. However, he is never known by the muse Cantinfex, and he has Rajircunjlnh features registered by ordinary middle-class standards. Che v bad teeth, but by the standards of his companions in the mountains his teeth are. Possible exception of high 3 exuberance and his readiness to laugh * he sales are edel y and is extremely personable. Registered Che possesses a long score on the left side of his N * ek, M. Sear caused. The Cuban government forces from the physical aspect is that he has a severe and chronic case of asthma. His asthma is so severe that he always carries with him a portable asthma inhaler which he uses continually. He is completely dependent for survival upon this and always carries a spare with him in case of emergency. He is really outstandingly and spectacularly dirty. Che speaks fluent Spanish, of course. He speaks French, fairly well although with a heavy Spanish accent. He speaks no English at all. 6. B. 1958, the informant alleges that Che Guevara speaks only one word of English, golf, a game he supposedly loves, and comments on his preference as a doctor to extract upper teeth. Describes Che as the type which would joust at windmills. Che smiles and laughs readily, engaging and exuberant personality. And has an quite a romantic figure in his CRVN mind, and to be just the type he would joust at windmills. 7 cr instance. Although he is a medical doctor and although Castro took him and because a doctor was needed, Cho delights in referring to himself as a warrior. I am not a doctor, I am a warrior, Che is reported to have said. He is extremely proud of being the only one of Castro's mountain men to bear the title of Comandante. He rambled on at considerable length concerning alleged actions against Arbans by the U.S. These accounts are rather extreme and romantic in tone and character. He explained that his reason for feeling as he does concerning Guatemala in 1954 was that he regards the whole thing as an affront to Guatemalan national feeling and national dignity. Concerning the Hungarian Revolution of 195 and, Che sticks straight to the Communist Party line and asserts flatly that the US set off that revolt *. 6. C. 1958, asserts that Che Guevara always had been the rebel in his family. Apparently, he and Castro liked each other from the start. Castro needed a doctor. Che liked the idea of action in Cuba. Che is fairly intellectual for a Latino. He is intelligent and quick. He is quite well read in Latino literatures. 6. C. 1958, continued primarily concerned with whether or not Che Guevara is a communist and his attitude toward the United States. Comments that Che's attitude is fairly common among young Latinos. concludes that Che's attitude towards the US is dictated more by somewhat childish emotionalism and jealousy and resentment than by a cold, reasoned, intellectual decision. States, Che is fairly intellectual for a Latino. 6. D. 1958, Che Guevara has a concept of himself as a romantic, dashing, warrior figure. Politics, as such, does not interest him, and if Castro wins his fight, he, Che, will leave Cuba and explore the upper reaches of the Amazon River. Reports that Che reads literature to his troops including Charles Dickens and Alfonso de and describes himself as an individualist. Indicates that if Fidel does not succeed, he will die like a man at the head of his troops. Keenly aware of Latin America's inferior position in the world *, he feels that the Latin Americans have made no contribution to the world. He resents bitterly the resultant handicaps of Latins trying to compete with advanced Westerners, and he resents the fact that at any job the American always has to hoe the boss. He feels that in social and political matters the role of Latin America has been one of neglect, registered as an example of tyranny. He remarked on one occasion, 5,000 workers are shot down on the Bolivian highlands, and maybe there is one line in the New York paper registered, mentions that there is labor unrest in Bolivia. He wonders if the United States so-called international labor unions would take interest in the South American worker, and if it might help to raise the living standards of the Latin Americans to a level which might come closer to that of the North Americans. Guevara's thinking does not appear to follow any fixed economic or sociological pattern. He has denied vehemently that he is, or that he ever was, a communist. In fact, his thinking seems to be far removed from the orthodox Marxist pattern. Guevara would be described more accurately as a Latino populist, with a touch of the intellectual self-focused searching, and an intense degree of ultranationalistic Latin pride. Guevara, like Ilil Raz's three revolutionaries, seeks a meaning for his own life before anything else. 5. In his present role as commander of Fidel Castro's No. 2 column, Guevara seems to have found deep fulfillment. He does not appear to be troubled with such frequent asthma * except for a scar on his neck directly under his jaw, the result of a nearly fatal bullet wound sustained in fighting at Alagrin in December 1956. He is unscathed and in high spirits. He watches over his troops with paternal concern, and his men worship him. In the evening they gather around him like children, and he reads adventure stories to them. The rebel soldiers call him muy valiente, very brave fellow, which is about the highest term of approbation in the Sierra Maestra fountains. His popularity is second only to that of Fidel Castro. He appears to be much more popular than Raúl Castro, who is somewhat a martinet, is harsh, impatient, and self-righteous. 6. Guevara disclaims all political ambitions beyond helping Castro to achieve victory. He plans to settle in Cuba when the fighting is over. However, he does not seem to be the type of person to settle permanently in one place. Guevara sometimes talks about organizing an expedition in the future to explore the upper reaches of the Amazon and the Orinoco valleys *. One presumed to be a reference to Curzio Malaparte, Italian leftist writer who died recently. Uclapcart, one of the founding members of the Italian Fascist Party in 1919, wrote, among other books, The Skin and Caput. Malaparte claimed to be strongly opposed to any aura of totalitarianism. 8. B. 1958, describes Che Guevara's views of IJ's interference in Latin American affairs. Che's thinking is considered far removed from the orthodox Marxist pattern. He is described as more of a Latino populist. He is the commander of Fidel Castro's second guerrilla column and his men worship him. 30. Che Guevara and the FBI. 2 * Presunid el Boa Refj Vinca to Arthur Coastilcru, who was born in Budapest in Li, c5.ru joined TOI Communist Party of Hungary in 1931 * Kessler left THV. Rudy at Th time of the Lyskow trials in 193 he has lived in Th * ni.ttd states, to Ireland and France. He is the author of many novels, among them, Darkness at Noon, Spanish Testament, Scum of the Earth, Arrow in the 5 IUE, and Invisible Teeth Writing. The two latter books are an autobiography of the author's. Arrow in the Blue describes Fo's THIRD-3 life to his 27th year, and Invisible V/Writing is a detailed account of his 7 years in the Communist Party of Hungary. #3 Prez line to be a reference to André Jules Raz, a Frenchman by birth, who went to Indochina at an early age. He became involved in politics there and also wrote several books based on life in Indochina. He was acting as Associate Secretary General of the Kuomintang in China in 1925 #at time when the Kuomintang had a number of members who admired the Soviet Union. Malraux played a leading role in the national liberation movement of China. One of his books, Man *3 Fate, dramatizes the Chinese Revolution of 1992, in which he participated. Another one of his books, Days of Seven Wrath, depicts the heroism of communists under the regime of Adolf Hitler in Germany. Comments. Luering late November or early December 1957. Guevara was wounded in the leg. This wound was serious enough to warrant his evacuation from the Sierra Maestra Mountains to Manzanillo. Said that Guevara was no longer an Argentine citizen. He claimed that a ceremony conferring Cuban citizenship on Guevara had been performed by Fidel Castro Ruz in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Although this act has no validity, it is possibly intended to provide an acceptable basis for the formal granting of citizenship when and if the revolution is successful. 8. c. 1958, mentions a wound Che Guevara had and that Fidel had conferred citizenship on him. 1952-58 31. CTNT.XAL Intelligence Agency. TRUETYPED Informatics Report. *or RRY*E which in onrar.orv*R to copyright UNO IHOVTLIPO. IH, UD Fry 7V State. AHMY. Navy, A. JCS. SIC Cave, FBI. NSAYUT, GTZ, UCI _ TIUFRILAR. I.of RIcation Oltal CMIMATI on COUTROLS. TDCS 3/350,959 April 3, 19 *G #/ .OUIIUR. Cuba. Oit. RXICC Oli NCR. 1 Waitan. Eric Ado Guevara Serna, Lieutenant of Fidel Castro Ruz. At * of information. 2 April 1958 Foul of Content Cr Jr. AWTFC. HID. MRTFIPF. AP27JS registered *. RIP.LL.:F, 2, 8, 4, 5 4. 3 to CFATS #VVRW44ERKJLSRDCR of : ho *4CL *. The CAE-0 forces claim *TNAT the Karua *N of the Sierra Tisura as based on our regional clandestine. C *IC, a Scarlet Pete War publication which has been translated and is published in ICIDCO Star. Guevara is anti-American *. He a kata Marxist. But he follows blindly the Quranist JBRTY line in all issues *, although he 27 not be a re-it red Suniat JHRTYJ Burr, he is an AY target L *, cr the coaxusiate *. At Guzera has a police record in Kent, Florida, where he was arrested and interrogated during the Korean War. He was once employed by a news agency sponsored by JWN-LRGJ, former Argentine President Gil H.R. Gaves, his wife, formerly VOCED in Mexico for the United Nations as an economist, *. Field Distribution IOAO. Of Kesage. 1958, CIA report stating that Che Guevara commands column number 4 of the Castro forces, that he is anti-American, and that he has a police record in Miami where he was arrested and interrogated during the Korean War. If this is so, it must have been during his 1952 visit. 32 Che Guevara and the FBI. 03 NT*Y Cuba Report No. CS3/351U66. IUEJECT. Date of W*0. .ces. Date ACQ. Biographical data CNP Echo Beto. Guevara Serna, Conuer Doctor of. Colin Ko. U of the Fidel Castro Forces. Date distribute. No. Pages. Requirement. No. April 15, 19. 3. Source. 1 * Ernest copyright OUEV/JTASE, RE, WC He, was bomb in Rosario, province of Santa Fe*AR-Entrina ons Junip. His parent J still live in Rosario registered he is commander of Column KO, H of the 26 of July Revolutionary Movement forces in the Sierra Nuestra, the largest of the 5 Caliuasu under the command of Fidel Castro. Guevara studied medicine at the University Buenos Aires. V/Hile at the University of Buenos Aires he expressed his opposition to Juan Pejon, then dictator of Argentina, and later voted against him. In 1953, when Guevara was called for his compulsory military service, Ha refused to SDVE under Perón and for that reason left ratner. He visited Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, and Cuba. Guevara specialized in allergies and for that reason has done a great deal of neurological research. When Ha** graduated from medical school he did sane work in this field with a doctor in Buenos Aires. Later in Mexico he apparently tried to resume this research. He never established a medical practice registered in Mexico. He married a Peruvian exile who was an Aprilista and they have a 2-year-old daughter. It is rumored that Guevara and his wife are separated. He has mentioned on occasion that a registered might have attained to Peru since the charge of administration in that country. 3 Registered Guevara was in Guatemala during the last days of the regime of Jacob copyright Arbenz and defended the latter in the Guatemalan press. After the fall of Arbenz Guevara went to Mexico where he joined the 26 of July revolutionary movement of Fidel Castro. In Mexico he received training in mountain warfare. Guevara was to serve the Castro movement in the capacity of combat surgeon. He is one of the 12 survivors of the Grama expedition led by Castro which landed in Cuba on December 2, 2956. During the 16-month registered in the Sierra Maestro with copyright forces registered of Fidel Castro, Guevara abandoned his post as combat surgeon to assume command of one of Castro's columns. 10.19583 pages of CIA biographical data on Che Guevara. Che voted against per 6N, refused to serve in the Argentine military and left Argentina for that reason. Che was one of the 12 survivors of the Granma expedition. 1952-58-33. Guevara declare emphatically that he I not now, nor H-s he ever been a communist registered he is a self-enclaved individual, AR Junior T, and an ultra R.adequate. A list in the Latin American sense registered RT.R.ts accusations that He is a Carunist and blunts the United States and the United Pervos for such charges. Guevara claims that he defended the regime of Arbenz in Guatemala, because he believed in rise of an American republic which could defend itself against exploitation by foreign capital, for example, by the United Fruit Company. He refuses to believe that there was a Soviet penetration in Guatemala during the regime of Arbenz, and he said that all Latin Americans resented United States interference in the affairs of Guatemala. Registered. Guevara said he became interested in Cuba during his university days when he read several books on José Martí, the Cuban patriot. Registered. Later he met several Cuban exiles in Guatemala who were members of the 26 of July revolutionary movement. The aims and the ideals of the movement appealed to Guevara so he joined the organization. Registered. Guevara is Weyan registered read soft-spoken, and hesitant in conversation registered he is extremely popular throughout the 26th of July movement, both among the civilian and military components of the organization. In spite of his gentle nature, Ha seems to have better military command than most of the leaders of the movement. He is energetic, athletic, participates in any type of activity about the camp, no copyright at, or whether it is softball, general, recreation or caring for pets. His men respect him because Ho is daring in combat and never passes up an opportunity for an encounter. He is the only Ioatander in the movement who has ever been observed to stand a man at attention and discipline him for inefficiency. Registered. Guevara is about pound-h tall, weighs about 170 pounds, and has a medium build. He la very tame. But normally his complexion is very fair. He has crudely cut, dark brown hair, brown eyes, a rather high forehead, and a sparse brown beard. He generally wears olive drab combat dungarees and a black turtleneck wool sweater. Registered. His dungaree and vest pockets are used as files for sausage 3, and are always reduced with papers. Guevara suffers from chronic asthma and must thus copyright his inhaler at night and during marches. Fidel Castro has ordered him to ride whenever possible during marches. Registered. Guevara sends of Lusa or MWMD to Overm. Registered. His Sativm when asked about Omsunism during a recent United Press interview. Registered. He answered that he was not a communist, but that such questions from $Press and indirectly F-O the unit MT states government were in derived to becoming a communist. Later, when asked why he had abandoned his country, his profession, his wife, and child for a distant ideological cause, he answered with mirth that this could have been a residential alternate of two factors: 1, that he read Marty a boy, or 2, because of the rubles he had hidden in his headquarters. Registered. In the same interview he was questioned concerning the duration and hardship of the struggle in the mountains and how long morale of the movement would hold up. He answered that they have all the time in the world, that they are constantly growing, that only 12 men survived the WLT-8I. Until 3 previously, but that there were now 1,200 men in the Sierra Maestra fighting forces. Registered. 10. B. 1958, Guevara says he defended Arbans so that Guatemala could defend itself against exploitation by foreign capital, particularly the United Fruit Company. He became interested in Cuba during his university days when he read books by José Martí. 34. Che Guevara and the FBI. CS 3/3 3. Guevara spends NCIT of this Tino PN Combat Basion, registered during his absence. FRC and his headquarters Arcero Valdez, his second in COA, and takes over. Han Guevara is in CAP. His typical day begins at 7 a.m. Copyright has early coffee, plays with the dog CR Cat, and then wanders out for his doming tea. Messages and visitors begin to arrive about 8:30 AD. Headquarters business ran/Ofrca cases of military discipline to logistics, or to arbitration in cases of military transaction involving the property of Farkas. Since his Kotsnand is a base installation, the paperwork is relatively heavy for a guerrilla movement. Registered. In the afternoon BK. Be needed at a civilian or nil taxi trial. Offenses involved may range for something as light as prop TTY liability to something as serious as treason. By evening he is DY to listen to news broadcasts or chat with camp visitors. Registered. He retires T9 PA. Registered, when he lights his carbide lamp, and a huge cigar, and urings out his book on Joey Marty. 10. C. 1958. Describes a typical day in Che Guevara's life as a guerrilla. He spends most of his time on combat missions and at night smokes a huge cigar and reads José Martí. 1959 to 1961. The first years of the Revolution. 36. Che Guevara and the FBI. On January 1, 1959, Che Guevara and his column liberated Santa Clara and a day later entered Havana. They occupied La Cabana Fortress, an important military post in Cuba of which Che was made commander. It was at La Cabana where trials and executions of the most notorious Batista supporters were carried out. In October 1959, Che is appointed Chief of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform. In November he is appointed President of the National Bank. In 1961 Washington breaks diplomatic relations with Cuba and bans travel by U.S. citizens to Cuba. Che becomes Minister of Industry. He spends a lot of time traveling throughout the world, particularly to socialist countries, in a largely successful effort to open trade relations with countries other than the United States. On April 17, 1961, the U.S.-sponsored Bay of Pigs invasion began. Che commanded troops at Pina del Rio. The U.S. mercenaries were defeated in a major victory for Cuba. U.S. spy agencies have many more documents on this period and Che than we have been given. However, the following documents demonstrate their continued interest in Che, especially as to whether or not he was a communist. The United States also had informants in Cuba who probably reported to embassy personnel. Some of their reports appear to be the rankest, self-serving rumors sure to please the United States, such as stories of distrust between Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and Raúl Castro. Included among the papers are transcripts of Che's live speeches taken off the radio or from tape recordings made by informants on location. These are probably the only extant copies of the speeches and contain Che's thoughts on the United States, nationalization, economics, and the Soviet Union and China. 1959-6137. Central Intelligence Agency Teledi-F.O. Information Fapofjate. N-it-sfihu ilved within H** nooning of Th**ENCNCG low star. Tilly, CS7 7 to the power of 4th. IA *irk or IVOJ *OL ulensk la D to CAUEOUI canoe 408 it pront blufud BF lot UAFC *RIcation A. OLSSRMINATTOTSCONTROT.1/ TDCSV, -90,617 I *6 dot, ACH1V5. Country: Cuba. LLFCCOIMCLT. Bhutan * place I _ LLO. UJCCT. Departure CF the *GULVALA fro IIA Cabana. OATL or INFONMATION. IVARCH 2959. JIZIJH \FR. T, *IC of. IJRFTJFFI. Fortress U/M/NR. JNQC, Carrot. J_1/IFTCRMCNCKSIGLFRRT. AFRAAISAL of CONTF.NT, TTSTATIVTL. Echo Beto Che 18 GUF7 era, he.S left High Command ET La Cabana. Fortress. Press reports indicate that he has been taking helicopter lessons for some time, while he OAJ be taking routine leave. It should be noted that he is involved in exile plotting activities. His absence and the helicopter training conceivably could be related to exile. Actions in Cuba * 11/1959, CIA report on Che Guevara's change in jobs from commander of La Cabaja fortress and speculating that he is involved in exile plotting activities relating to the elimination of U.S.-sponsored attacks on Cuba. La Cabana was the most important military post in Cuba and where opponents of the revolution were tried and executed. Che had a meeting with Salvador Allende of Chile at La Cabafia in January 1959. 38 Che Guevara and the FBI. 12, A. 1959, CIA report on Che Guevara, Cuban rebel leader, almost entirely deleted. Confirms Che as commander of La Cabafia and that he follows the communist line consistently. Note the wide dissemination of this document indicated by initials of U.S. agencies at the bottom of the 2 pages. 1959-6139. He * orders Coyo Ant. Guevara was a native of Argentina, and was given Cuban Citizenship and recognition for his part played in the Cuban Revolution under notional K *TL Yuri DST id within Diamond Su TS Supik Milav I. Tit CS7V3CNO, VA, THF Acme were *RINTR. CFWN.CII in 01.7 U.C- IRU on Anudhorai /JT prohibited by JP. ASRIO all _NOIHSTMINPLONCC.NPOLJ. DCS3 I05L95 IOUUI. ONTHY. Asterisk. WBJM, CT. ACI, ACQV asterisk HI. D. Luz of Escobedo Che Guevara Serna I Cuban Foreign Policy. NRL1 _ PAECCOANCC. Rutici. M#MN. Xiam reference hashtag M1559M. RALTAL of content FTENTATIVEIJSZ and Mimi2 and 43RR. Asterisk. JWML Serna, TRAS. KED if TLCLIYCF the new Cuban government would consist CL non-align. LBA's hands are tied by the presence of a United States NA-L base in Cuba, I.E*. Nano, the agreement for which was signed by the previous regime under Fulgencio. 1 ZTA. Guevara added that the new Cuban regime gradually would find a way, as /LR/.BD-1 Vair did with the Suez Canal, to force the US base out of Cuba, and then the new regime would be able to show its true foreign policy colors. 13, A. 1959, CIA Information Report on Views of Escobedo Che Guevara Serna on Cuban Foreign Policy. 1959-6141. _JN Try. JECR. Cuba/Latin America Report No. CS3A06,916. Date DJSTR. July 28, $19. No. Pages 2. References RD. Held Report No. Appraisal of content is tentative. 1 TNE polity of the United States in Latin America is wrong and trill have to change, in the interest of the US whatever the intentions of the American people might be, the US government and US business firms have, in fact, supported dictators from one end of Latin America to the other, notably Satia, Trujillo, and Perez Jimenez. In Cuba the revolutionary movement, as opposed by Batista forces using US planes, which dropped US Napa LN. The Castro government has letters and documentary proof shading improper collaboration between the former US ambassador and TV edist to retire. The V.S.N. Litter.Remission gave tactical advice to the Batista forces is their attempted suppression of the revolution. The US sent spies into the Castro CASP in the guise of journalists. Copyright are others, whose information as then relayed to the Batista. Regime. 2 Guevara still remains suspicious of US intentions toward Cuba. B said that there has been a build-up at Guantanamo Bay since the Castro victory which is not justified by any lower.L unrest. TNE precedent of B***'s intervention in Guatemala is not forgotten. Castro SE remarked that, if the Larens S landed, their V/old B 200,000 dead gringos was not intended for public consumption and was most unfortunate. However, it did contain and orally everyone acknowledged the overwhelming power of the U**s, but the Cuban revolutionarios were willing to die to the last man if need be. 3. Guevara feels he is unfairly treated by the U5. Press reports that there were 2 Russian advisors with Castro, that Urarxiot indoctrination centers had been established, and that Guevara is Hinsoifa communist are untrue. The US #press is prone to brand people as communists who are fighting for freedom I tyranny, from economic domination by foreign coronias, and from interference by such companies in local politics, which are legitimate aims. Rightly or wrongly, the US $3 viewed throughout Latin America as the origin of popular and reform movements registered. 2. The US made a great mistake in Guatemala *. Although Arbans and some ethers were communists, the government in Guatemala was essentially a popular one. The People vs. United Fruit Company / registered Guevara feels more strongly about this than about US aid to Batista. His then wife was dragged through the streets by the forces of Castillo Armas. 6. With respect to the future of U-registered business in Cuba, the U-registered note accepting the principles of agrarian reform. The right of nationalization was gratifying. The difficulty would lie in the valuation of properties. It was not Cuba's intention to drive out U-registered business or force it to the trail, but Cuba did insist on controlling foreign business within its borders to prevent injustices of the past and interference in local politics. 9. 7. Whatever the respective natives might be, the fact is that U.S. influence or equipment was being used to suppress popular movement in Latin America, whereas the Cronist bloc was supporting popular movements around the world. In Cuba, the Sanonists at first had hoped to take over the revolutionary movement, but, when they realized that the people were behind Castro, they fell into line, which was a prudent thing for them to do. 8. Registered The United States has achieved social justice and liberty for its own people, but it objects when small Latin American countries struggle for the same things for themselves. This policy is inconsistent and doomed to failure. Guevara, a close associate of Fidel Castro, stressed in his interview with Borba correspondent * that Cuba desired the development of diplomatic relations and trade, cultural, and other cooperation with Yugoslavia. He dealt extensively with the policy of the revolutionary Cuban government vs fighting against the influence of foreign companies key positions in the entire Cuba economy. He said land reform was the first step toward the general economic development of Cuba and it registered industrialization. In a special interview with Polk Steek registered correspondent, the head of the Cuban Goodwill Mission pointed out that in Cuba lively interest is shown in Yugoslavia as well as in other countries which are pursuing a policy of independence and non-attachment to blocs, such as the United Arab Republic, India, and Indonesia. He remarked that he satisfied himself that in Yugoslavia there was also lively interest I*41 in the events connected with her struggle, independence, and progress. Cuba wishes to ensure its independence, said Guevara, and strives for the cause of peace in the world. Cuba wishes good relations with all countries on the basis of complete equality and non-interference. He added that the principles of the Bandung policy and Ranchil registered, that is, the policy of coexistence, are very close to Cuba. He said that the Fidel Castro government considers it indispensable that a way should be found to ban nuclear weapons in general within plus or minus he phrase a fork of the agreement on disarmaments. During the visit to Japan, he said we saw Hiroshima and grasped even more strongly we had an atomic world world mean today. Referring to the situation in his country, the Cuban leader saluted that attempts are still being made there by the forces of exploitation, subordinated to foreigners to put back the clock of history, but they will not succeed since the unity and strength of the Cuban people will never permit this. A violent campaign against Cuba has been unleashed in Europe, Asia, and Africa in order to limit the sale of its sugar, Che stated at a press conference 1 hour after his return on Sept 8 from a 3-month trip abroad. In spite of this, Ho continued, there is a chance of selling Cuban sugar to the countries I visited, on condition that we do not request total payment in dollars. The young Argentine doctor, whom the Cuban government made a Cuban citizen because of his contribution to the cause of national liberation, arrived at Rancho Boyer and was mot by a largo crowd, including more than coup members of the rebel army *, also present were Raúl Castro, Juan Almeida, head of the Air Force, and high-ranking officers of the new Cuban Army *. At the press conference Guevara said that a museum of the people's fight for freedom will be constructed in Havana *. He also stressed the need of transferring part of the diplomatic corps now stationed in Europe to vital Afro-Asian countries and bitterly criticized the American Times and Newsweek and the international press agencies *. 9. As for the impressions Ho gathered on his trip, Che Guevara acid though following. 1. The vigorous United Arab Cation impressed us. It is developing its industry with astonishing rapidity and soon will be self-sufficient in steel, which it may even export. 2. We were impressed by Japan, although industry there is not in the process of developing but is fully developed. 3. People of India were sympathetic toward the Cuban people and saw that they are trying to solve the problems of too little cultivable land and the Largo estates. While talking with Krishna, the learned Indian, we became aware of the evils of the means of mass destruction, and when saw the frightful truth at Hiroshima we felt effaced for having been glad at times when the atomic bomb was dropped on that city by the democratic powers during World War II. 16. A. 1959, Che Guevara's press statement on his return home from his trip in September 1959. When met at the airport by 400 members of the rebel army, in reference to whether he will head the Ministry of Industry, Che states, "I shall go wherever I am needed." Guevara, Eco Beto Che Cuba. March 1960. Che Guevara is the most intellectual member of the group. He creates fear because of his reserve, giving the IJ-reaction of holding back more than he is saying. While he does not cause the antagonism that Rahul does, the fact that he is a foreigner is a major factor preventing his ever being the leader. He knows that he cannot force matters to a showdown. He tried to avoid the foreign visits but had to give in to Fidel. He is not really the grey eminence behind Castro, who gets out to the people top much and is too individualistic to be so controlled. Of course, Che does present his point of view well and strongly, but his position is not so important as reported in the US press. This is more of a legend because of his inaccessibility than the true picture. He is certainly a Marxist, a great admirer of the USSR, but a party liner would hardly praise such a deviation as Tito. I am not actually sure that he is a Communist Party AI3B registered R and do not think that he is directed by Moscow. Guevara compares revolution with Marxism. Summary, comrades of America and the world. Our country greets each of you and each of the countries you represent. We particularly salute the representative of Chile, Clotario Blest, applause, who represents a country stricken by one of the worst earthquakes of history. We also want to salute particularly Jacobo Arbenz, prolonged applause, foot stamping, president of the first Latin American nation which raised its voice fearlessly against imperialism. We should also want to salute the delegates from countries still struggling to gain a free government. We salute the Puerto Rican delegates. We salute Pedro Albizu Campos, applause, as free men. We salute a man who is free, he is in a dungeon of the so-called North American democracy. I also want to salute today, however paradoxical it may seem, the delegation which represents the best of the North American people. Applause, I want to salute it because the North American people are net responsible for the barbarity of their rulers. Cuba's arms are open here, ready to receive you all and to show you what is good here and what lists are bad, what has been done and what remains to be done registered by the Cuban Revolution. Many of you, of various political affiliations, will ask, what is the Cuban Revolution? What is its ideology? Is it communist? Some will answer hopefully yes it is, or that it is moving in that direction. Others, perhaps disappointed, will also say yes. And there will be others, disappointed, who think no, and others who hopefully also think no. And if they should ask me whether this revolution is a communist revolution, X would say, bidding aside the charges brought forth by imperialism and the colonial powers which confuse everything, VE should conclude that, if this ideologian JLS Marxist it la Marxist because it also has discovered, by its own method Henrod pointed out TBY mod RXL, applause Y. HA salutes Jacobo Arbenz, who is present, as well as the Puerto Rican patriot, Albizu Campos, a man who is free, although he is in a dungeon of the so-called North American democracy. The Cuban people shot their murderers and dissolved the army of the dictatorship. Out it does not tell any other government of America to shoot the murderers of the people. Asterisk yet Cuba knows that there are murderers in every country, and we have seen Cuban members of our own movement murdered in a friendly country by agents left over from the past dictatorship. Applause, foot stamping, shouts, yet we do not ask that his murderer be treated as he would be here. We have stood alone, awaiting the direct aggression of the strongest power in the capitalist world, without asking aid from anyone. We were ready to accept the worst consequences of our rebellion. Therefore we speak, holding our heads high in all the congresses where our brothers meet. When the Cuban Revolution speaks, it may be mistaken, but it never lies. Carns are not important, because no one is guilty. We cannot say here that President Betancourt is responsible for the death of our compatriot. President Betancourt is simply a prisoner of a regime which claims to be democratic, applause, but which committed the mistake of not applying justice in time. And today the democratic government of Venezuela is the prisoner of police agents, esperos, like those who were once known to Cuba. We can't hold President Betancourt responsible for this death. We can imply say here, that whenever President Betancourt feels himself so much a prisoner that he cannot go on and decides to ask for help from a sister nation, Cuba is here to ach Venezuela city of the irreperlence it has gained in the revolutionary field. Let President Betancourt know that it was not our diplomatic representative who initiated all this intrigue which resulted in a death. It was they, at the far end, the North Americans, or the North American government. A little closer, the Batistanos. A little closer yet, all these who were the reserve of the North American government in that country and who paraded as anti-Ishiata men, but who actually wanted to defeat Batista and maintain the system, the Mir Os, the Quevedos, the Diaz Lanzas, Shouts, the Huber Maps, RAND, possibly the forces of reaction operating in Venezuela. Because, it is very sad to say, the Venezuela ruler is FCT the mercy of his own troops. The Venezuelan president at this moment is the prisoner of his forces of repression. But a people which has achieved the political awareness and fighting faith of the Venezuelan people will not long be a prisoner of bayonets or bullets, because bullets and bayonets can change hands, and murderers can be killed. But is not my mission here to throw fuel on the fire of rebellion. In XHE first place, Cuba is not yet out of danger. It is still the focus of the attention of the imperialists in this part of the world and needs the solidarity of all of you. It needs the support of Acción Democrática in Venezuela, just as that of the ORD, or of the Communist, or of the COPSI or OJT, any party. It needs the solidarity of all the people, of Colombia, of Brazil, and of each of the nations of America. It is true that the colonialists are afraid too. They fear rockets and bombs like everyone else, and they realize today, for the first time in their history, that rockets and bombs might fall on all they have built. But this does not mean that they have in any way given up the idea of suppressing Cuban democracy. They are working laboriously on their calculate machines to find out what is the best of the alternative methods available to attack the Cuban Revolution. They have the Nicaragua method, the Haitian method, and they also have that of the mercenaries now in Florida, or the gas method. They have many methods and they have the forces to perfect these methods. President Arbenz and his people knew that they have many methods and many forces. Applause. Unfortunately for Guatemala, President Arbenz was not aware of their ability to ward off any aggression. This is a great strength, the force moving throughout the world, forgetting nations' political struggles, to defend the Cuban Revolution at a given moment. Permit me to say that this is a duty of the youth of America. What we have here is something new, something worthy of study. I am not going to tell you what is good in it, you will see it. I knew that it has much which is wrong. There is much disorganization. I knew this. I know we lack experts. I know that our army is not yet fully ready and our militiamen are not sufficiently coordinated to become an asterisk army. But each campesino and worker is behind the revolution, working and learning to handle a rifle to defend his revolution. These people are absolutely united under the leadership of a man in whom they have the most absolute confidence. They valid consider themselves completely happy and completely fulfilled if each of you, on arriving home, could say, "W and have been to the Sierra Maestra and we have seen the dawn. Our minds and our hands are filled with the seeds of dawn and are ready to sow them. Let freedom be won in very corner of America." We firmly believe that the current visit of the Cuban Revolutionary Government's economic delegation headed by His Excellency Major Guevara will undoubtedly strengthen further the friendly relations and cooperation between our two countries and the militant friendship between the Chinese and Cuban people. The Chinese people will always remain together with the Cuban people, encourage and support each other, and carry out to the end the struggle against imperialist aggression and intervention and for defending world peace. Long live the friendship between the Chinese and Cuban people. Long live the Cuban people's revolution. Long live the people and national and democratic movements in Asia, Africa, APD Latin America. Long live the great unity of the people of the world. Long live world peace. Guevara's speech, text. Dear comrades and friends, today, we once again are warmly welcomed with spontaneous enthusiasm by the Chinese people. We know very clearly that this is by no means only a personal, warm welcome to us alone, but rather highlights the feelings of the great Chinese nation for the small island of Cuba. This expression of warm welcome has been repeated several times in Peking, and in the many capitals and cities of the socialist world. We have also warmly and cordially been received by the masses of people in the various capitals, cities, and rural areas of Latin America and in the colonial and semi-colonial countries in Africa and Asia. In the past, Cuba as a small country almost had no history of international activity of which to speak. In the short space of 2 years, however, it has taken up an important position in the center of world friction. To the imperialism situated on the opposite coast which endangers the peace, well-being, and future of the world, Cuba has become a bad headache. What historical conditions have caused this situation? Cuba is an example of TB education of the whole people by the people themselves *. All members of its leadership are righteous persons *. TB a movement led by Fidel Castro, the undoubted leader of the Cuban Revolution, has adopted TB correct line of keeping in constant contact with the people in order to know their needs *. This forms the foundation of educating the masses by the masses themselves. In the course of studying and learning the views of the masses, even before VE*von the greatest victory in our revolution, we established the registered conviction that, under renditions of our island country, land reform must be carried out promptly *. We knew this would incur the displeasure of imperialism, although at that time no one realized what would become of the relationship and to what extent it would be strained between the imperialist country and its erstwhile colony. This imperialist jackal, however, quickly bared its fangs and launched aggression against the Cuban people. In reply to each aggressive act, the Cuban people have taken a step forward and taken another countermeasure, which has led the revolution acre and more. At the beginning, we only reduced the electricity and telephone charges by imperialist companies, confiscated the property of elements of our CWN country who had spread corruption and committed theft, and carried out land reform. Then, imperialist aggression forced our people to adopt rapidly a series of countermeasures, such as the enactment of the mining law, the petroleum law, the takeover of enterprises which had suspended operations, the forcible expropriation of U.S. enterprises, the nationalization of all private banks and the basic means of production in our country, and the adoption of measures for the reform of cities. This was the first phase of our action. This first phase, which started as early as July 26, 1953, has been completed. The program of this phase of action was outlined in Fidel Castro's defense speech in court upon the thwarting of an attack launched by High Registered against certain military camps. This speech, delivered in his defense, bore the title "History will pronounce that XAM innocent," which happened to be the very last sentence of the speech. We have stepped on a new road along which we will quickly industrialize our country, Carry the land reform further. Completely wipe out unemployment and illiteracy, and institute a planned economy. All these tasks have been adopted by TB Havana People's Assembly, which denounced the exploitation of man by Can. The great peoples of TBC People Democratic and Socialist countries, VIBO, have held their destiny in their OVA bands, and VIBO are united in combat spirit under the guidance of socialism, have built up a strong veil in TBC face of imperialism. They issued TB most unequivocal warning in July 1960 through Nikita Khrushchev, premier of TB Soviet Union. The peoples of TBC socialist countries have shown that friendship can bridge oceans. This friendship is no longer limited to issuing max protests, oppositions, or helpless appeals against imperialism. This friendship has now taken TB form of ICBM and ocean-going STCO ships, which can ship out war sugar and ship in precious commodities and rev materials needed by us for consumption and production, as well as factories craved by us, which will contribute to TB bright future of Cuba. China, 1Q conjunction with the other socialist countries headed by TB Soviet Union, BAS opened a NEV historical era in extending generous aid. This spoves that the people of TB various American countries are no longer isolated in their economic struggles. By the same token, they will no longer be isolated in case of military aggression. Overs is a country with only a little over 100,000 square kilometers and 6.5 million people. What sort of deep imperialist hatred, after all, has spurred TB United States to risk its very national existence and, probably, its becoming no longer an inhabitable place? Is this hatred generated by TB undoubted loss of investments of merely $1 billion US copyright dollars? Today, Cuba has made imperialism lose 10% of its total investment in the Americas, and BAS dealt a crushing blow to it. Even more important, however, is TB fact that Cuba BAS set forth TB clear truth before the peoples of the Americas. We do not have to publicize this, because TB truth that there is such vigorous Cuba is eloquent enough. Cuba display registered to all visitors from the America registered. It registered present beautiful reality and the future of which it dreams. When asked by what means Cuba registered has obtained all this, it can only reply that it has achieved this neither by resorting to the method of the ballot box nor the method of establishing His Majesty's supposition party through winning registered number of seat registered in the skillfully manipulated parliaments of the so-called democratic countries in Latin America. For Diamond Suit. Cuba ha registered wo freedom and the fight to free development by her people. One's armed struggle faced copyright face against the enemy clique and by defeating it and its imperialist masters who armed it. By smashing the troops which protected the wealth of the puppet dictatorship and replacing the registered by a people army. The Cuban people eliminated the state organs of the former hypocritical government and laid in their stead the foundation FPT registered new organ registered which a people FS government should have. A registered army, the workers, and the peasants waged concreted struggles to defeat the Onioy troops in decisive campaign registered and seized cities from the countryside. Thus in the uprisings often conducted revolutionary propaganda agitation and, by incessantly attacking the lifeline registered of the enemy and the enemy troops with guerrillas, created the subjective and objective condition registered for the seizure of state power. Auburn raids, I hold that these are the factors which aroused the hatred of imperial, registered against Cuba. Temper registered in a better position to talk on this subject than I. In your country wherein everything is calculated in million registered and billions, you can talk about your experience in the past decades more eloquently. But Cuba is situated in the backyard of the U-registered 3. Colonial Company. At the time of the birth, formation, and growth of the Cuban Revolution, and so when imperialism is seeing the eventual liberation copyright the people of various countries approach, a qualitative nay has been taking place in America toward you, the people of China, the people copyright the socialist world. Imperialism bears a frantic hatred, imsum mupo registered at a threat of annihilation to militant imperialism. Hashtag have likewise incurred registered hatred of imperialism *. It is precisely because WTM an enemy who hate registered us and our common aspirations for registered beautiful world that copyright or friendship will be everlasting like the wows of the Humstami *. Long illos the everlasting friendship between the people of Chin registered and Cuba. Long live the everlasting friendship BMUMM Cuba and all the socialist countries. Long live the unity of registered registered progressive force * in registered world timing at overthrowing imperialism and safeguarding peace. Summary: the tobacco forkers have finally achieved great gains, desired by all of you, desired by us, desired by all the Cuban people *. We come full of enthusiasm and joy to speak, pausing in the daily struggle in which events move so fast * as the imperialist forces acting from without, and the regressive forces from within, increase their pressure against the Cuban Revolution, the latter becomes ever deeper, responding to the people's will *. Today we expected merely to speak of the significance of this step we have taken, when another event took place * still fresh is ink of the resolution nationalizing U.S. banks in Cuba *. And Fidel is preparing to go to New York, which is a battle post. U.S. imperialists want to keep him from the right of every UN member to live where the UN has its site. Fidel is taking his hammock along, and tomorrow we may see photographs of our delegation setting up hammocks in Central Park. We set up our hammocks in the woods while we were fighting for the freedom of Cuba. Today we can set up our hammocks in the midst of that barbaric civilization, and defend the right of every nation to freely choose its own path. The new measure will bring new economic problems. For many years imperialism has based its power on money, on banking, which warp the economy of nations until they become simply an appendage of the greater economy of the empire. We developed the great sugar industry, not from the goodness of North Americans, but because they dominated the entire market. They paid us a preferential price because under it they could introduce into our country manufactured products under such conditions that competition with other countries was impossible. The North Americans would be the masters of cubs. Of a special sort. At times the proconsul was an ambassador, at times and military mission chief, but they all spoke English. Banks were very important. During depressions, big monopolies see profits rise and they expand their empire. 1. FinANCE, RC, and lesser brother, the government * are the three branches on which U.S. power rests. Government and the army represent U.S. finance, but finance does not represent the U.S. * people, it represent registered a small group of financiers, owners of enterprises, owners of the money. They exploit the U.S. people. What to the nth degree they exploit interior peoples of Latin America, Asia, or Africa, out they exploit the U.S. people too. The U.S. people, too, are divided into black and white, union and non-union, employed and unemployed. This structure, the U.S. Negro is no more unhappy than the Puerto Rican copyright are all our Latin American brothers who, impelled by poverty, stow to wash dishes in U.S. cities. 9. This disunity of discrimination has been overcome. The unity of the laboring class marked the first step towards final liberation. Ires depend on disunity among the people. Today we are in together. We know where we are headed. We march urifted. There are just a few who are against us. They are allies of the empires, the big merchants, the industrialists, who used to get crumbs from the U.S. empire. They will continue with the mentality of beggars. Today they beg for intervention. When imperial powers get tired of feeding them, they come here to beg for a piece of bread. Ton will see then desperately seeking work, then all of us will have the duty of stretching out a hand to them and receiving then as one of us. The allies of the Cap-ire, those who tried to wreck our economy at their master *G behest, used to profit from your work and take the money to U.S. banks. The step has been taken. A new horizon has opened, but with it GCZM serious obligations too. Again, today, we must change our mentality. IMO-D battles for minimal gains must disappear. Think of the past * think copyright F recent past, before January 1st, when wages were much lower, when working conditions were worse, when there was no recourse. We should remember the great gains made. These gains must be defended every day with our sense of responsibility, with our work. TBS time nag past when the owner of a factory refused to obey laws, when the worker was a pariah abandoned to his fate. Fidel has said that next year will be the year of ending illiteracy, the year when we wipe out that shame. By the end of the next year, 1962, have the obligation of wiping out unemployment forever. But remember, this task is not one which calls for applause at one particular moment, it is a task that calls for every effort during these 2 years. Difficult conditions surround it. We must provide work for a nation which suffered from very serious chronic unemployment. UE must carry out this task while we think about aggressions from abroad, aid from within. UE must do this task while keeping a rifle at our side, with threat of a war that could destroy all that requires so much work to build. But if we are to face that, it is up to us to come out of it stronger and victorious. We are working for the future, the others are maneuvering to put us back in the past. History is moving very fast, faster than the Pentagon or US senators like. Every day new cries of freedom rise in the world. Even when there is what appears to be defeat, as in the Congo, our progress continues. In America we have done something which already is history. Today we can hold our heads high, today we can speak to you, because there is electricity provided by oil that is delivered by a friend of the snail country, so we can continue our fight for freedom. And remember, this oil is furnished cheaper than the nearer oil of Venezuela, for example. This oil is delivered without demanding sovereignty or dignity in exchange. Remember _pound bat all sugar which TJ.s. Imperialists refuse to buy will he bought by this friend. Thanks to this we can keep our factories operating at a pace until recently undreamed of, providing employment, advancing agrarian reform, setting an example in Latin America. Remember that many peoples with living conditions and freedom much inferior to ours are battling. Be ready to help others, like British Guyana, suffering from colonial oppression. Let us remember that the people of Puerto Rico are still under imperialism, that their island has been made an atomic base, that their leader Pedro Albizu Campos is condemned to slow death in a dungeon for the crime of fighting for freedom. With all men and women of this country whose economic condition is worse than ours registered, the victory today is victory for all Cuban people and the American continent and all oppressed peoples of the world. As we take another trench from the enemy, we should remember that this battle is worldwide in scope. We have our shoulders the glorious task of being an outpost for America and for liberation of the world registered. Trying to smooth out all petty differences in our ranks, we oust begin the great task of reorganizing the tobacco industry registered. We have a difficult task because copyright the great numbers of people employed in the various branches of the industry. Our places of employment must be kept going, the living standard of every worker must be improved registered. Our task is to mechanize in order to produce copyright or, not to displace some employed men *. Therefore, at most seek new markets. There are many markets, even though tobacco is not an item of vital necessity. In many places of the world Cuban tobacco is not known registered. Formerly Cuban smokes were just for a small stratum of society in wealthy countries. Cuban cigar registered were luxury. As those groups become more and more enemies of Cuba, gradually they become poorer. We must seek markets elsewhere, that is the job. Copyright those of us who deal with foreign trade. We need help fro registered all of you, understanding and unity fro registered all of you. Hot umnke up the tobacco industry. We call on you to work for improvement in the industry. You know that the voice of the government is the voice of the people. When the government asks for cooperation, it law because cooperation is needed. I am happy to congratulate you on this NM gain for the Cuban laboring MSS. Editor 1 registered note W, Havana, Radio Progreso, in Spanish to Cuba, on September 19, at Q300 cut, in an unscheduled broadcast, states that the president of the Nacional Bank of Cuba guarantees the accounts of all depositors in TBS 3 Nacionalist U.5 banks. They are urged, however, not to be frightened into withdrawing large sums of money at once. He informs all employees of these banks that they have the right to unionize and none of the posts of unionized personnel will be abolished, and asks that the members of the Union of Bank Employees abstain from any extrema action which might cause alert registered. Radio Swan reports that a Cuban refugee, who arrived in Florida registered IBAPR 61, said that Che Guevara is in a critical condition following an attempted suicide. The refugee, who has just escaped from Finmar del Rio, said that Che Guevara met with the government military leaders in Pina del Rio regarding details of the armed rebellion and the land ng of the Liberation Army, and that when the meeting ended, Che said to one of his colleagues, "I have failed as a good communist." He then went to an adjoining room and turned his WWN weapon on himself and was, Aracuslov, wounded. 2 persona were hurt the evening of 23/61 in Rio de Janeiro when unidentified persons in an auto, which tied, threw a bomb into a place there. A meeting of supporters of Cuban Premier Fidel Castro taking place. The attempt took place when Guevara, Celia, mother, see Argentine files, of Guevara Serna, Escobedo Che, Cuban Minister of Industry, v.as making a speech. The expulsion caused some panic among the participants of the meeting. The PLO are investigating and have arrested 2 suspects. The Pernambuco State Legislative Assembly has denied the request to permit Senora Guevara to speak before that body. She was the object of several hostile demonstrations in Recife. FBIS 24/61. Source 1. Of recent weeks Fidel Castro has shown signs of extreme nervousness and fear. He is constantly surrounded by armed guards and now takes careful security measures, whereas a while ago he was lax in this respect. When he travels he moves quickly from building to automobile and slumps down low on the car seat while traveling. His car is always receded and followed by cars with heavily RCL Lydia men, and there are always Arte Ayusha in the Sachs car with HLC. Castro has always been erratic, but in recent weeks he has shown himself to be extremely jitter. It has been apparent and distrust between top officials of the Cuban government. Fidel and RW partly suspect each other of trying to undermine the other, and Castro suspects both of trying to undermine him. On several occasions, Fidel, in his long ranting tirades on television, has blurted out state meets regard in GTH in GS that were supposed to be secret. He then cocked C DFTHE error by saying, X shouldn't have said that, Ramiro Valt 3/will be angry with me for telling secrets. 3 The invasion alarm of 15-16-17 Cavial CR appears to S and £M only from Fidel's nervousness. There appears to be no basis in fact for his belief that an invasion is imminent. The internal situation has not yet become acute enough that Fidel must divert people's attention from their troubles to an imaginary invasion. It is possible that the presence of U.S. fleet units in the Caribbean could be the basis of Fidel's fears, but if so, he is the only one who is experiencing this fear. When Richard Goodwin met Che Guevara at a party in Uruguay in August 1961, approximately 4 months after the Bay of Pigs invasion, it was unlikely that it was fortuitous. Goodwin suspected that Che wanted the meeting. Goodwin was then an aide to President John F. Kennedy. Goodwin had a discussion with Che and wrote 3 memos to JFK. By 1961 the Cuban economy was in trouble, the United States was strangling it. Washington's policymakers, Goodwin and Kennedy in particular, regretted that they had allowed the Cuban Revolution to take power. Their regrets echoed those of Winston Churchill when he reflected that, in retrospect, we should have strangled the Bolshevik baby in its crib. Che Guevara was the head of the Cuban delegation at the Punta del Este conference of the Organization of American States where the meeting between Che and Goodwin took place. Che made a major speech at the conference condemning the recently proclaimed Alliance for Progress, stating that Cuba guaranteed not to export revolution, but what we do guarantee this conference is that if urgent measures of social prevention are not taken, the example of Cuba will take root in the people of the Americas. 1. The conference marked a high point in the rising tensions between Washington and Havana. However, in his first memo, Goodwin informs Kennedy that Che approached him looking for a modus vivendi between Cuba and the United States. He heard Che out. He reports that Che was extremely personable and well informed. The second memo, in Goodwin's words, is substantially a complete account of the entire conversation. Then, in his third and last memo on the meeting, Goodwin suggests policies of further isolation, and economic warfare and propaganda. He hopes these will succeed in reversing the Cuban Revolution, again restoring the Caribbean as an American lake. Goodwin's reputation today remains as an American liberal intellectual. Memorandum for the President. The following is an extremely condensed statement regarding some aspects of our Cuba policy. The conference at Punta del Este adds, 1. Believe, 2 new factors to our consideration of Cuba policy. First, is the conversation with Che Guevara which is appended to this paper. I believe this conversation coupled with other evidence which has been accumulating indicates that Cuba is undergoing severe economic stress, that the Soviet Union is not prepared to undertake the large effort necessary to get them on their feet. A Brazilian told me you don't feed the lamb in the mouth of the lion registered 1, and that Cuba desires an understanding with the U.S. It is worth remembering that Guevara undoubtedly represents the most dedicated communist views of the Cuban government. And if there is room for any spectrum of viewpoint in Cuba, there may be other Cuban leaders even more anxious for an accommodation within the U.S. This is only a speculative possibility, but it is, 1. Believe, a reasonable speculation. Second, is the emerging fact that any hop-for-oxs action along the lines of the Colombian initiative is dead. It is my slow-run belief that the big countries, Brazil and Mexico especially, are not prepared to buy this. That they feel such action would be a meaningless gesture at great internal political cost to them, and that there is no point on going ahead without the support of the large countries. A numerical majority led by Nicaragua and Peru would not be in our interests. This being so, I believe we should consider the following general lines of action. Sanitized. A. Pay little public attention to Cuba. Do not allow them to appear as the victims of U.S. aggression. Do not create impression we are obsessed with Castro, an impression which only strengthens Castro's hand in Cuba and encourages anti-American and leftist forces in other countries to rally round the Cuban flag. 1/p. Quietly intensify, wherever possible, the economic pressure. This means selectively discouraging those doing business with Castro. Invoking the trading with the enemy act upon the first apparent provocation, and focusing some expert attention on the problem of economic warfare. D. Step up propaganda aimed at telling the Cuban people how their government is sacrificing their welfare to international communists. Z. For widely publicizing the economic failures of the Castro regime throughout Latin America. E. Form the Caribbean Security Pact strictly as a defensive measure. Aside from the substantive value of such an organization in dealing with the spread of revolution, it will have an adverse impact on the psychology of peaceful coexistence which Castro is now trying to /young. F. SCE. See some New York of continuing the below-ground dialogue which begun. We can thus make it clear that we want to /p Cuba and would help Cuba if it would sever communist ties and begin democratization. In this way we can begin to probe the split in top leadership which might exist. 1. Dick Goodwin. 27, c. 1961. 76 Che Guevara and the FBI. August 22. 1961. Memorandum for the President. Subject, Conversation with Commandant Emilio Guevara of Cuba. The conversation took place the evening of August 17 at 2 a*m. Several members of the Brazilian and Argentine delegations had made efforts throughout the Punta del Este Cañaris to arrange a meeting between me and Che. This was obviously done with Che's approval *, if not his urging. One had avoided such a meeting during the conference. On Thursday W** arrived in Montevideo and I wait invited to a birthday party for the local Brazilian delegate to the free trade area. After I arrived, and had been there for about an hour, one of the Argentine present, who had been on the Argentine delegation, informed me they were inviting Che to the party. He arrived about 2 a.m. and told Edmundo Barbosa da Silva of Brazil and Joar and Chio Dareta of Argentine that he had something to say to me. The four of us entered a room, and the following is a summary of what took place. Though Argentine and Brazilian alternated as interpreters. Che was wearing green fatigues, and his usual overgrown and serngy beard. Behind the beard his features are quite soft, almost feminine, and Ms. Mamer is intense *, he has a good sense of humor, and there was considerable joking back and forth during the meeting. He seemed very ill at ease when W began to talk *, but soon became relaxed and spoke sly. Although he left no doubt of his personal and intense devotion to communism, Ms. conversation was free of propaganda and bombast. He spoke calmly, in a straightforward manner, and with Thursday appearance of detachment and objectivity. H left no doubt, at any time, that he felt completely free to speak for a government and rarely distinguished between Ms. personal observations and the official position of Cuban government. I had the definite impression that he had thought out his remarks very carefully. They were extremely well organized. I told him at copyright outset that I had AO authority to negotiate my country's problems, but would report what he ENLD to interested officials of our government. He said good sad BCG and O. Carrot. Guevara began by saying that I must understand the Cuban Revolution. They intend to build a socialist state, and the revolution which they have begun is revere this *, they are also now out of the U5 sphere of influence *, and that too is irreversible. They will establish a single * party system with Fidel as Secretary General of the party. Their tics with the seat stem from natural sympathies, and common beliefs in the proper structure of the social order. They foresee that they have the support of the masses for their revolution, and that support will grow as time passes. He said the United States must not act on the false emotion that, a. we can rescue Cuba from the claw registered of communism. He meant by other than direct military action, b. that Fidel is a moderate surrounded by a bunch of fanatic and aggressive rows, and might be moved to the western side, c. that the Cuban Revolution can be overthrown from within. There is, he said, diminishing support for such an effort and it will never be strong enough. He spoke of the great strength of the Cuban Revolution, and the impact it has had on liberal thought throughout Latin America. For example, he said, all the left-wing force registered in Uruguay were joining forces under the banner of Cuba. He said civil war would break out in many countries if Cuba were in danger, and such war might break out in any event. Ha spoke with great intensity on the impact of Cuba on the continent and the growing strength of its EKCOPL. He said that in building a communist state they had not repeated any of the aggressive moves of *T. They did not intend to construct an iron curtain around Cuba but to welcome technicians and visitors from all countries to come and work. He touched on the matter of the plane thefts. He said he didn't know if I knew, but they had not been responsible for any hijackings. The first plane was taken by a young fellow who was a carroted boy but a little wild and who is now in jail. They suspected that the last plane was taken by a provocateur, a DLA agent. He is afraid that if these thefts keep up it will be registered very dangerous. He began to discuss the difficulties of the Alliance for Progress. He asked me if X had heard his speech at the closing of the conference. I said I had listened it closely. He said that it explained high viewpoint the Alliance for Progress. In this speech he said the idea of the Alliance registered was fine, but it would fail. He spoke also of the play of historical forces working on behalf of communism, etc. that there would he either leftists revolutions or rightist coups leading to leftist T and Kiovs asterisk, and there was also a strong chance that the commies would get in through popular election. He then said he wished to add that there was an intrinsic contradiction in the Alana. By encouraging the forces of change and the desires of the masses, we might set loose forces which were beyond our control, ending in a Cuba-style revolution. Lever once did he indicate that Cuba might play a more direct role in the march of history. He then said, now that he had discussed our difficulties, he would like to discuss MS own problems, and Ha would like to do so very frankly. There were in Cub registered, he amid, several basic problems. 1. There was disturbing revolutionary sentiment, armed men, and sabotage. 2. The small bourgeoisie were hostile to the revolution or, at best, were lukewarm. 3. The Catholic Church, here he shook his head in dismay. 4. Their factories looked naturally to the U5 for resources, especially spare parts, and at times the shortages of these resources made things very critical. 5. They had accelerated the processoid development too rapidly, and their hard currency reserves were very low. Thus they were unable to import consumer good registered and meet basic needs of the people. He then said that they didn't want an understanding with the U.3, because they know that was impossible. They would like a modus vivendi, at least an interim modus vivendi. Cf. course, he said, it difficult to put forth a practical formula for such a modus vivendi. He knew because he had spent a lot cf. Time thinking about it. He thought we should put forth such a formula because Wo had public opinion to worry about, whereas he could accept anything without worrying about public opinion. I said nothing asterisk, and he waited and then said that asterisk in any event asterisk there were some things he had in mind. 1. That they could not give HMEJ the expropriated properties, the factories and banks, but they could pay for the and trad registered. 2. They could agree not to make any political alliance with the East, although this would not affect their natural sympathies. 3. They would have free elections, but only after a period of institutionalizing the revolution had been completed. In respound HSE to my question, he said that this included the establishment of a one-party system. 4. Of course, they would not attack Guantanamo. At this point he laughed as if at the absurdly self-evident nature of such a sentiment. 5. He indicated, very obliquely, and with evident reluctance because of the company in which we were talking asterisk, that they could also discuss the activities at the Cuban Revolution in other countries. He then went on to say that he wanted to thank us very much for copyright invasion, that it had been a great political victory for them, enabled them to consolidate, had transformed them from an aggrieved little country to an equal. Guevara said he knew it was difficult to discuss these things, but we could open up some of these issues by beginning to discuss subordinate issues. He suggested discussion of the airplane issue. Presumably, we would use the airplane issue as a cover for more serious conversation. They could discuss no formula that would mean giving up the type of society to which they were dedicated. At close, he said that Ho would tell of the substance of this conversation except Fidel. I said I would not publicize it either. Alter the EO Vreftalo was terminated. I left to record note *cm what had been said. He stayed at the party and talked with the 3 Raxalan and Argentine. The Argentine fellow Laretta called me the next morning to EA that Guevara had thought the conversation quite profitable and had told him that it was much easier to talk to someone of the #our generation. The above is substantially a complete account of the entire conversation. Richard N. Goodwin. 28, E. 1961. 1961-81. August 29. 1961. Memorandum for the President. A few additional details which did not seem important at the time one wrote the original memorandum about the encounter with Fhi. 1. Throughout the conference the Brazilian and to a lesser enfim to the Argentine had tried to arrange a social confrontation with Che. 1 had consistently refused each a pre-arranged meeting, the last and ISIL being to attend a final party on the last night of the conference *. 2 On the night before we left I went to Montevideo, did most of the rest of the delegation. One had not planned to go to Montevideo and decided to do EO only at the last moment. I arrived at the hotel and had dinner with Dkan Donnelly, pressman for the Treasury, Dylan secretary. 3. While we were finishing dinner, a few Actiane and Asas, a young member of the Argentine delegation and a eaple of Brazilian newspapermen along with a couple of blondes, asked me if one wanted to come along with them to a near a friend of theirs I said one would. 4. On leaving I remarked idlingly to the Argentine, "You're sure Che won't he there?" He took this very seriously and said of course not I wouldn't do anything like that. He informed me that Che was at the Brazilian embassy talking with his Brazilian pals 5. There were about 30 people at the party drinking dancing to American music. One talked with several people and after about an hour I was told that Che was coming. In a few minutes he arrived X did not go to talk to him, while all the women at the party swarmed around Min, one of the Brazilians he, Che, had something important to to me. There then began the conversation as reported in the memo. Although there were 4 of us present during most of the conversation, there were as many as 7 present at bombs times and we were being interrupted by waiters and autograph seekers. H's was the year that saw the world brought close to the brink of nuclear war in what is referred to in the United States as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviet Union had placed missiles in Cuba as a means of defending it against aggression from the United States. The United States threatened to bomb Cuba with nuclear weapons unless those missiles were withdrawn. Eventually, the missiles were withdrawn, supposedly in exchange for Washington's pledge not to invade Cuba. Carlos Lechuga, who was rushed to New York to take up the post of Cuba's ambassador to the United Nations during the crisis, observed that the roots of the conflict had been manifest ever since the triumph of the revolution in 1959. The seeds of the climax already existed, nurtured by Washington's policy of extreme aggression that reached a critical point in 1962 and went beyond the limits of the arms race during the Cold War. Cuba, wrote Lechuga, had thrown off its yoke as a U.S. protectorate and was standing up against U.S. hegemony in its immediate sphere of influence. One Che Guevara's continued insistence that armed struggle was the only solution for freedom in Latin America caused consternation in Washington and was a factor in their negotiations with the Soviet Union. The United States kept open its option of destroying communism in Cuba. Sorry, comrade professors and students of this department. While listening to the speaker who preceded me, I was thinking of the contacts TB and TW have HNDINTH registered last 3 years, and how circumstances have changed radically, including relation between the students of this university and the revolutionary government one. We ain't dealing today with student copyright of a new technology department which responds to the demands of new times within a reformed university in a counexy which is changing rapidly and moving toward the building of a social system LCV7 which would have been considered a fantasy only a few years ago. It is our registered fate today to be the vanguard and bulwark of new ideas that have come to these shores, giving to the people sufficient strength to resist the attacks of an enemy who is still very powerful. Theirs was a talk given here in regard to the role of the technology students within the framework of national industrialization. In fact, the THIRD goes much further than the industrialization and beyond the students OF1 or the other faculty. The topic today is that of the role of the students within the revolutionary process. The student registered do not represent a class, but they reflect the aspirations of the social das registered to which they belong. Therefore, the university changes its thinking and organization with the changes occurring in the makeup of the students. This happens here and at the other universities in Cuba. There are many comrade students who belong to a social class which has been destroyed as such in the battle that was waged in Cuba, students who are incapable of perceiving the changes in this country and unwilling to accept the new historical truth. But there are also those who, although coming from a social class which has been destroyed, are capable of understanding historical necessity and the absolute impossibility of changing what has occurred in Cuba. Students who want to join the revolution. It is the task of the university copyright attract the greatest possible number of students and to convert them to the new mentality that has to exist and does in fact exist. This new mentality asterisk has to be made more perfect as we are improving our economy and getting into a position where we can give to the people more product registered and a better life, in other words, more material justice. But before reaching that ideal stage of inequality in which everybody gives lag to his capacity and receive registered according to high asterisk needs, this society he built. First, we have to pass though an intermediate stages. This is the socialist society. We are now at the stage of building a socialist society which must entail the liquidation of elicitation of nan by nan, a sore equitable distribution of the national revenue, and constantly increasing production for our people. We are, of course, still far from being able to say that we have built so alaliza. We are still far away from the % in which we can start preparations for the transition toward ekmala asterisk verdelfks, la the Soviet toyo. They are already preparing for this transition asterisk. She utopias of the philosophers of the last century are about to be ikpian sacie for husaidi. She shows us merely that Harsden is a science. Vihatar the aspirations of a class are felt by those who belong to it or not. It must be admitted that Marxian is a science and that, as a science, it has been able to foresee the future of Wayanelti. It is in our bend hashtag to accelerate or delay the transition towards Soalaliza. Evidently the counter-revolutionaries are doing everything in their power to delay this transition. In many cases they believe centrally that they are fighting for a cause that has possibilities of victory. IM's belief in the possibility of victory and the usual characteristics of the class struggle have elevated the deep split of TBS Cuban people in recent days. It has brought to Bini registered I-registered BF sin 2y those known SS Aldla class profound difficulties within the tally asterisk. It has led to great difference. And caused Aniknradi to receive the shock of their Varan leaving, of their parents going sway at Tilza asterisk, and of Thalra brothers fighting in Tha counter-revolution. It has eought the struggle at this TIAA to turn into a fight to the death. It mans Tat brothers seps rotted by ideological problem to Tha point of joining SNPJ and different classes error to fight to death. IME is, of course, a sad feature of revolutions. Severer, the people's revolutions are always generous asterisk, but they have to apply VLTH a duty which takas precede NCE over any general THA duty of keeping alive and of progressing. The attacks of the Caatlan eggs JJ gat THA new society in THA process on for BCTLCN bust be wet with, Fulfbro. Reaction also RESP onda. With all its bite and toe finding ensues are. As toe force hashtag of reaction are knowing weaker in the process of the creation of THA socialist society, toe bitterness of tot class struggle VLLL be weakened and render the transition easier for an. But it is our duty. Always to save what can TFS saved and to recover what can he recovered asterisk the one. Who this /ls rushing against all opposition is not a hetexl revali it ibn vlry than th registered ona who riazdas and ia trying jkp pekrovins x-rayed student, worker, or fnmer of the fairness and justice of the revolution asterisk. On the contrary, he who knows how to do this well and who is doing it high giving an exemplar himself, is a much better revolutionary asterisk. There is nothing that is so convincing than one's example to express or defend an idea asterisk. But the basic task of the young students of the university is to study and to study acre in preparation for the new society registered to this effect. It is necessary to develop socialist awareness and to increase production asterisk. What does development of revolutionary awareness meant? It means asterisk basically that theory and practice must always be joined asterisk. The development of a revolutionary consciousness must be closely related to the study of the social and economic phenomena which prevail in our times, and to revolutionary action asterisk. Revolutionary action among students is primarily study asterisk. Students must look for the reply to the problems of this time asterisk. They must go on changing their attitudes toward basic problems asterisk in the first place. There is the attitude toward work * physical labor during the capitalist period was considered a necessary evil symbolic of the lack of ability to reach high ER levels, those of the exploiters, or * those of the aides of exploiters. The attitude of our technicians toward manual labor was vitiated by this kind of prejudice *. The mid-LE class used to foster this prejudice. It and a hashtag interested in splitting the exploited masses, because an engineer or technician working for an imperialist company was also a exploited individual. Registered. This attitude toward manual labor must be changed. Registered. It has already been changed. In talks with representatives of the students copyright F the Department of Technology, we have reached a series of A*W*TIFSR student TE to work in projects and industrial plants. Manual labor is part of the work of society equal to other work *. There MMT no differentiation between manual and intellectual labor *. Those who want to a useful in intellectual and technical work will be given an opportunity by the ministry *. VE must change our attitude toward development programs *. We must learn more about planning *. Planning is important at this time *. We have sensed the need for it at this time with our own instincts *. We have clashed with obstacles put into our way *. We have realized that our lack of foresight had been responsible for such obstructions *. We have learned the lesson well and are arranging things rapidly *. Starting with this year of planning when he not only a familiar team, but to real. Meaning will be well KNCWN to the students and EDFANI and BS of Cuba. Summary, let us celebrate another 25 May not any more in this generous country, but in Argentina. This statement was made by Maj. Ernesto Guevara / in delivering the main address at the Argentine Nacional holiday celebration. Major Guevara spoke before several hundred Argentinians residing in Cuba at a function organized by the Argentine-Cuban Friendship Institute. He said that Cuba has the glory of being the initiator of this new era of liberation in Latin America. The industry minister made reference also to the case of the Guatemalan Revolution, which was destroyed by Yankee imperialism. Guevara said that there is no victorious revolution which does not set out first to change the defeated army by replacing it with a new army and to establish the rule of the masses. This is what we have done, Guevara added. Copyright that is our merit. It is the experience which we can offer to the peoples of the world and which the peoples of the hemisphere may interpret with greater vigor, because we are speaking the same language and have had the same experiences. Subsequently, Guevara said, we do not presume that this experience constitutes the only way for the independence of the Americas, but we do say that it is the most important way. In another part of his address, Guevara said that in order to achieve the revolution it is necessary to seize the arms that acts available and to turn a small army into a great people registered army. After referring to the deeds of May 25, 1810 in Argentina, Guevara said that copyright F liberation is being repeated here today in copyright small Caribbean island where the experiences which occurred at one moment of Argentine history are actually being lived through At another point, Guevara said that our revolution is one which needs to expand its ideas and that other people are helping and embracing us. Let other peoples of the hemisphere get angry and take up arms or seize power and aid them in this task which is the task of the entire hemisphere. Idea of Humpty * Guevara said in his address. He added that the monopolist and imperialist enemy will not be defeated definitively until the last one of its magnates has at least been sent to jail or to the execution block. Guevara stressed that all the people of America must fight for the noble idea of destroying the monopolists and imperialists to rid themselves definitively of exploitation and hunger. 31-1962, FBIS report on part of a speech by Che Guevara on the May 25 Argentine national holiday. He stresses that armed revolution is not the only way to achieve the independence of the Americas, but the most important way. 1962-89. Info dated Enris *, 1962. Text, Havana. In the only interview given by Cuban leader since the Cuban crisis began over a month ago, Cuba / Deputy Premier and Minister of Industries, Commandant Che Guevara / on November 23 underlined the ever-present threat of American regression against Cuba, despite American attempts to lull the world into a false sense of security. For over 2 hours until well past midnight I discussed the situation with him in his office on Havana's Revolution Square NS. He put Cuba's point of view with complete franchise and sincerity. The olive green uniform which he, like all other Cuban leaders, still wears, the armed guards on the building and the men and women drilling in the streets as I came to his office also underline the sense of imminent danger which every Cuban feels. The rockets have gone, he said, and the 11 to 28 planes are going, but the Americans still want to come here. They have still not given any guarantee against aggression and make everything dependent on unilateral inspection, which we will not accept. What is more, the Americans reserve the right to be the sole arbiters as to when they should intervene openly as well as the right to violate our airspace whenever they want. Major Guevara said that the situation therefore is still serious, but what happens in the future depends on a number of circumstances. The U.S. is trying to estimate what it would cost to liquidate Cuba and what it would gain from liquidating Cuba, he said, and on the results of this estimation will depend the decision on whether they launch their attack. If they attack, he continued, we shall fight to the end. If the rockets had remained, we would have used them all and directed them against the very heart of the United States, including New York, in our defense against aggression. But we haven't got them, so we shall fight with what we've got. In the face of an aggressor like the US, there can be no solution other than to fight to the death, inflicting the maximum damage on the enemy. Major Guevara said he realizes that to some people this might sound highly emotional, but during the days of acute crisis the Cuban people appreciated that it was faced with the threat of atomic annihilation and that their determination to resist meant that they would die because they were in the front line. Whether the Americans attack internal situation and of the solidarity of the peoples us. We are under no illusion. We depend on the solidarity of. Or not depends on their XT. 2e.te of our internet, 1-1 situation. That is vhy of the Vorad ie of such importance to wo no ve cannot exist 011 our own. The socialist camp and of the whole world. 11. File not underestimating the importance, of the solidarity movement that has developed in the world in support of Cuba, Lajor. Guevara considered that the most effective form of help was the armed struggle already taking place in CF Latin American countries where the peoples are in action to overthrow American imperialism. We know, he continued, that some people in Europe are saying that a great victory has been won. But we say that the danger is still here, and we say that while war may have been avoided, that does not mean that peace has been assured. And VE ask whether in exchange for some slight pound pin VE have only prolonged the agony. For so far, all that hath happened is that a confrontation has been avoided. I then asked Major Guevara what was the present state of relations between the Soviet Union and Cuba, especially in view of Premier Fidel Castro's statement on November 1 that certain misunderstandings or discrepancies had arisen. During Comrade Mikoyan's visit, he said, we went into a great number of questions with the Soviet Union. We discussed frankly and fully and each side put high 3-point of view. We know that the Soviet Union is the friend that can help us most, and we are convinced that it will continue to help us. All we have done is to use our right as an independent party within the framework of the principles of international proletarian solidarity. The discrepancies are past and will not be of importance in the future. We consider ourselves part of the socialist world and absolutely faithful to Marxism-Leninist ideas. My next question was on the effects of the U.S. economic blockade of Cuba and how Cuba has dealt with the situation. Major Guevara pointed out that while President Kennedy had announced the end of the so-called quarantine, the economic blockade continues and that President Kennedy himself had declared that political, economic, and other measures against Cuba will be intensified. He pointed out too that the blockade had been imposed in a number of stages. The first stage was when the U.S. closed its ports to Cuban goods and stopped the export of goods Cuba needed. Then the United States sked its allies not to trade with Cuba. And now, he continued, the United States is preparing to impose sanctions on those ships, merchants, and manufacturers who are trading with Cuba. This will hit Britain most of all. There could be further acts in this connection. But we can say that each time, we have found ways of overcoming the effects of this blockade policy. Guevara said that it would be ridiculous to pretend that the blockade has not hit Cuba, for our factories and public services are equipped mostly with American and British machinery, which need spare parts for servicing. But if WC cannot get these spare parts, he added, then we shall find other ways of overcoming our difficulties, and we have achieved considerable success in this respect already. Of course, this will mean hardship for us, but today it is impossible to strangle a country economically. So we shall win out. Of course, it will mean that our development plans will have to be modified and be less ambitious. On President Kennedy's threat to use, apart from political and economic pressure, other measures against Cuba, Guevara said that this covered the whole field of paramilitary action, including espionage, sabotage, the dropping of arms and agents by parachute along Cuba's long coastline, in fact, everything short of open war, while reserving the right to resort to open attack. The violation of our airspace continues all the time, and we have not seen the end of this sort of thing by any means. Major Guevara then gave some interesting details about the way in which the Cuban people had strengthened their political organization in the past year in face of the growing American threat. The trade unions, the Women's Organization, the Young Communist League, and the MSS organizations of the people in the defense committees which exist in every street and village have been drawn into the solution of a multitude of questions, including things like rationing, health measures, especially vaccination, immunizations of micheal and ratner, as well as ensuring round-the-clock vigilance to protect factories, fields, and homes against sabotage and espionage. The past 7 months, however, have been especially significant, for they have seen the beginning of the formation of the new United Party of the Socialist Revolution, PURS, following the removal of the former Coranist leader Aníbal Escalante for sectarianism and his attempts to create an elite separated from the masses of the people. At present, the political organization of the Cuban people is the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, ORL, which was formed from Fidel Castro's July 26 movement, the old Popular Socialist Party, and the Directoire, which was mainly a students' organization. THQ/NEV Pirudi is UIR.G formed on the basis of Jason's meetings being held at all places of work. The Forcaro are invited to choose node workers freeru among themselves. These are then invited to join the Rev Party, while the fitness for R.E. abership of the new party of leaders of the present organizations is also discussed at mass meetings. This process is continuing at the present time all over the country, although it has been held up somewhat by the mobilization measures necessitated by the crisis of the past month. When depleted by the beginning of next year, it is hoped to have the first nucleus of sane 50,000 to 60,000 members and to hold the first Congress of the new party built on the basis of men and women chosen by the people thou 3 elves to be the vanguard of Cuba's socialist revolution. My al question to Major Guevara was on the contribution that the Cuban Revolution has made to the development of Marxist thought and practice. His reply was typically modest, and he deliberately limited himself to the effects of the Cuban example in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, he said, has shown that in conditions of imperialist domination such as exist in Latin America, there is no solution but armed struggle for the people to take power out of the hands of the Yankee imperialists and the sick small group of the national bourgeoisie who work with them. The question then was, he added, how this armed struggle could he most effectively carried through * while the bourgeoisie had their armed forces concentrated in the cities where they had the factory workers at their mercy. They were comparatively weak in the countryside, where the peasants are living mostly in a BTO of feudal oppression and are also very revolutionary. Cuba has shown, and he continued, that small guerrilla groups, well led and located in key points, with strong links with the masses of the people, can CCT as a catalyst of the masses, bringing them into max struggle through action. Such action, to be convincing, must be effective, and guerrilla action has shown how armed forces can be beaten and how guerrillas can be converted into an army which eventually can destroy the armed forces of the class enemy. We say, Major Guevara continued, that this can be done in a large number of Latin American countries. But this is not to say that Cuba's example is to be followed mechanically, but rather adapted to the specific conditions in each of Latin America *620 countries. He pointed out that in Venezuela, Guatemala, Paraguay, and Colombia, guerrillas are already active in armed struggle against the American imperialists and their henchmen, while there have been clashes in Nicaragua and Peru, and none of this had any physical connection with Cuba. There is no other solution possible in these countries except armed struggle. The objective conditions for this exist, and Cuba's example has shown these countries the way. Intelligence note: Che Guevara interview shows bitterness. Cuba left undefended diamond suit in his only public statement since the outset of the missile crisis. Che Guevara, whose views usually parallel Fidel's, complained yesterday to a correspondent of the London Daily Worker that the withdrawal of the Soviet missiles had not removed the threat of U.S. aggression *, while he granted the immediate danger of war was avoided. He denied that a great victory had been achieved *, instead he feared that agony may only have been prolonged *. Nevertheless, he said, Cuba will fight to the death with what weapons it has left *. Early support for missiles in Cuba *. Guevara was probably an early advocate of bringing Soviet missiles into Cuba *. It was during his visit to Moscow, while the build-up was in progress, that Soviet military aid to Cuba was first formally acknowledged * soon after some Guevara call #F. The Soviet aid a matter of historic importance before which the US would have no choice but to capitulate *. The significance of his words only became clear as the extent of the build-up became known *. TT Che, SL. Present bitterness is probably a reaction to his foamier enthusiasm *. Focus shifted to Latin America *. Guevara notes the continued necessity of relying on the USSR, but he cites as more important the pro-Castro anti-US activities in Latin America as the key to gaining independence of U.S. imperialism * in precisely the way that Mao Zedong might like. He called for armed struggle in the countryside to expand the revolutionary base * while emphasizing the Cuban example, and denying direct Cuban involvement in other Latin revolutionary movements. Che probably had in mind a Fidel-led native Marxist movement in this hemisphere, one which Cuban activists could hardly keep their fingers out of * would suggest that we soon would face the prospect of Operational Sam. 36.1962, document from John A. McCone, director of the CIA, possibly to the Secretary of State or the President concerning an agreement with the Soviet Union regarding Cuba. Specifically mentions as one of three negative indicators Che Guevara's Daily Worker interview, document 34, on armed struggle. McCone says Cuba will pursue the arms struggle already taking place in a number of Latin American countries. Stenary, on this 66th anniversary of the death of Antonio Maceo in the fight for the liberation of the people of Cuba, as they do every year, render tribute / owe his ifeary * the people pass before his monument as in the past, but today when we are engaged in the task of building socialism in Cuba, the memory of Antonio Maceo touches on a new light * all the history of his life, his marvelous struggle and his heroic death take on new meaning *. After his death, leaders capable of carrying the revolutionary war in Cuba through to complete liberation from all the colonial powers were not yet emerging on the horizon, and his heirs did not have sufficient penetration to understand the scope of the Yankee plans and all the malignant maneuvers buried in the main and what followed. The struggle was not over. But, unfortunately, the task nf the libs ration of Cuba is not completed even today. So long as the imperi appetite, its desire to destroy Kur revolution, VE must continue on of our fighting. Cow VRE have passed the harshest test any people can passed through *, we have faced atomic destruction. We have watched the enemy prepare immense resources in rockets, arms of destruction of all kinds *, we have seen all of this arsenal pointed toward Cuba *, we have heard his threats *, we have been his planes streaking over Kur territory, through our airspace *, and this people, worthy of Macio's lineage, of Martí, and of Máximo Gómez, did not tremble, nor did they vacillate, and the modem world saw the extraordinary spectacle of a whole people preparing for the worst of catastrophes with incredible morale. All of the history of the great heroic struggles of humanity could be summed up without exaggeration, without excessive chauvinism, in this moment of the history of Cuba *, all of Kur people are Macios. All of our people fought to be in the front line in a battle in which they would be attached from air, sea, and land, fulfilling our function as the advance guard of the socialist world in this moment and this specific place in the struggle registered. Therefore the beloved words of Maceo resound in the heart of the Cuban people, and we point to the words on the fascia of his monument: anyone who attempts to seize Cuba will gather the dust of its soil dracund in blood if he does not perish in the struggle. This was *, spirit of Maceo, and this is the spirit of all our people. We have been worthy of him in these recent difficult moments. Registered X, and this confrontation we have been perhaps only millimeters away from atomic disaster. With Maceo 11 vital J in the future of humanity, in the future of all that is noble in humanity, in the socialist future of humanity. VE repeat, perhaps slightly changing his words, that so long as there remains in America, or perhaps so long as there remains in the world and wrong to be righted, and injustice to be corrected, the Cuban Revolution cannot stop. It must continue forward and feel within itself all the wrongs of this oppressed world in which it is our fate to live. It must make its own the sufferings of peoples which, like ours a few years ago, are raising the banner of freedom and see themselves massacred, destroyed by colonial power. Not only here to America where we have so many ties, but to Africa, to Asia, wherever a PEOP lean arms raises any weapon which may be the symbol of the machete of Maceo or the machete of Máximo Gómez, wherever the national leaders of these peoples raise their voices, which may symbolize the voice of Martí, there our people must take their affection, their immense understanding. A people emerging from a test such as ours has emerged from cannot be indifferent to any injustice in any place on earth. This people would cease to be a follower of Martí if it should remain indifferent when somewhere in the world the repressive powers massacre the people. Today we commemorate our heroes of the past, because their struggle was but registered a phase of the same struggle of humanity to free itself of exploitation / because all the words of Antonio Maceo Martí and Gómez are applicable today in this state of the fight against imperialism. They followed the same reed of liberation of the peoples, the road of tireless struggle against colonial power #38, B. 1962. 1962 103. BHHH3 Cuba December 10, 1962. Eddie's same road law being followed by may peoples of the world and various parts of various continents, they rise to tell imperialism that when reason is not enough there is also the strength of the people, to teach imperialism that when the people unite * there is no force of arms which can to carrot them #*. Imperialism may advantage of a moment of weakness of the people, of its credulity sometimes, as in the case of the unfortunate hero of the Congo, Patrice Lumumba, but never can it stop the advance of the people's *. And against its bestial arrogance, its desire to annihilate everything which is pure in the world, men rise, men led by people who raise the banners of Martí, Máxeo, and Gómez. Anywhere in the world where these flags flutter we must turn our copyright yes and our salute against imperialism which threatens us today with as much fury as yesterday, with as great a desire to destroy us as yesterday, which 7. Preparing in silence a new underhand attack, we bring forth the arsenal of all our strength, all our faith. We point to the slogans of all great fighters, who represent the will of the people, and we add the newest, the latest, which our people have made in this latest stage of their history, to hurl it again and again into the face of imperialism, ease land or death, we shall VLNJH, applause. Che Guevara is appointed a member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the United Party of the Socialist Revolution. He travels to Algeria to celebrate the first anniversary of independence, attends a UN conference on trade and development, travels to Moscow for the 47th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, and in December 1964 heads the Cuban delegation to the UN General Assembly. The documents contain the usual rumors about rifts between Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. Fidel is described as ill, of sloppy appearance and as an alcoholic, and Che is said to be in disgrace. There is also a request for a more recent copy of Che's fingerprints. In a 5-page CIA biography, Che is described as a dry, calculating man, familiar with Western culture, with an acute aversion to bathing. Cuba is considered to have shortcomings from a communist standpoint, as Cubans prefer to idle in the sun or dance to their native rhythms. A number of important speeches by Che Guevara are contained in these documents, in which he lauds the heroism of Vietnam, calls the Organization of American States the Ministry of Colonies, and describes elections in the United States as North Americans simply having the power to elect their jailer for 4 years. About THA 1st of December, I read in the newspaper F.Evoluclan that Che Guevara had been J. Crancal and various satellite countries. 2. In the same edition of Revolucion, I read that Mrs. P. Orticos, the President 1 SVIFE, and her children were leaving for Switzerland, as Mrs. Porticos needed to undergo an operation. And 39 1963, documents 39 to 41 contain reports from informants in Cuba. Although the information is unevaluated, it does give a sense of the self-serving nature of the reports from those opposed to the Cuban Revolution. Document 39 reports what an informant read in a newspaper, although the title of the document implies that Che Guevara needed permission even to take a trip out of Cuba. Substantial information is deleted. Very strong rumors have been circulating recently in Havana concerning TB increasing friction between Castro and his henchmen, Che Guev M. 0 Iazmtopina. And /Bsfael Rodriguez. It is said that Fidel VL She's 00 cease L contact VLTH the USS-3 and the European satellites and transfer his SUPP or TJ do Kajan else China *. The other 3 OCA strongly oppose the switch and are bringing out political pressure on Fidel *. 2 Castro, in turn, has sought the support of the University of Havana students and has spent such time recently tabling to the students *. 3 It is also rumored that he is singling VLTH the students in order to overcome the considerable disaffection VH has developed within student groups at the university. There was acme talk of an attempt by students to assassinate Castro *. 4 Those Vivo have seen Fidel recently report that he has lost Vulgit, VEIH, MA into a sloppy appearance and has been drinking heavily. And 1963, CIA report on increasing friction between Che Guevara and Fidel Castro and other substantially inaccurate information. 1963-64 109. 2 Che Guevara was transferred *fro the Ministry of Industry about September $C and is now head of the JICS flan. Che felt he could help the economy of Cuba better by personally directing JUS FLAE. Unfortunately, the JUCPLA 3 so far has been a failure also. 3 Che imported many co-ionists and follow travelers FRC and nearly all Latin American countries, and gave them important jobs in the Ministry of Industry. Most of these people were. The Cuban government is now training Cubans to take over YLJL FEJCBS. The NIL's problem in this respect is that they are selecting young Cuban boys for these jobs who have graduated from Castro-Co-Runist indoctrination schools. Many are barely literate. Most of these boys kni FRC and farm NNDBW nothing about economics. H. The latest and newest trend, however, is to recruit well-qualified Cuban persona when the government knows they're anti-ceramist. Thes star. Tvrkan air takes told that if THY will go a good job they will net be required to join the militia, attend communist meeting : or TRYCTR or ESC tin asterisk, they go not vish to QTTCR.U hashtag Trinity Arc Proxneal, G. People very important petitions with high CRL oris. There have been a few people that have accepted these positions, but dust of the people have turned jobs down because they do not dare to be tainted as Germanists, on. Even if they get high salaries they cannot buy anything with the money. The Guevara has not appeared in public lately, one single ojer not made a. Che Guevara appears disgrace BHSSE, he primarily credited with the great ECONACNC failure of Cuba hashtag WCK, in turn, blames all his expert economic advisors that he imported from all of the Latin and American countries that he is now sending Hasi. Fidel Castro is also attempting to purge the old Lire communists hashtag EE is in fact replacing these old-time Kazimriists with new Casto-type socialists hashtag ___ tree only old-type communist that Fidel Tino trusts is Carlos Rafael Rodriguez hashtag all TB other old-type communists will be purged as soon as the proper native can be NIOUNRM. Orjaluegel is also crying to vu all former July Persamelful, and university students. It delivered NMY lectures lately at the University of Havana and has also talked personally to many of the university students asking for their support. Fidel is also trying to get the support of veterans of Flisaran, the BUADC, kids attending Zionist indoctrination school, and other young students now attending secondary schools. Fidel NRRCLIT, eking nearly full tier fief lately, telling young people and floatin' tich the JJ3SI cannot be trusted, that they must have a great socialist revolution of their own. Ecobedo Guevara presently serves the Cuban government as Minister CF Industries, as Secretary of JUC2PLVN, the Board of Economic Planning and Coordination, as a National of RJRS, the developing monolithic Cuban Party, UND as the unofficial but powerful political advisor to Fidel Castro. An original member of the Grana expedition in $1.6 he rose to become one of TNE's most prominent military commanders in the mountains and later became one of the major voices in the Cuban economy. An advocate of rapid industrialization despite the cost, Guevara recently has been forced to reverse his position to one of concentration on consumer goods. He maintains that Cuba's economic future lies in ****, and consequently, I frequently at odds with Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, Minister-President of the Institute for Agrarian Reform, HFRA, who feels that Cuba must develop her agricultural resources. Rodriguez seems to hive on the argument for the moment and Cuba presently appears to be concentrating on agricultural development. A prime mover in the drive for national, Zashi and decentralization of various facets of the economy, Guevara is extremely anti-United States and was one of the main instigators in antagonizing UOQUIC's interests and enforcing cut-on reliance on the Soviet bloc early in the Castro regime. Moreover, he has traveled to the Soviet bloc many times to negotiate trade agreements and also has gone to various Afro-Asian and European countries to establish new trade patterns for Cuba. Despite his reliance on the USSR for economic aid, Guevara seems to follow the Chinese Communist Party line ideologically. One indication of his militancy and disdain for Soviet policy was his threat, however empty, during the October 1962 crisis to launch rockets against the United States. An admirer of Marx@TUR.G, he has persistently agitated for expansion of the C-ban revolution throughout Latin. Fifth Flobar HTS manual on guerrilla warfare has been circulated clandestinely throughout Latin America and he is regarded as the principal Cuban official supporting the revolution movements of various hemispheric exile groups seeking refuge in Cuba. Notably, he was a prominent figure in assisting the proposed invasions of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, March 1959, Nicaragua, June 1959, and Guatemala, November 1959. He has tenaciously encouraged revolution in Uruguay, Brazil, and Argentina. Office of Central Reference. Biographic Register 46.1964, 5-page CIA biography of Che Guevara. A. Guevara is extremely anti-United States. He seems to follow the Chinese Communist Party line. He is described as the principal Cuban official supporting the revolution movements throughout Latin America. 116 Che Guevara and the FBI. Accused of being a communist since his university days, Guevara claims that he was never affiliated with the Comunist Party either in Argentina, Guatemala, or Cuba. His reply to a 1959 accusation was, "If it appears to you that VE do is communist, then VE are communists." No evidence is available to the effect that he was ever affiliated with any communist party, although he seems to have had many contacts with party members and associates in Argentina, Guatemala, and Mexico. On any count, Guevara plainly has a strong, emotional anti-US bias and a sympathetic outlook toward communism. He especially condemns the U.S. role in replacing the pro-communist Arbenz-GC/movement in Guatemala with a military junta in 195***. Because he is so steadfast in his opinions, Guevara has, from time to time, reportedly been sorrowiat out of favor with Fidel Castro. One issue of contention between them was a variation of the usual guns or butter problem. Guevara, arguing for the latter, considered the maintenance of a large standing army to be wasteful when the personnel could be better used in domestic industrial production. He was also concerned about the fact that the money going into the armed forces was providing no return for the national economy. In a television speech in January 1961, Guevara criticized Castro openly on this issue. However, Castro reportedly is influenced by and relies on Guevara to such a degree that Guevara is the only leader who can offer any opposition to Castro with impunity. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna was born in Rosario, Argentina, on June 6, 1928, the eldest of 5 children of a comfortable, middle-class family. Its parents have been separated since his university days. Guevara's father Fit Nesto R. Guevara Finch, is an architect and surveyor of Spanish-Irish descent who reportedly approved of the Castro movement at its inception. His mother, Celia de la Serna, claims not to be a communist but has been active in the Latin American Women's Congresses and in speaking in support of the Cuban Revolution. Suffering from asthma since childhood, Che, the Argentine equivalent of Hey or Bud, underwent a program of rigorous physical exercise, hunting, fishing, and other mountain activities to counteract this deficiency, under the direction of his father. Nevertheless, he still carries an oxygen inhaler with him at all times. In 19⁷, Guevara entered the University of Buenos Aires to study medicine, reportedly receiving his medical degree in 1952. Politically active during his student days, he participated in several incipient revolutionary movements against the Perdan regime. In his final year at medical school, Guevara and a friend left on a study tour of leprosariums and allergy clinics. It has also been reported that he made the trip to escape his military obligations in Argentina. In any case, indicative of his adventurous nature, he made the trip by motorcycle across the Andes, through Chile and Peru, and by canoe along a portion of the upper Amazon to Colombia and Venezuela. His travels. 46, b. 1964, the report states that there is no evidence that Che Guevara was ever affiliated with the Communist Party. From time to time, he has reportedly been somewhat out of favor with Fidel Castro. 1963-64 117. Finally carried him to Miami, where he was turned back by U.S. immigration authorities. After graduation from medical school, Guevara left on a similar tour which ended in Guatemala, where he became involved in that country's domestic politics. Guevara's role in the pro-communist regime of former President Jacob Copyright Arbenz Guzman, 1951-5*0 has been the subject of much controversy. Difficulties while in Guatemala, and that his sole employment by the Guatemalan government was as a medical orderly during Arbenz's last days, June 1950. Whatever may have been his true role in Guatemalan politics, he has consistently defended the Arbenz regime while bitterly criticizing the United States for effecting its overthrow. Alter the Aruerts Guverneur fell, Guk Majudi YCD to Mexico, where he allegedly made contact with Vicente Lombardo Tuzedano, leader of Mexico's Marxist Popular Socialist Party, PPS, and prominent leader in hemispheric pro-Coagnonelst agitation. An unsubstantiated report alleged that Lombardo obtained 2 sinecures for Guevara in Mexico City, one as a doctor at the General Hospital TND, another as a teacher on the medical facility of the National University. In the summer of 1956, SLU ex-Castro reportedly met Guevara by chance at the home of a mutual friend in Mexico, and in the ensuing discussion Castro outlined his political ideas and a general plan for invading Cuba with the 26th of July group then FORMLNG in MXICOAPPA RENTLY. Attracted by the prospect of a guerrilla war, Guevara agreed to join in a medical capacity and underwent guerrilla training under the supervision of Spanish Republican General Alberto Bayo Giraud. In July 1956 Castro's fellow conspirators, including Guevara, who even then was considered to be one of the most important, were rounded up by the Mexican security police for conspiring to overthrow the Cuban government. They were released on July 25 and in December 1956 embarked on the Granada expedition which set the revolt in motion. When the 82-man force landed in Cuba, all but 12 copyright F the group were either killed or captured. Guevara was among the survivors, wounded but still active. As the Sierra Maestra-based movement gained strength, Guevara proved to be a capable fighter and military leader and, consequently, stepped up to a high position in the rebel Militar J** organization. He practiced medicine infrequently and only when absolutely necessary. Durafone of the largest of the 5 rebel columns, Column 4, he gained a reputation for bravery and military prowess second only to Fidel Castro himself. Further, he led the march from Orient Province through government lines to central Las Villas Province in November 1958, which eventually culminated in the surrender of the provincial capital of Santa Clara. Escobedo Cne Guevara de la Serna, Cont. After the success of the revolution in January 1959, Guevara elected to recaire en Cuba and was awarded naturalized citizenship by a special decree which was tailor-made to make him eligible for the presidency. Guevara's first position in the new government was that of commander of La Cabana Port Res in Havana. There he had jurisdiction over the notorious war criminals trials, which allegedly resulted in the execution of 600 civilian and military officials. Able to arrest, try, and execute anyone at all under the Revolutionary Code of Justice, he took a personal interest in the no acusio of former members of J. and Adelsta's Bureau for the Repression of Construnist Activities, BRAC, gaining session of the BRAC files. Guevara also assisted Raúl Castro in purging and reorganizing to make it the principal political arm of the People's Revolution. As head of the Armed Forces Department of Instruction, he was conspicuous in promoting political indoctrination courses which reportedly followed the communist line. Guevara is also credited with the development of Cuba's civilian militia. Guevara's first position of non-military nature was that of head of the Industrial Department of INRA. Although he had an intensive interest in land reform, he remained at the post only 2 months, September-November 1959. He publicly espoused the principle of ownership of land by the farmer who worked it, but is alleged to have privately favored a system of national collectives. Appointed president of the National Bank in November 1959, Guevara, lacking formal qualifications for the post, surrounded himself with rebel advisors and soon demonstrated a quick grasp of technical matters. As bank president, he led the drive for nationalization and centralization of various facets of the economy. His solution for paying the cost of the revolution was to increase the amount of money in circulation by 62% while curbing INF Lottie 6 HTJY of XRWSNSR. In February 1961, Guevara became Minister of Industries and continued his efforts to submit the nation's economic activities to government control. He fixed prices for staples, reduced rents, and introduced measures prohibitive to the accumulation of private capital. He set up a strict licensing system to reduce imports and cut down on the outflow of dollars. His austerity program rigorously taxed the upper and middle income sectors while attempting to placate the working classes, but his policies furnished Castro with the necessary currency to carry on his ambitious development program while minimizing inflation. Guevara's influence in Cuban economic affairs increased steadily year after year. In late I-960 he led a Meccano-Ike mission to Europe and the Soviet bloc, where he succeeded in negotiating trade agreements for capital goods for Cuba. Since then, he has led many other trade missions to bloc and non-bloc countries and has led several delegations to international conferences, including the Fonte del Este meeting in August 1961 and the April 1964 UN Conference on Trade and Development. Appointed a member of the Executive Committee of Josplan in August 1961, Guevara, by July 1962, was reportedly already engaged in a power struggle with Regino Triotti, the board's technical secretary, for control of the organization. Guevara was appointed a Josplan secretary at that time. Although he still wears an army uniform, Guevara has no official military position. However, according to one source of undetermined reliability, as of December 1963 Guevara was to command the forces in Pinar del Rio province in case of an invasion. In March was identified as a member of the general staff. A dry, calculating man who affects an old world hauteur. Guevara has more than a passing acquaintance with Western culture. During the Sierra Maestra days he reportedly read to his troops from the works of Charles Dickens, French author Alphonse Daudet, Cuban poet and revolutionary Joseph Marti, and Chilean communist poet Pablo Neruda. He fancies himself something of a bon vivant with a connoisseur's appreciation for fine foods, brandies, and cigars. He frequently displays a cultured, soft-spoken manner. Despite this aura of culture, however, Guevara has an acute aversion to bathing and presents an unkempt and neglected appearance. Guevara's F***STR*GFITOL, ta. Acosta ended in divorce. One child of that marriage remains with the mother, who is employed by INRA. On June 3, 1959 Guevara married Aleta March de la T5LTGAFLA the two bad apparent one y he and NJLJYJFLG together for some time. She spent a considerable amount of time in the Sierras Maestra during the revolution and in September 1959 became a member of the sponsoring committee for the communist-dominated Latin American Women's Congress. She has lent her name to other leftist organizations as well. A daughter was born of this marriage in I-960. Guevara speaks French and some English. August I-96 U. 46, E. 1964, a dry, calculating man who affects an old world hauteur, Guevara has more than a passing acquaintance with Western culture. This document repeats earlier information regarding the books Che Guevara read to his troops and that he has an acute aversion to bathing and presents an unkempt and neglected appearance. During the first 3 months of 1965 Che Guevara traveled to a number of countries in Africa. In late February he took part in the Second Economic Seminar of Afro-American Solidarity. It was at this conference that Che, in addressing trade issues, said the socialist countries have the moral duty to liquidate their tacit complicity with Western countries. Some commentators have claimed that this speech angered Fidel Castro as Cuba was relying for aid on some of these socialist countries and was therefore a factor in Che's leaving Cuba. However, these commentators have taken this sentence out of context. Che went on to say that the Soviet Union and China were the most generous toward the Third World. Other evidence demonstrates that Che was preparing to leave Cuba long before this speech and for reasons unrelated to any supposed disagreements with Fidel. Che clearly left Cuba to fight in and lead liberation struggles. In almost every speech he gave, he exhorted people to fight against imperialism and to do so with armed struggle. He saw the fight as a worldwide necessity and that Cuba was an example to be emulated. He was not willing to stay in Cuba and deepen the revolution as important as that was. It is known that he was planning a Bolivian and Latin American guerrilla strategy since at least as early as 1962 and probably before. Tanya, Tamara Bunk, the revolutionary who was with him in Bolivia, was trained in Cuba. She met with Che in March 1964, and in that meeting Che explained that her mission was to go to Bolivia. After the Africa trip, Che arrived back in Cuba on March 14 and dropped out of public sight towards the end of March. His whereabouts during the next year and a half were open to speculation. He reportedly went to the Congo to evaluate the Kinshasa rebellion and returned to Cuba to train Cubans to fight. He took this force to the Congo, where he supported the anti-Mobutu forces, one of whose leaders was Laurent Kabila. Kabila finally led an insurrectionary force that toppled Mobutu in 1997. Sometime in December 1965, in secret, Che returned from the Congo to Cuba. The documents below concern Che's trip to Africa, excerpts from his speech in Algeria and a long U.S. government, probably CIA, analysis of his trip. The analysis is particularly interesting because, contrary to much of the speculation, it concludes that Che's absence from public events in Cuba was not motivated by problems with Fidel. Also, reprinted here is the text of the monitored October broadcast of Fidel reading Che's farewell letter. Excerpts, Algiers YCNTM exclusive statement for the International Programs Department of the Algerian Radio and, El Blotion * Cuban Minister of Industry Kai. Escobedo Guevara YALD that new networks are necessary to save the United Nations. Consenting on the current UN crisis, the Cuban leader pointed out that the international organization is today suffering an extremely grave financial crisis, a * result of non-maneuvers conducted by the colonialists in an attempt to mock the UVN. Niberspe FBR the IR adventure and T aggregations *. Referring to Indonesia *s withdrawal from the United Nations * Major Guevara said that this has presented a new situation. He expressed the opinion that it is necessary to save the United Nations must be saved * he said, but it must be saved with a new and different criterion so that it will serve the majority interests of the peoples of the world. The Cuban Minister of Industry expressed his admiration for the way in which the African peoples are becoming aware of the dangers presented by U.S. imperialism and the conviction with which they are fighting it. We have brought these peoples, sometimes through their rulers and sometimes through direct contact with the masses, since I had an opportunity to give lectures the support of the Cuban Revolution for the just causes of these peoples. Major Guevara said that the Cuban Revolution has always made dear its support for the Congolese patriots fighting valiantly and jail stubbornly against U.S** imperialism and the second-class imperialisms which are trying to continue to exploit and pillage the resources of the Congo. Finally, after condemning racial segregation and apartheid in South Africa, he said that Cuba also reaffirms its support for the peoples struggling to free THCNSCLVCS from the colonial yoke, as in the cases of Angola, Mozambique, and so-called Portuguese Guinea, and also, although this is of principal importance for the Arab peoples, for the people of Palestine and their fight for their claims. 47 1965, excerpt from Che Guevara's statement on Algerian radio and TV stating that new measures are necessary to save the UN. Stresses Cuban support for the Congolese patriots fighting valiantly and stubbornly against U.S. imperialism. Also included are currents of opinion about Major Guevara's absence from public and official events during the last 72 days. Major Escobedo Guevara de la Serna joined the 26th of July movement in Mexico City, Mexico, in late 1955 or early 1956. He was one of the expeditionaries on the yacht Granma who landed in Cuba on December 2, 1956 under the command of Fidel Castro Ruz. During his stay in the Sierra Maestra Mountains, Orient Province, he became one of the top leaders of the guerrilla movement and finally was given command of the Cerro Redondo Column No. 8, which he led from the Sierra Maestra to the Escambray Mountains in Las Villas Province. Upon his arrival in Las Villas Province on October 16, 1958, he was designated as provincial chief of the 26th of July movement in that province. He fought important battles in Las Villas province. At the victory of the revolution on January 1, 1959, he was appointed as chief of the military regiment at La Cabana Fortress, city of Havana. Later, on November 21, 1959, he was made chief of the Industrialization Department of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA, and held this position until November 26, 1959, when he was appointed as president of the National Bank of Cuba. On 23 February 1961 he abandoned the position as president of the National Bank of Cuba and was made the Minister of Industries, a newly created organism. In September 1961, he was appointed as Minister of Labor due to the temporary absence of the current Minister of Labor, and held this position for the duration of the absence of the current minister. On March 22, 1962, when the list of the members of the National Directorate of the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, ORI, was made public, Major Guevara appeared as the number 3 among the members of the Secretariat of the ORI. When the ORI became the United Party of Socialist Revolution, PURS, Major Guevara kept his position in the Secretariat of the PURS National Directorate. Since early 1959, observers have considered Major Guevara as the number 3 man in the hierarchy of the Cuban government. On December 8, 1964, Major Guevara was temporarily appointed as president of the Cuban delegation to the 19 period of sessions of the UN General Assembly. The document continues with a detailed account of Che Guevara's trip to the United States, Africa, Europe, and Asia from December 9, 1964, to March 14, 1965. Cuba March 14, arrived in Havana and was met at the airport by Fidel Castro Ruz, Dr. Osvaldo Dorticos Tirado, President of the Republic, Aleta March de Guevara, member of the National Directorate of the Cuban Women's Federation, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, member of the PURS National Directorate, eligible Major Jesus Montaigne Aropsa, Minister of Communications, and Lt. Orlando Borrego Diaz, Minister of the Sugar Industry. Captain Osmani Cienfuegos Gorriaran and Arnold Rodriguez eligible returned to Havana in the same aircraft. March 20, 1965, speech in an event organized by the UJC, Union of Young Communists, of the Ministry of Industries in connection with the 9 Youth and Students Festival to be held in Algeria. In his speech, he talked about his recent visit to different African countries and about the 2 Afro-Asian Economic Seminar held in Algiers. Source, Hoy Newspaper, March 23, 65, page 3. Comments. Major Guevara's last public appearance in Cuba was on March 20, 1965 in an event held in the Ministry of Industries in the city of Havana. The fact that he has not appeared in any public event in 72 days has motivated various comments about his present whereabouts. After making a detailed analysis of Cuban newspapers and radio from December 1, 1964 to May 31, 1965, we have not found any. 49, b. 1965. 1965 127. Indication that Major Guevara has had problems with the leaders of the GOC government of Cuba or with Major Fidel Castro Ruz. What follows are reports on Che Guevara which appeared in the Cuban press and radio as monitored by FBIS. 0:/ Conclusions. After making an analysis of the Cuban press and radio, we have eliminated the possibility that Major Guevara's absence from the different public events held during the last 72 days was motivated by problems with Major Fidel Castro Ruz, and the possibility that he might have been set aside in the leading cadres of the government. The 2 current opinions which seem to be more reasonable are: 1. Refugees who have recently arrived from Cuba have said that the rumor they had heard in Cuba about the disappearance of Major Guevara was that he was outside Cuba on an official GOC mission, and that he was in one of the following places: a. North Vietnam, b. Algeria, c. Latin America. 2. During the last 15 years, Major Guevara has had an irregular and agitated life. This, together with his weak physical condition, has brought about a lung ailment which came to a crisis during his 23-month stay in the Sierra Maestra, December 1956 to August 1958. He had more than illegible asthma attacks which forced him to rest. In mid-1959, he was examined in the city of Havana by Dr. Gustavo Illegible, a respiratory specialist and old PSP militant, who recommended that he have absolute rest because, due to the bad living conditions in the Sierra Maestra, it was logical to suppose that his lung ailment was aggravated and could become tuberculosis. As a result of this advice, Major Guevara spent about 2 months at Playa Illegible, Havana province, in absolute rest. On various occasions during the last few years, it has been rumored in Havana that Major Guevara has been forced to stop his activities and take absolute rest as a result of his lung ailment. In view of the fact that Major Guevara had just made a long 96-day tour of Afro-Asian countries, leading an irregular life during that trip, it is logical to suppose that his lung ailment got worse and that, when he returned to Havana, the top GOC leaders ordered that he take a new rest period. It is possible that Major Guevara's disappearance might have been motivated by bad health. Excerpts, Algiers. 18 March question, Africans are eager to know of experiences like Cuba *s. Can a Cuban tell us what Cuba really is? Answer, the most important characteristic of Cuba is that of being a country experiencing a revolution that is idle in motion and constantly being renewed. While carriel %HH Feli copyright J 5s. CSNTR inks and ponders. Thero -dag J action aspect and a reflection registered aspect. For us, communism not only is not a dogma, but is almost a discovery. We have conducted a socialist experiment and have found that our experience jibes with the great socialist experiences, particularly in regard to their scientific content. Today Cuba is seeking new elements for socialism. It is necessary to conduct a deeper study of politics. Economy in transition periods, something that has not been sufficiently analyzed. There is also, and one should even say first of all, the very important problem of the significance of the new revolutionary institutions. Question, are you socialists from conviction or from necessity? Answer, we are socialists both from conviction and from necessity. Question, beyond the struggle it is waging today. Cuba, already a symbol, wants to become an example. What is the example you wish to offer? Answer, what you call a symbol is for me the example. Cuba can be the example of struggle. That example could even be compared to a biblical form of battle, the one between David and Goliath. Cuba could also be a showcase for socialism, and that might be a good example for the people. What to me is much more important is the example of struggle. The people must not hope to be happy because socialism has come, they must begin to build socialism and realize that this can be done only when they are freed. They must realize, too, that they can free themselves, but that this requires struggle. Question, the socialist world is divided into two camps today. Is reconciliation between the two possible? Answer, the socialist world is experiencing violent differences. This is no secret. We believe much greater unity is possible. The factors of unity are such more important than the factors of division. We are striving to have the stress laid on the factors of unity and to impart a different tone to discussion of elements of. Question, you have been in Africa 2 months. What have you discovered here as a revolutionary and as an economist? 50.1965, Interview with Che Guevara in Algeria published in Jeune Afrique. Che discusses Cuba's revolutionary example. 1965 129. Answer. X have discovered a continent. We have always been divided by imperialism and colonialism. They tried to have some of us believe they were superior to the rest. Hence, as regards America, we had the pride of being the best educated of the illiterates, and we were Scythified. During that time, Africa was for us a continent far removed, not just by distance but by prejudices as well, underscore those curtains the colonialists hang. Asterisk carrot. Slash, as Cubans, we might say we have discovered a very close relative. I am speaking of Black Africa in Pa and Pound J Pound AR. He ourselves have a population that is Joe% black or mixed. Carrot. X wish to speak of politics from an economic angle. There are deep differences in the economic field, even among the progressive countries. To my knowledge, no serious effort is being made to unite the efforts of the countries that have the same political line and are fighting for true economic liberation. It is necessary to study the possibility of making a division of labor and strengthening ties with the socialist countries. The thing is to find means for joint action between the various African countries and the socialist countries, while at the same time conducting the battle against neocolonialism, which is an economic battle. Question: what do you mean by division of labor? Answer: a harmonious use of specialization in production. For example, Algeria has oil, Guinea has aluminum, and Tankanla sisal. For each of these resources, the main center should be the country best situated for the purpose. These countries would supply the other African countries and would export. Competition among African countries must be avoided. This competition could only reduce prices and help the capitalists capture the market. X have found here in Africa not only great leaders of nations, but also complete teams of men well trained for action. X have found entire nations under pressure, as is, if you permit the comparison, water just below the boiling point. X have found great natural resources and X have found leaders who are aware of the importance of the struggle against colonialism and neocolonialism. Question: you spoke of teams well trained for action. XT is generally conceded that Africa lacks cadres. Answer: when X speak of people well trained for action, X mean leaders in the middle echelons, and that is very important. They are the seed. But along with all these factors, which are positive, there are also the threats: the lesser threat of colonialism and the greater threat of neocolonialism. There are often two aspects of colonialism, the brutal aspect, as in the Congo, and the subtle aspect, which is more dangerous. Question: the Congo is an example of an African country which had no cadres. If it alerted its economic structure, do you think that it would be capable of operating its industries, such as l'Union Melnleer? Answer: certainly. Look at Guinea's nickel factories. Look at the Suez Canal. What is necessary? Law, freedom. Question: are there any points of parallel between Africa and Cuba? 50, b. 1965, Che Guevara emphasizes the importance of his 2-month trip to Africa and says we have discovered a close relative, Black Africa in particular. 130 Che Guevara and the FBI. Answers: Cubs is S country and Africa is S continent. Cubs is S victorious revolution, S violent revolution carried out with weapons against a capitalistic structure which developed under neocolonialism. From this viewpoint, there exists an extraordinary similarity between the Cuban Revolution and the African Revolution. There also exist similarities between the neocolonialist countries of Africa and those of Latin America, but Latin America is moving, too. This evolution is perhaps slow, because in the countries where it settles, neocolonialism may bring improvement paired with the former colonialism, but as time goes on, it has less than %, TP of FAR. Question * that do you think of Africa's struggle for freedom, particularly after your contact with the leaders of the liberation movements in Dar es Salaam? Answer: Cuba's national hero Hartel said, one must speak of goals, but not of means. All I can say is that we agree with those who are waging this struggle and we will assist them with the slight means at our disposal. Question: is Cuba's example valid for a struggling Africa, or do there exist conditions peculiar to our continent which require other methods? Answer: Cuba is an example of a victorious struggle. The rest is secondary. All the countries which are fighting have something to teach, but liberation is the product of the struggle of a country's own forces. Question n asterisk. Gut, you are a theoretician in guerrilla warfare. Answer, there are theoreticians who are greater than I. Am only one of Fidel Castro's soldiers. Z learned everything at his side. As for guerrilla warfare theoreticians, there are the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Koreans, and the Algerians. Z believe that the importance of all that is to realize that liberation is possible, and that to attain it, it is necessary to fight. Question, what do you think of the African fonts of socialism? Answer, Z defines socialism as a transitional state between developed capitalism and communism, that is, a transformational stage of the revolution. All forms of African socialism are in this stage. We ourselves are not complete socialists. We are building a socialist society. The methods which each nation believes useful can be employed. The results must be the abolition of the exploitation of man by man and an improvement in the people's living standard. Outside these objectives, there is no socialism. Question, how do you see Africa's future? Answer, Africa's future is socialism, and the more distant future is communism. But it is often sardis to prophecy. There are problems to be solved. We shall solve them by working together, not by prophesying. 50, c. 1965, Che Guevara credits Castro for who he is. I am only one of Fidel Castro's soldiers. I learned everything at his side. When asked about how he sees Africa's future, Che responds, Africa's future is socialism, and the more distant future is communism. But it is often hazardous to prophesy sick. There are problems to be solved. We shall solve them by working together, not by prophesying sick. 51 1965, FBIS excerpt from Fidel Castro's speech of June 17 dealing primarily with domestic topics, in which he addresses the rumors about Che Guevara's disappearance from public view. Note the two slightly different versions. Fidel says it is none of the imperialists' business where Che is, and if they are worried they should take a tranquilizer or a sedative. Fidel comments, what do we know? Nothing. What do we think? Yes, we think Major Guevara has always done, and will always do revolutionary things. 132 Che Guevara and the FBI. Sixth and last ad 113 of June 17, Castro's speech. XX being worried. Applause. Excerpts, if they are nervous, let them take a sedative. Our people, however, are not coercioned. They are acquainted with their own revolution and they know their men. Applause, so Comrade Guevara does not show IP at a public meeting, applause. So he is given no publicity? He has never been a man who seeks publicity? Comrade Guevara has always been allergic 70 publicity. He is allergic. Laughter. They say that he is ill. T.1ATTSVHFCFCFFHIOMPERILISTS like to see. However, when they are preoccupied with Comrade Guevara, this is a sign that they respect him. Laughter and applause, this is an indication that they assess him highly and denotes that he bothers them. WHKJTWTLL Major Guevara's PEOHRE know about Major Guevara? When Major Guevara wishes. Applause. Will they know? Yes, they will know. UHAT do we know about him? Nothing. Laughter and applause, UHATDC we think. Audience answers, nothing. Yes, we know that Major Guevara has always done and will ALWAYSDOHFVOLUTTONARY WTTCS. Applause. I cannot understand this ignorance of the newsmen. Why do they not take a picture of him with the U2s? Laughter, let them look for him and let them photograph him. It is harder to take a picture of a man, regardless of how big he 1.5 than to photograph a missile. Laughter, 30 let them put the electronic brains to work, more laughter, and let THEK solve that problem. Meanwhile, All of us are calm and we are satisfied. No one is intrigued here. No one. And people do not even ask. Laughter, they can ask and they will get answer AMD nothing more. Applause, very well, an audience voice pipes up Ed. Did you hear that? Laughter, THL fellow who could not hear heard. More laughter, he was, asleep. He was not listening. He has not missed anything, Castro chuckles Ed. Very VSLL. We have arrived at the 4th anniversary. This child is already walking and it walks well AMD marches vigorously. It is strong. The spirit of the people is in it THL men and women of our nation. Many have seen chosen by the party for this work. I hope that many will become exemplary ato that many bet, still that all will aspire to CTKE honor of becoming a militant member of the party. Applause. All good wishes to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Fatherland or deaf, we will win. In a September 28 speech at CIR. Monies at the Plaza de la Revolución in Havana marking the 5th anniversary of the founding of the Committee for the Defense of the Devolution 9 Jake Jafian Premier Fidel Castro Ruz indicated that a public ceremony would be held in the next few days in which the new Central Committee OET Pacto Tuido de Revolución Socialista, PURS. One United Party the Socialist Revolution, THIRD be announced. Castro promised that at the CEREMQ New York document would be read which explained the absence, SINET mid-March 1965, of Minister of Industries. Echo Beto Kun. G Jevar at Cernal TNTHFS same speech *1 Castard invited persons disaffected WITH his regime to leave CUSA, and he cited /foot October ISCJ Castro refers to OU's pound Havana Conistic HDOL television services in Spanish GLL 50 GMTH OX 6 FJ you will never hear a 11C from the mouth of a revolutionary. The so-arc weapons which do not benefit any revolutionary, and no serious revolutionary needs to resort to Lixkver. His weapon is reason, word indistinct, the truth, the ability to have an idea, a purpose, a position, in short, the neural spectacle of our adversaries is truly lamentable. And thus, the diviners, the interpreters, the specialists in Cuban affairs, and the electronic brains have been working incessantly to solve this whether Echo Beto Guevara has been purged, applause $, whether Echo Beto Guevara was ill, whether Echo Beto Guevara had differences, and other questions of the same ilk. Natural lyr the people have confidence. The people have fa 1 thb t n and elks wll l say these things, especially abroad, to slander him and the Kinamelst regime, dark, terrible things, men disappear, they do not leave a trace, they do not leave prints, there is no explanation, and we told the people at this time, when the people began to note this absence, that in due time we would talk *VE would have some reasons to wait, woe are developing surrounded by the forces of imperialism. The world is not living in normal conditions. As long as the criminal FIMs of Yankee imperialists are falling on the people in Vietnam, we cannot say that we are living under normal conditions. When more than 100,000 Yankee soldiers land there to try to smash the liberation movement, when the soldiers of imperialism land in a republic which has equality of rights juridically, as do all the rest of the republics of the world, as in Santo Domingo, to trample its sovereignty, applause, the world is not living under normal conditions. When around our country, the imperialists are training mercenaries and organizing vandal sea attacks, in the most unpunished manner, as in the case of, few words indistinct, when the imperialists threaten to intervene in any country of Latin America or of the world we are not living under normal conditions. And when we were fighting in clandestine conditions against the battle to tyranny, we revolutionaries did not live in normal conditions. VE had to adjust to the struggle. In the same way, although the revolutionary power exists our country, in regard to the realities of the world, we do not live in normal conditions, and we shall have to adjust to this situation. And to explain this, we are going to read a letter, here, in handwriting, here copied by typewriter, from Comrade Escobedo Guevara, applause, which is self-explanatory. I thought of coning to tell the story of our friendship and our comradeship, ho. It began and under what conditions it began and how it developed, but it is not necessary *I am going so restrict myself to reading the letter. It says, Havana. The date was not written down because this letter was to be read at the sonant. We felt it most convenient, but keeping to strict reality, it was delivered on April 1st of this year, exactly 6 months and 2 days ago, and it says the following. Havana, year, of agriculture, Fidels et non and I recall Ioni things, of when to act you in the home of Karim Antonia, of when you proposed that ZEOOE, of all the tension of those preparations * one day they came to ask wo should be infonade in ease of death, arvlo the real possibility of the fact was a blow to all of us. Later, wo learned that it was true that in a revolution one triumphs or dies if it is a real on. Many corrades fell along the road to victory. Today everything has a less drenatal tone because we are core nature, but the event repeats itself. I feel that I have done duty, which TL copyright DNE to the Cuban Revolution in its territory, and Z take leave of you, of the comrades, of your country, which is already 9. To formally resign from my posts in the leadership of the party, of sign in literal post, of Psi rank of Najer, of I condition as a Cuban. Nothing legal binds NS to Cuba, only ties of another kind, which cannot be broken llke apal ***. Reviewing New York past life, Z believes Z have worked with sufficient honesty and dedication to consolidate the revolutionary triumph. Only shortcoming of Sun #gravity is not having confided in you more from the first moments in the Sierra Extra and not having realized with sufficient celerity your qualities as a leader and a revolutionary. Z have lived magnificent days and Z felt at your side the pride of belonging to our country during the luminous and, word indistinct, days of the Caribbean crisis. Few times has a statesman shined more brilliantly than on those days. Z in also proud of having followed you without hesitation, identified with your way of thinking, seeing and of estimating dangers and principles. Other lands of the world demand the aid of my modest efforts. Z can do what is denied you by your responsibility at the head of Cuba, and the time has come for us to separate. Let it be known that Z do so with a mixture of happiness and pain. Here Z leave the purest of New York hopes as a builder and the dearest of I dear ones, and I leave a people who accepted NE as a son. That wounds a part of New York spirit. In the new fields of battles, Z will carry the faith you instilled in NE, the revolutionary spirit of New York country, the sensation of cockplying with the most sacred of duties, to struggle against imperialism wherever it may be. This heals and nor than cures any laceration star. Z say once again that Z free Cuba of any responsibility save what stems from her example, that if the final hour cones to NE under other skies, New York last thought will bow of this country, particularly of you. Z thank you for your teachings and your example and Z will try to be loyal to you to the last consequences of Psi sets. Z have always been identified with the foreign policy of our revolution and Z stillen. V Hariver Z will feel the responsibility of being a Cuban revolutionary and Z will aet as such. Z do not leave New York children nor EY wife anything material, and Z and not ashamed. Z and glad it is Rathusri RRZ_ do not * require anything for the state will give thea enough with which to live and be educated. Z would have many things to tell you and our people, but Z feel that they are unnecessary. Words cannot express what two would like to say, and it is not worthwhile to fill pages. To victory always, fatherland or death, Z embrace you with all revolutionary fervor, Che. 54, b. 1965, FBIS version of Che Guevara's farewell letter to Fidel Castro. 136 Che Guevara and the FBI. Cuban leadership. Guevara Castro publicly revealed Che Guevara 1. Departure from the Cuban scene on October 3, 9 at a meeting at which the Central Committee and Secretariat of the reconstituted #renamed NC Communist Party of Cuba was announced. Applauding Guevara's merits and virtues, he read a letter in which Guevara renounced all legal ties to Cuba in order to serve other lands of the world. Guevara freed Cuba of any responsibility for his future actions save what stems from the Cuban example. Castro said the letter was delivered on 1 April shortly after Guevara's return from an African-Asian tour, during which he made a number of statements which must have embarrassed Cuba in its relations with other communist countries. He attacked Yugoslav economic policies in an interview published in a Cairo magazine which drew an angry complaint from Borba. In both Cairo and Algiers he railed against socialist countries which emulate and tacitly collude with capitalist states by engaging in unequal trade relations with the underdeveloped world. And he called on socialist countries to provide weapons free of charge to peoples fighting for liberation. Havana Radio/TV comment has followed up the endorsement of Guevara's departure with praise for his stature as a revolutionary. Excerpts. Buenos Aires order of the Argentine newspaper El Hudo suggests today that the Che Guevara letter read recently by Fidel Castro in Havana is fictitious. The letter, says the reporter, is dated last April 1, that is, several days before the Santo Domingo uprising. The letter was publicized, according to Castro, at the opportune moment. It is a typcj-written document with no other signature than the WDRJD7 Che THLSWO /ILD = B insufficient $R% of authenticity even aft art exabiatlon by the best graphologist extant. The letter was read in the presence of Che Guevara's wife, who was dressed in strict mourning. Nothing was said of the place where Guevara is at present, nor was mention made of what he had done during these last 6 months. The relinquishing of Cuban nationality, and the resignation from all the posts he had in Havana absolves the Cuban government of all responsibility of the future activity of this great revolutionary. Guevara, the premier said, had left other letters for his wife, children, and father. Tito is in Argentina but has not made any statement. Does this all not lead one to believe that Che has died, and not precisely in his bed, as most generals are said to die at? Could one not suppose that he had died in the struggle as a true and complete revolutionary? Is it not logical to believe that the letter, with its political testament nature, has been fabricated after lengthy meditation in order to get out of an embarrassing situation created by the fatality to which combatants are always exposed? After asking himself if Che Guevara might not have died in Santo Domingo, as General Imbert himself says, the article's author writes, "Has Guevara died? Might the letter not be only a ruse to give him more freedom of action? Is his wife's mourning due to the recent death of Celia de la Serna, the revolutionary's mother?" The deceased once said, "I is not a Spartan, but I am proud of having given a son to the revolution." The article writer says it must be recognized that, in accord or not with the chosen cause, few times might that bequest have been so complete. Editor's notes. Montevideo Reuters in English 1:50 GMT October 7. Quote a ranking police official as saying in Buenos Aires on October 6 that nothing would impede former Cuban Industries Minister Escobedo Guevara from returning 7 his native Argentina if he wished to do 90. Havana Domestic Radio SC Television Services in Spanish CL-L2 GMT December 3 MOVO*ER, he did not say it for that reason, as ho perhaps thought come of us believed, lie did not say it cor that reason. He told it after he had attended this evening one's ceremony. He said it after he had seen the performance of our peasant girls, the same peasant girls, applause, no we act in the mountains, unshod and poorly dressed, these sao daughters oi those exploited peasants who opened their arrs to us during the difficult days unic followed tne landing of the Sranoy. Those same peasants of those rugged mountains there were no hospitalk or schools, doctors, or teachers, but ratner large landholders, foremen, rural guards, exploitation, abuses, mass assassinations, burned homes, and bombed hamlets. Was CXGJ_SSII the feeling of all of us, the at notion WM3R lofue upon sequelv, particularly with that clarity with which one sees on days such as this, the result of the struggle, the result of the effort, upon seeing, with that clarity with which one sees on days such as this, that the blood of the good men was not abed insane, that those who died in the Monita de Raqqa, applause, or on the Oramta, applause, in the Sierra or in the lowlands, applause, in the cities, and in the various revolutionary actions, those who died following THC victory defending the nation against Irparialin, those who died in Alran or fighting the bandit assassins in Rhesk Jabre Mountains, the teachers who sacrificed themselves did not do so in vain, and THA. Thanks to those Akrafioia on a day like today we see and remember them with profound respect, with profound veneration, and gratitude, for in the work of the revolution. In the successes of the revolution heroes live and will live eternally / those who fell will live eternally, as well as those who are absent performing their duty, such as our comrade Erno Guevara. Applause. NIS.E absent, I do not deal. For our exumiate rejoice at the idea that Conrad copyright Ecobedo Guevara is dead. Naturally, no revolutionary is eternal. Revolutionaries are always running great risks. However, in order to undeceive our NKX and for the benefit of our fellow nationals wonder or have wondered if he is dead or alive, we can say with infinite satisfaction that he la alive and in good health, applause. However, evidently the Lsneri lists have not been able to ascertain this with their U2s, and we also remembered him very much today, because we are thinking of and remembering all those who fought, the men who had faith in their people, who had faith in their cause, and that was the main thing. The number of MRX is not important. The idea la important, the conviction, the will, and the firmness. That is the main thing. That it why we believe so firmly that the other nations will free themselves. That la why we believe in the future of this continent and of all continents, for while the difficulties are great, our history prove that they are not great enough to copyright prevent the victory of the people. If in the beginning there are not many of them, it is enough that a few have thea conviction, and thea faith, which will soon become the faith and the conviction of the many, will at a given moment be that of all the people. The history of Vietnam teaches us this very thing. The 100 of thousands Yankee Saldi *RA. Graduation of the first group of Macarenco primary school teachers, held in Marianeo's Pedro Marrero Stadium. 1965 to 1966. Rumors of Che's activities and death. 140 Che Guevara and the FBI. R. Che Guevara arrived in Bolivia on November 4, 1966, under an assumed name. However, following his departure from Cuba, there was increasing speculation on Che's whereabouts. The documents that follow cover the period leading up to his arrival in Bolivia. Some are from secondary news sources, while others have obviously been generated by CIA informants in Cuba and possibly exiles in the United States. According to various reports, Che was killed trying to invade the Dominican Republic, he was killed by Soviet secret agents, and he was killed in a violent argument with Fidel. Elsewhere it is reported that Che is under arrest, that he has lost influence because he is close to the Chinese, that he has cancer, that he is training Cubans to fight in the Congo, and many other quite bizarre speculations. Governments in Latin America had an interest in spreading the rumor that Che Guevara was dead. As one foreign minister said, "I do not believe that Guevara is alive. International communism is using the figure of Che Guevara to spread rumors and thus create uneasiness, especially in Latin American countries." The documents in this chapter reveal a frenzied search for Che. He was supposedly seen in a number of places in South America, including Chile, Bolivia, Peru, the Andes, Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay. He was also spotted in the Dominican Republic, in a yellow-painted pocket submarine, and Zambia. Latin American governments were particularly nervous about Che, fearing that he might lead a revolutionary force capable of overthrowing them. One source in a document gets close to the truth. On April 23, 1966, a CIA source, document 83, is quoted as saying that Che was bound for Bolivia heading a guerrilla force. The first entry in Che's diary is November 7, 1966, the day Che arrived at the guerrilla base on the Nacahuazo River in Bolivia. Why did Che leave Cuba? In an interview with Johnny Mina in 1987, Fidel Castro reflected on Che's decision to lead the Bolivian mission. Che very much wanted to go to South America. This was an old idea of his, because when he joined us in Mexico, although it is not that he made it a condition, he did ask one thing: the only thing I want after the victory of the revolution is to go and fight in Argentina, his country, that you don't keep me from doing so, that no reasons of state will stand in the way. And I promised him that. 1. 1965, CIA report stating that the GOC, government of Cuba, has given Che Guevara responsibility for training Cuban Negroes in guerrilla warfare for the purpose of sending them to the Congo. Bogotá Radio Cadena Matonal in Spanish 1225 OMT June 25 I-965p. Text: There are rumors in Guatemalan diplomat TO circles that Escobedo Che Alvarez, former Cuban industries minister, is in Guatemala preparing a communist coup against the government. The rumors do not say when and how Guevara entered Guatemalan territory. The rumors coincide with Anani news publications. Seemingly communist, threatening ranking military leader deputies to the Congress and other prominent Guatemalan politicians with death. It was reported unofficially that an unidentified plane flew over the eastern sector dropping leaflets against he government. Editors Mote E, London Reuters in English 2118 OMT 2 June reports from Quatanzas City that the Guatemalan government copyright and June 27 refused to comment on rumors that Che Guevara is in the country organizing pro-Castro communist elements to overthrow the government. A government spokesman was quoted as saying there was nothing to be said on the matter. Since July 1965 Spanish editions of Conronel's Chinese magazines, book registered and newspapero have disappeared from stores and Newtand. Movies depicting life and industrial activities are no longer shown in Cuba. DP to July 1965 Ruka Communist Chinese propaganda veo in evidence, Th10La due to Che Guevara's absence. Lai is a Mautunji admirer find tried very hard to veen Arl rear Custro from the Kremlin. Che wanted Castro to accept communist China's typoi communism and to per our ordinandancy on that country rather than on the USSR, however, Castro would never do it. 4 and THIRD-WORLDISM. He tried to keep in *9 with both countries, but it now appears that he registered accepted registered USSROS his big brother 9-1. He feels that communist China will not be BL registered to provide Cuba with economic aid, petroleum and military supply in the quantities supplied by the USSR so far. Castro realizes that if he should continue to lean toward registered Mao Zedong, even slightly, the USSR will reduce or I'd even cut off it registered present aid *. 2 Since June 1965 the number of Chin's registered Ream base great deal registered 5 personnel has been reduced a 3. He personnel assigned to registered Koir Sunni China embassy have always been very cultured, well dressed and appeared friendly towards the Cubans. My observer Vashan ha registered led me to believe that they try to win people copyright Mao Zedong theories and ideal registered through Kultufa 1 Chaftai ta father than through military activities. OA July 24, 65,0 several store vendors in Sogua La Grande, Las Villas. The GQC displayed TiVo 5 feet Swari posters in celebration of the anniversary of the 26th of July movement. One poster illustrated Cuban soldiers fighting against Yankee imperialism. Overlooking the battleground was a portrait of the face of the late Camilo Cienfuegos. The other poster had a similar scene, but the portrait face was that of Escobedo, Che Guevara. Celebrations, Las Villas, The celebrations lasted until the early hour registered of July 27, 65, ONE of the principal speakers, *Hovas from Havana and unknown spoke for over 3 hours. High registered dosing statement Vas quoted as follows: "Let us acknowledge here tonight the sacrifice of the glory of the fallen ones, and that their sacrifice will pot be wast ed eotokr. These martyrs I must include Ma Carat or SV Guevara T. Several months ago the Cuban government ordered the surrender of all personal GPOs to the authorities. One of the main objects of this was to acquire weapons of U.S. manufacture for export to subversive elements. Not only 6.ll these guns help satisfy the increased demand for Viperos, as a result of stepped-up activities, but also they can be used for propagav 1 purposes in the event of capture. *J. And developments in Guatemala especially noting T economic and social change for Carrot. Tifo progress of these changes la characteristic of the style and methods of Che Guevara. As he la a strong leader who starts agitating the lover masses against upper-class landowners Carrot causing general economic instability and ending up attacking THA farms using guerrilla warfare, at which la an expert. The GCC is trying fiercely to in all South and Central American countries. But the coup la nato see South America. 1966, CIA report that the GOC, Government of Cuba, has sent volunteers to the Congo. The group, totaling about 20 men, engaged in guerrilla activities against Congo government forces. They received new Chinese-made weapons after arriving in Congo aboard a GOC ship. Several of the Cuban volunteers were killed in encounters with local troops and the remainder illegible returned to Cuba in January 1966 after less than 2 months of action. Significant details of this report remain deleted. Report also mentions recent sighting of Che Guevara. Che was in the R.ULIT, F taking frequent vacations in the THIRD Santiago de Cuba for his health. Che suffered originally iron as then and this illness later turned into tuberculosis, carped out on the ground and greatly enjoyed the fresh air. It was during one of these 1965 carping trips that Fidel Castro's men eliminated Che. JHGJK There are several manners as to how the assassination took place. Evert the most persistent one states that Che was preparing to take off in a light airplane from the CNP area when high airplane was ambushed. Was asked if Che was killed while attempting to organize a St. Castro through people in the Santiago area, he said he didn't. 4. Between Khrushchev and Che during the former's visit to Cuba. During this visit Che and Khrushchev spent approximately of time together while Castro stayed in the background. FFJJ, P. That the difference in ideology probably caused the break between Castro and Che. He then stated that Cleo as did Camlo Clenfu 03 became too powerful in the eyes of Castro. Reviewed Che's history and remarked that Che was a strong supporter of Soviet causes. He gave as an example the Dust Association. 5. 1965, CIA report on Che's assassination and conflict in communist ideology. All information on the second page, not reproduced here, has been deleted. 166 Che Guevara and the FBI. Guevara died action op Barahona port. Santo Domingo Radio Mill in Spanish 11:45 GMT February 11 I966 C. Text, Caracas Eco Beto Che Guevara Don Elnican Coast. Lied in action off Barahona port on this declaration was made yesterday in Caracas by Dr. Buenaventura Sanchez Peleas, former education minister during Bosch's administration. Dr. Sanchez Peleas affirmed that Guevara was killed off the Barahona coast when a vessel loaded with men was sunk by warships. He added that the second strongman of Cuba had tried to land on the Dominican Republic during the most hectic days of the past Dominican revolt. Dr. Sanchez Peleas' declarations were made during an interview with reporters of the Caracas Daily Ultimas N03. He based his version on the fact that an Elba fisherman had affirmed he was witness to the naval action and the sinking of the vessel commanded by Che Guevara. He concluded his declarations affirming that the sinking of a vessel on that date and place was confirmed by diplomatic circles linked with Washington, and that it has been practically assured that such a vessel was captained by Alvarar. Guevara whereabouts. Foreign Minister Jurtzi Magal has told newsmen in Rio de Janeiro that he know nothing about reports disseminated by some news agencies to the effect that Che Guevara is somewhere in the border area between Brazil and Peru. According to a Carrezo do Povo report published on March 6, Magal has said that I do not believe that Guevara is alive, and added that international communism law using the figure of Che Guevara to spread rumors and thus create uneasiness, especially in un Aprilcan country E9M, text, Montevideo asterisk J's respomi any carat s dispatch Spanier PRUFSA Latina Havana 2140 GMT March 8, 1966 b. PATMC FKTRUSB OWWFR 81.1966, 2 FBIS press reports that, Che Guevara died trying to invade Dominican Republic, February 11. 2. Argentine Foreign Minister says that Che is dead, March 8. 1965 to 1966 167. Cuvajo reported at meeting in Concepcion una XPP in Vifia HJY and RFI Merch asterisk I966p, for official. Text, Lina a communist meeting chaired by Chao Uivaras took placa in Concepcion, Chile, according to Info Nation Fro asterisk Tokna 0 UB2 Ishit FO3I by Elaf Jasa. The report was signed by Uprensa's correspondent who stated that the disclosure had been made by a ranking leftist leader several days ago. According to the report the communist nesting was attended by extreme leftist Peruvians in May 19 and 5, and among those present were Guillermo Lobaton and Luis de la Puente Usta. Both guerrilla leaders were killed recently by the armed forces. And according to the LA Press a correspondent they had stolen into Chile by landing at Luz Spot along the coast. Guevara was said to have been without whiskers and wearing makeup. Peruvian guerrilla warfare, which as yet had not gone into action, was discussed at length at Metlgai. The Red Chilean leader who spoke explained that the Irpina earmarked for subversion in Peru had entered through Chile, where they had been unloaded after arrival from Czechoslovakia. The report says that Che Guevara did not personally take part in any of the Peruvian guerrillas' actions. It also notes that the former number 2 man of the Cuban Revolution How should be on the Argentine-Brazil border, and that it is therefore false that he had vanished or fallen from grace under Fidel Castro. 82-1966, FBIS report from Peru that Che Guevara was seen at a communist meeting in Chile in May 1965 without whiskers and wearing makeup. Brazilian says Guevara dead Belo Horizonte, Valerio de at Minas, May 1, 66. Columnist Ibrahim Sood reported in his column that the mysterious disappearance of Che Guevara is beginning to become clear. He reports that he has just found out through a person he knows who is linked to the Secret Service of an American nation, that a high hemispheric source has obtained the following informations: Guevara was assassinated or kidnapped in Cuba by Soviet secret agents because of the divergencies between the communist lines of Moscow and Peking. He wanted Fidel Castro to follow the Peking line, abandoning the Kremlin. Fidel, who was resisting the wishes of Guevara, was consequently threatened by a plot which Guevara was developing to remove him from power. In the face of this danger, Soviet secret agents eliminated Guevara on orders from Moscow. To prevent an international scandal, and to justify himself to the Cuban people, Fidel Castro preferred to adopt the version of the story that Guevara was with guerrillas at some location in Latin America. Text, Lisbon, 3 May. Portuguese Foreign Minister Franco Hagu I pound a jadadak onlet any knowledge that the biasing Cuban revolutionary Ernesto XTIC CS IJ is in Zambia training African terrorists. Newspaper reports here had pound the terrorists would be sent to Mozambique. Nogueira admitted at a press conference it was possible some Mozambique nationalists were being trained in People's China. That would fit in with that country's policy towards Africa, he said. But their target would not only be Portugal. Text, Buenos Aires/W May according to JFDR Enrique Huerta *, president of the J. Cuban Free Medical College and an active anti-Castorite, Maj. Escobedo Che Guevara / former Cuban Minister of Industry, was killed on April 24, 1964, while attempting to land in Santo Domingo. Dr/Dardas Made the statement in the URS of a press conference. According to Dr. Huertas, the event took place after Che Guevara had taken his place in a yellow-painted pocket submarine, launched from a ship carrying arms and munitions. When the little submarine reached the coast, it was caught under artillery fire and exploded. Guevara was mortally wounded, but a man accompanying him survived and later told of the end of the former Cuban minister. Reports from Cusco state that heavily armed forces or the army and the civil guard were mobilized or 2 May to the Vilcabamba area for the purpose of putting down a new subversive outbreak which, it is said, has broken out in the village of Espiritu Pampa. Other rumors, still not confirmed, report that Che Guevara / was at that place a short time ago. It is said that he was the one who was in charge of the organization and training of this revolutionary group which has set up its redoubt in the 6-1 Cabamba Highlands. The General Directorate of the Civil Guard categorically denies the existence of any new subversive outbreak and states the Civil Guard forces have not been mobilized for this reason at the present time. It has been announced that 4 helicopters of the Peruvian Air Force will fly over the area in the coming days to reconnoiter the characteristics of the area and verify the existence of the guerrillas. Cuban exiles announce death of Guevara Belo Horizonte, Diario de Minas * July 28, 66. Angel González Fernández, delegate, in Mexico of the Cuban Revolutionary Student Directorate, an anti-Castro exile organization, has reported that Che Guevara probably died in a violent political argument which he had with Fidel Castro and his advisors. He bases his idea on letters from 2 Cubans who sought freedom about 2 weeks ago and are presently in Jamaica, pilot Ignacio del Valle and mechanic Luis Miguel Paredes. These letters, which he has just *. Publisher, were sent fro registered Kingston by these 2 exiles. According to del Valle, who was the personal pilot for Che, the latter had various arguments with Fidel and his advisors about economic planning, China, and the activities of the communist old J/all USAFD that Guevara disappeared on returning from a long trip through Asia and Africa and that Che's new pilot, Eliseo de Campa, told him that Che had an argument with Fidel. Another associate of Guevara told him that during this argument he heard shots, that some people were wounded and that Guevara probably died during it. J 1965 to 1966 175. Che Guevara. Exiled CU2ANSI-IRR Guevara and Cienfuegos dead Mexico City, Excelsior, July 27, 66. An airplane pilot and a mechanic, who fled recently from Cuba with their families and are now in Jamaica, have stated that it is almost certain that Che Guevara is dead, and that Camilo Cienfuegos died by order of Raúl Castro. The Cuban Revolutionary Student Directorate, headed by Angel González Fernández, made public last night parts of a letter stating, the above which allegedly was received from Kingston, Jamaica, from Ignacio del Valle, a pilot of the Cuban Air Force, and Luis Paredes, an aviation mechanic. In regard 1 to the almost certain death of Escobedo Guevara carried. Ignacio del Valle states that he was pilote, 4 ch and was present during disputes between Che and aides of Fidel Castro and with Castro himself. Del Valle says. The letter JLS addressed to Angel González Fernández, thus I can tell you that one day, after Che returned from a long trip to ruin the Afro-Asian countries, he disappeared with his 3 ZC2s. The general comment was that he had gone to the Dominican Republic to reach agreements with the leaders of the revolution taking place there. We knew nothing more about him until his aides and then personal pilot Eliseo de la Camps returned and told us that Che, then Minister of Industries, would not return to his post because he had failed in his mission and had had a great altercation with Fidel Castro. To this we connected other information from one of _E_aids which slipped out in our presence, as Paredes told you, Euro compound we were more communes than Lenin T that or and rig B altercation there were shots and even persons wounded, and that Che probably did not survive asterisk. Mechanic Luis Paredes, concerning the death of Micheal Cienfuegos, who at one time was, considered the right hand of Fidel Castro, stated in his letter to González Fernández. On October 28, 1953 I was working as an aviation mechanic at the Camagüey military airport. I was present when a Cessna airplane took off en route A to Havana about 1830 hours carrying Major Cienfuegos. A few minutes later I saw a Sea Fury airplane /number 530, tat off in the same direction. The unusual aerial movement at that hour surprised us and, taking advantage of the fact that I was repairing a Sea Fury, number 5*0, I turned on the radio and heard the control tower order Sea Fury number 530 to follow and shoot down a small Cessna airplane that was burning cane fields. The order was described as being given directly by Raúl Castro. Following is the complete text of the report referred to in the above article. This report appeared under the headline Che Guevara disguised and with a broken arm reported hidden in Misiones. Registered J. Since the end of June a rumor has been circulating in Misiones that Dr. Escobedo Che Guevara, the former right-hand man of Fidel Castro in Cuba who mysteriously disappeared, was hidden somewhere in Misiones province later _TB area of Obra was pinpointed. It was even said that Guevara was traveling in disguise as the beard that distinguishes the Castro communists had been shaved, his hair was cut short, and he had a broken arm as a result of an automobile accident. This rumor came into especially sharp focus in the provincial capital of Posadas. Although this possibility was rejected in certain circles, in many the news was believed, considering that the presumed death of Che in Santo Domingo had been no * more than a scheme to facilitate his move to other countries of /the continent to work in the organization of groups of guerrillas, or National Liberation Forces, as they are called. Those who believe that Guevara is in Argentina or in a bordering country base this on the coincidence of the stories of the Mexican journalists who, after returning home from a visit from Cuba, declared that the Castro regime was trying by all means to bring about popular uprisings in some South American countries, such as Colombia, Peru, and Brazil, where as is known armed civilian brigades have been active for some time in the mountains. It should be remembered that although Guevara was said to have been killed during a skirmish between the two opposing bands during the Dominican Revolution, later that information was denied. Furthermore, later news reports placed hint in Peru cooperating with the Peruvian guerrillas thus see, there are doubts about his fate. As for the supposed presence of Che Guevara in Misiones, on seeking information from the security services, they maintain strict and logical silence, neither confirming nor denying the rumors. However, despite their silence, it was possible to learn that army troops and the Misiones police had then detached to the area of Obra and that the National Gendarmerie is redoubling its vigilance along the Brazilian border in view of the presumption that Castro-Communist-type uprisings could break out. On being alive and hidden in Misiones, such as is said, it is considered that Guevara would have entered from Brazil, one of those countries reported by Cuban Communist Party Organization Secretary Armando Hart, where Cuba would be supporting guerrilla movements, just as occurs in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Colombia. ANSA, New York. Escobedo Che registered Guevara, the Argentine communist who disappeared March 16, 1965, was seen in the presidential palace in Santo Domingo by the then president of the military junta Col Pedro Bartolomé Benoit, according to what the colonel told the rector of the New York daily El Tiempo. Colonel Benoit, the man who asked U.S. Marines to land to save the Dominican situation, added that he was not completely sure if Guevara was the Cuban he saw with a group of 10 foreigners in the palace on that 26 April 1965, but he said that he believes he recognized the then Cuban Minister of Economy dressed in the Castroite uniform, with brassard * and beret star. Guevara, or whoever it was that looked like him, was part of a group of 10 similarly dressed men who seemed to be in command in the palace during the period when the followers copyright F. Francisco Camano and Juan Bosch had taken possession of the building. Afterwards, I did not again see or hear news of those foreigners, said the colonel. I heard many rumors of the presence of Guevara, and I am aware of the rumor that he has been assassinated or was killed in the war, he added. However, I have absolutely no confirmation of any of those rumors. What I do know, because I saw it, is that a man was there that I thought I recognized as Che Guevara, from his photos. He was in the palace. 10 other foreigners when I went there twice to confer with the rebels in the name of the Air Force. Colonel Benoit said it was possible that Guevara, on seeing that the revolution was not going to triumph immediately and that the U.S. troops were already on the way to Santo Domingo, left the country, or that he really was liquidated by orders of Fidel Castro in the Dominican Republic and his body secretly birthed Tdi. Benoit added that of the reasons he asked for U.S. troops on assuming power as chief of the military junta was that B saw that the revolution apparently headed by Francisco Camano was in reality directed by foreigners and was the fruit of more than a year of preparations. The following article dateline posed under the front page headline Che Guevara Argentina, appeared Argentina. Escobedo Che Guevara, the noted guerrilla and communist leader who disappeared mysteriously from Cuba, must have been in Misiones province. Thus it would appear from a series of indications collected by the provincial police after a widespread operation against the extremist group whose local offices were closed, an operation which culminated in the detention of 70 members who were later released. La Raison advanced this idea in its July 3 issue based on the testimony of several persons from Obra and Campo F/NDE, the center of Misiones. This testimony allows one to affirm that a person with Guevara's characteristics was hidden on small farms in the area and there held meetings with persons from outside the area, who perhaps came from Brazil and Paraguay. This news, which has made such an impact on public opinion, came from Misiones Deputy Police Chief Cap Mario Oscar Davico, who referred in a press meeting to the operation undertaken and admitted that through various confidential reports it had been possible to identify the communist leader in various localities. It is known that, simultaneously, various commissions have gone out, employing native guides of the area to establish where Che was going after his mysterious talks. It is conjectured that he may have a hiding place in the jungle in the Alto Paraná, terrain particularly favorable for evading pursuers. Guevara lived in Porto Avellaneda in his childhood. There his father was administrator of the port. The topography of the region is familiar to him, with its small farms, plantations of yerba mate, tobacco, tung, and great pine groves. The tortuous terrain crossed by brooks and covered by underbrush is taken advantage of by smugglers and by those who cross clandestinely from one bank to the other. This traffic from San Ignacio to Porto Iguazu cannot be controlled by the authorities since it is easy to cross the river in canoes. The same is true of the coast of the Uruguay River, to go into Brazil. In well-informed circles, it is said that Guevara's presence could not be accidental but was the result of a well-thought-out plan which places Misiones as an enclave strategically located between the two neighbor countries and with an ideal geography for furtive movement, with narrow paths known at times only to the Na Comunidad P** CAPT** in Davico reported to newsmen that 21 Argentine Communist Party locals have been closed and that guns and a variety of propaganda have been seized. Variety. Excerpts, Rio de Janeiro Msto Che Guevara. Fie been seen in Barraco, affirmed the AAE of that community today. He said he was convinced of the veracity of Sane Citizens * reports in this respect. The former Cuban revolutionary leader, according to Ruiz accepted by the mayor and reported from Curitiba today, was seen in a local restaurant. According to the version offered by Mayor Alfonso Sandino, the stranger, tall and cordial, arrived one morning at the frontier village in a taxi bearing a Corrientes province license plate from Argentina. B was accompanied by another person who spoke Portuguese and acted as interpreter. The stranger had lunch in a local dining place, left a 1C000 Cruzeiro tip, and disappeared. The mayor said the strangers spent some 2 hours in Barraco although they lost sight of the and fruth meal. Some observers have recalled that the Brazilian authorities seem to agree, in principle, in giving credit to Almers which up to now have pointed to the presence of Guevara within the Argentina-Brazil-Paraguay frontier triangle. Cubaj. K. Soviet orders Lima, La Prensa. Fidel Castro, pressured by the USSR, has eliminated Escobedo Che * Guevara / according to a foreign diplomat who was recently in Cuba. The diplomat, who asked that high registered name not be revealed, reported that the Soviet order was given la view of the open sympathy of Guevara toward the Chinese Communist regime. He said that Guevara favored the introduction of Castroism in Latin America, employing violence as proposed by Peeping rather than the Soviet method of introducing its doctrine by peaceful means. 1967 to 1968. Che in Bolivia. His disappearance, reappearance and murder. 184 Che Guevara and the FBI. The 12 documents in this chapter cover the period of Che Guevara's mission in Bolivia. They are concerned with speculation over his whereabouts, his capture and death, the fate of his corpse, and finally, with his diary from Bolivia. When Che disappeared from Cuba there was speculation worldwide as to why he vanished and where he went. His observation that the Cuban Revolution may be mistaken, but it never lies was widely ignored. Cynics, as well as enemies, spread rumors about a split between Che Guevara and Fidel Castro for various reasons. Some had him dead, others murdered. Dead or alive, he was spotted all over the world. In fact, he did travel widely, in disguise, before coming to Bolivia. These documents reflect the rumor-mongering that the FBI recorded, ever alert to the various speculations. On November 7, 1966, Che arrived at the guerrilla base on the Nacahuazu River in Bolivia. 4 months later on March 23, 1967, Che's guerrilla unit, called the Army of National Liberation of Bolivia, began its military operations. Why did Che choose Bolivia? Bolivia was the most unstable country in Latin America, having gone through 189 changes in government since it became an independent republic in 1825. Like Mexico in the years 1910 to 1920 and Cuba more recently, Bolivia was a Latin American country that had had a revolution based on popular participation in 1952. And it is next to Argentina. Constantino Apica, a Bolivian tin miner, summed up the political situation in his country in the year that Che arrived. When the MNR came to power in 1952, we felt it was a workers' party and things would be different. But then the MNR politicians organized a secret police and filled their pockets. They rebuilt the army which we had destroyed, and when it got big enough, the army threw them out. Now the army has new weapons which we cannot match. Landlocked, Bolivia is Latin America's poorest, most illiterate, most rural, and most Indian country. The 1964 military coup ended the MNR's 12-year reign. The military officers who now ran Bolivia were all U.S. trained. Che went to fight in alliance with Inti Peredu, Bolivian chief of the ELN, National Liberation Army. The mission of Che and the ELN was, in Che's words, to create 3 many Vietnams. A rift developed between Che and a scion of the leadership of the Bolivian Communist Party a month after his arrival, Che noting in his diary that the party is now taking up ideological arms against us. 2 men defeated from his camp in March 1966. And 1, for money, betrayed the guerrilla troops' whereabouts to the CIA even before their struggle commenced. As soon as the information from the DFAR was received, the United States set up a counterinsurgency camp in La Esperanza and the CIA advised the Bolivian government on the methods needed to defeat the guerrilla movement. U.S. Green. 1967-68 185. Berets, experienced in Vietnam, proceeded to train Bolivian Rangers in counter-guerrilla warfare. It was this unit that captured and murdered Che. For Washington, defeating Che was crucial. The U.S. government was terrified that Che would succeed in igniting revolution among the impoverished masses of Latin America. At stake was the future of the region. The Cuban example could not be allowed to take root in the continent. Che had to be stopped. General Barrientos's Bolivian Rangers remained hot on Che's trail. Che did not know that researchers at the University of Michigan had perfected the use of infrared photographic sensors that detected human body heat from long distances. Che's troops were isolated and increasingly depleted. On August 31, 1967, the unit headed by Joaquin, which included Tamara Bunk, the revolutionary guerrilla, was wiped out. On October 8, 1967, 11 months after he had begun, Che was wounded, captured, and taken to a schoolroom in La Higuera near the Valle Grande military base. A day later, an obscure Bolivian soldier fired shots into Che's neck on orders from the CLA. The next day a small airplane flew his body out from Valle Grande. No one has told where Che's remains are located. His hands were cut off. His finger was sent to Langley, Virginia, headquarters of the CIA. Micheal Ray, a French journalist, was one of the first to investigate the circumstances of Che's death in Bolivia. She was interviewed in the Havana newspaper El Mundo on January 4, 1968. Ray had published her account of Che's death in the magazine Paris Match and later in the March 1968 issue of Ramparts. In her Ramparts article, titled In Cold Blood, How the CIA Executed Che, Ray named the CIA operatives Felix Ramos and Eduardo Gonzalez as being present in La Higuera when Che was assassinated. Following Che's death, a dispute emerged concerning the authenticity of his Bolivian diary. Cuba eventually published the diary with Fidel Castro's necessary introduction. In it, Castro defends Che from his detractors, writing, "They have not hesitated, however, to call Che a mistaken adventurer or, more benignly, an idealist whose death marked the swan song of the revolutionary armed struggle in Latin America." Fidel Castro continued, "Che considered himself a soldier of this revolution, with absolutely no concern about surviving it." Those who imagine that Che's ideas failed because of the outcome of the struggle in Bolivia might as well use this simplistic argument to say that many of the great revolutionary precursors and thinkers, including the founders of Marxism, were also failures because they were unable to see the culmination of their life's work and died before their noble efforts were crowned with success. 1. Text: a very important political document was sent by Maj. Escobedo Che Guevara / from somewhere in the world for publication in the J magazine Tricontinental, whose first number in English, French, and Spanish will come out this June. Osmeni C. I. Dugos, Secretary General of the Executive Secretariat of the Afro-As-One and Latin American People's Solidarity Organization, ALAPSO, said at a press conference this afternoon that it has been decided to publish this vital message to the peoples of the world from the heroic, legendary fighter without asterisk waiting for the first issue of our magazine. Osmeni said that the magazine WAD requested articles from the world's most outstanding revolutionary leader and that Maj. Escobedo Che Guevara was among the first contributors, with an article which he sent our organization for publication. As he prepared to read an introduction to the pamphlet containing Guevara's political paper, Osmeni Cienfuegos went on to say that because of its content, because of the clarity with which it discusses problems of vital importance to the revolutionary movement, because of its vigorous denunciation of Yankee imperialism's policy in sending U.S. soldiers to put down revolutionary liberation movements anywhere they crop up, as it has done not only in Vietnam and the Dominican Republic, but also in Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Bolivia, countries where many Green Berets of the Special Forces already exist, and because of its vigorous exhortation to the peoples to give a fitting reply to this criminal policy, the ALAPSO Executive Secretariat has decided to publish this vitally important message to the peoples of the world from the heroic, legendary fighter without waiting for publication of the first issue of our magazine. The pamphlet handed out today to the domestic and foreign press contains 6 photos of Che Guevara. 4 of them in guerrilla field dress and 2 in civilian clothes. In one of the latter photos Che Guevara is being shaved with a electric razor. In the other he appears almost in profile, with a collar and checkered tie, smoking a cigar. The caption for the last photo, showing Che without a beard or mustache and with big field glasses hanging from his neck, says, like the phoenix, he was reborn from his ashes, a war-hardened guerrilla. The pamphlet's title page is red. It reads, Tricontinental, Special Supplement, Maj. Echo Beto Che Guevara, Message to the Tricontinental. This lettering is in white on a photo of heroic, legendary fighter reading a document. At the end of the 124-page article is just the signature by which Maj. Echo Beto Guevara is internationally known, Che. Castro speech. Premier Fidel Castro, 9A speech over Havana radio marking the 6th anniversary of the attempted landing at Playa Girón, spoke ATJ.inc of in CRSA 51 and 3_revolt, T10ARV activity in Latin America and said that the problems of Yan-S imperialism DCLLFFTC of STST, simply of finding J's to crush the Cuba revolution, but rather of Hoj to prevent the revolution throughout the continent from crushing Yankee imperialism citing particularly the guerrilla movements in Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Bolivia. Castro said they are growing vigorously and swiftly, and charged that U.S. special forces are being employed in increasing numbers in those countries. He said that approximately 1,003 Green Berets have already been sent to Bolivia. Castro said that Che Guevara's message still served to inspire revolutionaries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America and that his appearance must have been traumatic for the imperialists, who would give anything to know where he is and whether he is organizing liberation movements, or fighting on one of the liberation fronts. Castro expressed will he received from Guevara in the years to come. Certainty that fresh days, weeks, months, and discussing the Punta del Este Summit Conference, Castro quoted a number of Western press reports which he said proved that it was a resounding failure. This failure was inevitable, Castro said, because U.S. intentions in fostering a Latin American common market were merely to continue U.S. economic exploitation of its Latin neighbors. Asserting that Latin American population figures continue to outstrip production capacity to meet their needs, Castro said the only way out is revolution. 100.1967, Fidel Castro's radio speech of April 20, 1967, transcribed by FBIS, which takes particular note of Che Guevara's message to the Tricontinental and Castro's assertion that approximately 1,000 Green Berets have already been sent to Bolivia. 190 Che Guevara and the FBI. Guevara 3 Bolivia, Oyamdo Gambia claims. Lima EPE in Spanish to EPE Buenos Aires 1420 out September 15 6 JC, earn NMLA 2 UQFL. Text Lima the Castro Communist Echo Beto Che * Guevara JT Pound in Bolivia, Gen Alfredo Ovando Candia, Commanding General of the Bolivian Army do Idea Special Correspondent of the Lima morning paper LAPRUTSA, Mario Castro Arenas, in an exclusive interview which the Lima paper is publishing on its front page. We have credible proofs that Guevara is directing the international guerrillas in the Cancoexo Canyon, Ovando says in the interview. Ovando adds that Che Alvara entered Bolivia legally with a passport, but with his features altered by special makeup, and that other guerrillas have entered in the same way *R-Ovando. Says that among the guerrillas his country are Argentini or Peruvians, and Cosimists from other Latin American countries, all of them trained in Vietnam. Finally, the commanding general of the Bolivian army declares that the guerrillas operating in his country are part of the advance guard of the Latin American Liberation Army FELIA, planned to erupt throughout the continent. B says that ELA components have been especially selected in Vietnam. 101 1967, FBIS reports a dispatch from Lima's morning paper La Prensa, in which a correspondent breaks the story, fed by Bolivian Commanding General Alfredo Ovando Candia, that Che Guevara is commanding guerrillas in Bolivia. Preying on anti-communist prejudices and fears, Ovando states falsely that Che's group had been trained in Vietnam and that they were part of an advanced guard of the Latin American Liberation Army, ELA, an imaginary organization which Ovando states had plans to erupt throughout the continent. 1967-68 191. October 10, 1907 Bolivia. Clash BF Higueras leads to Guevara's death. Account of Settle. Buenos Aires ANSA in Spanish 1515 GMT October 9, 67 p. Excerpt La PAR in another bloody clash between a my troop registered and guerrillas yesterday in Higueras, south of Valle Grande, a foreign ranger patrol suffered TW soldiers killed and 4 wounded. The rebel losses were 3 killed and 2 wounded according to the first reports. The clash began T 13 pound 0 jabe per dollar Ogersund, and lasted until 1900 hours. It is believed that Che Alvarez/Fiaba among the guerrilla casualties. To try confirm this, Generals Ovando Candela and Lafuente *Kun Anders of the Air Force Army respectively, are going to Valle Grande with a group of investigators. A reliable source reported that the guerrilla group operating out of Higueras is surrounded and completely unable to escape. Registered W** are going to eliminate them completely, added the source. 102, a. 1967, FBIS reports on Che Guevara's death in La Higuera, Bolivia. Che Guevara was captured and his troops nearly wiped out on October 8, 1967. Bolivian rangers surrounded Che after a shepherd, tending his flock in the middle of the night, noticed the guerrillas and informed the rangers of their whereabouts. He did so to collect the publicized reward, according to Micheal Rey's account published in Ramparts, March 1968. Che was wounded in the leg in the battle that ensued, but not mortally, and was captured by Captain Gary Prado. He told his captor simply, "I am Guevara." He was taken to a 2-room schoolhouse in the village of La Higuera where he was bound and spent the night. The next day, 2 CIA agents arrived on the scene to oversee his execution. They were Felix Ramos, age 26, and Eduardo Gonzalez, age 32. Rey explains what happened. The orders have come down to the junior officers. 3 of them are competing for the privilege and honor of murdering Che. The door to the school opens and Mario Duran enters with a M2 carbine on his hip. He paces to the other end of the room and turns around. "Sit down," he says. "Why bother? You are going to kill me," Che answers calmly. "No, sit down." Duran makes as if to leave. Suddenly a burst of fire and Che crumples. Behind him, in the wall next to the door, the bullets have made 2 bloody holes, each as big as a fist. Duran puts up his gun and calls outside, "That's it, that's it. I got him." Then he goes out to drink a beer. Che lies on the floor in agony. Second Lieutenant Perez comes into the room, a revolver in his hand. He walks over and puts a bullet in Che's neck. Thereafter other soldiers were allowed to shoot him but told to aim only at his legs. His body was never discovered. Whether he was buried or cremated became a source of controversy, but his hands were chopped off and a finger was sent to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. 192 Che Guevara and the FBI. Announcement of death. Buenos Aires AHSA in Spanish 2244 got October 9 pound. F. Text: the news of Che Guevara *9 death was announced in Yelegranda by Col Joe Zentino Anaya, commander of the IMYA 8th Division. Guevara died in a CLA, near Yelegranda. According to the Bolivian authorities, 5 other guerrilla, in the same clash. It was revealed that Guevara $$ body will be taken to La Paz shortly by Helcop. Correspondent views body. La Pax Interpress in Spanish to Interpress Santiago 12/8 Oki October 10 6. C4, 0F. Excerpts Yalegranda by José Luis Alcazar. Last night X saw, lying in the Yalegranda hospital morgue, the body of Che Guevara carried. It could be no see. Death could not change his always scrutinizing, cynical expression. Bis half asterisk mouth seemed to miss the pipe which was with him in the last few years, and whi never was without while he was living in Banchuazu, as the many photographs wt taken by his companions and which were later found by the army will attest. Together with this correspondent was Dwin Chacon, correspondent for the Doll, PRESBFCXA, with headquarters in Santa Cruz, and we could both see Che and body, WR4M the Carrot Company of Gen Alfredo Ike Vando Camdia Commander-in-Chief P. Carrotli Armed Forces, and other high-ranking military chiefs. Gen Alfredo Ovando, looking at G***'s body, said, "There is nothing to say." What was not believed? The guerrillas have been annihilated in Bolivia. A small group of 6, commanded by Tint Peredu, is still operating. It will be destroyed in the next few hours. Once again, the bravery and love of count of the Bolivian soldier has been shown. He has succeeded in destroying the theoretician of the Castro Canonelst guerrillas, something that it was not to do in other countries with more modem indies and better equipment. 102, b. 1967. 1967 to 68. 193. FBIS. Argentine Minister on Guevara. Buenos Aires, ANSA in Spanish, October 10, 67. Buenos Aires, Argentine Foreign Minister Costa Mendez has confirmed that Escobedo Guevara's fingerprint card was delivered to the Bolivian embassy in Washington because the Bolivian foreign minister was in the United States at the time. It was also given to other countries, added Costa Mendez. Newsmen besieged Costa Mendez while coming out from a meeting with President Onganía, which he termed a routine meeting. When asked about Guevara's death, he said he had no official report to that effect. On the contrary, he said, there are doubts about whether he is dead or a prisoner. To another question he said, at this moment the doubt increases because I do not have precise information that he has been or now is in Bolivia, or that he has been killed or taken prisoner. 103. 1967, FBIS report, on October 10, 1967, the day after Che Guevara's death, the Bolivian foreign minister, who is reported, coincidentally, to have been in the United States at that time, delivers a copy of Che's fingerprint card to the Bolivian embassy and to other countries. This was done to confirm Che's death. The FBI has been in possession of Che's fingerprints since 1952 when he was in Miami. Evidently the fresh fingerprints from Che's corpse were to be compared for confirmation. 194. Che Guevara and the FBI. FBIS. Guevara remains. Buenos Aires, Reuters in English to Reuters, London, October 13, 67. La Paz, the remains of former Cuban revolutionary Escobedo Che Guevara were cremated, but authorities preserved his hands, or at least his fingers, as proof of identity, informed sources here claimed tonight. The claims followed conflicting reports on the final disposal of the body of the Argentine illegible guerrilla leader, fatally wounded in a clash with army troops Sunday. Both President René Barrientos and Armed Forces Commander Gen Alfredo Ovando Candia were quoted as saying the body of 39-year-old Guevara had been cremated. The reports conflicted with a statement made Wednesday by Ovando that the body of Cuban Prime Minister Fidel Castro's former right hand had been buried. Today sources said the hands or fingers had been sent illegible for preservation. A team of Argentine police experts arrived yesterday at Valle Grande, near where Guevara was reportedly buried in an unmarked grave, to check the identification and almost certainly attended the cremation, the sources added. But no official confirmation of the cremation reports was immediately available. 104. 1967, FBIS report that 4 days after his murder, informed sources tell Reuters that Che Guevara was cremated and that his hands, or at least his fingers, were kept for identification. 1967 to 68. 195. Bolivia. 20 October I-967. Press versions of Guevara's death denied / Army communique. Buenos Aires ANSA in Spanish 1444 GMT October 1867 p. Hu TFFLGILIG 1. Text La Pa. The command of the Army's 8th Division has expressed indignation at Buenos Aires reports that Capt. Gary Prado shot Che Guevara / the heart. In a communique, the command stresses that Captain Prado did all he could to help Che when he was seriously wounded at Helgueras. The SV statement says that lack of a doctor and the severity of Guevara's wounds precipitated his death. The communique concludes by offering support to Captain Prado in view of this foreign calumny. Doctor's denial. Buenos Aires ANSA in Spanish 1415 GMT October 1867 PRPMFJ. Text Valle Grande, Bolivia. Drs. Moises Abraham and José Martínez of the Señor de Malta Hospital in Valle Grande have emphatically denied reports circulated by foreign press agencies that Escobedo Guevara died of a bullet wound in his heart. They also denied that they gave the exact time of the guerrilla's death. Both physicians confirmed their statements on the death certificate and the autopsy report. They also stated they had not made copyright statements to the foreign press. President bitterly attacks Castro's speech. Buenos Aires Reuters in Spanish 3:12 GMT October 20, 67 c. Text La Pa, 19 October. President René Barrientos Ortuño tonight said that if guerrilla activities should increase in Bolivia, Bolivians should be disposed to go to the Caribbean to attack Cuba. Holo is the instigator of the extremist movement. In a speech to the nation over a national network, Barrientos said, if the defiance, the provocation, and registered guerrilla activity of the intruder increase, we should be ready to conquer distance and attack registered aggressor on his own soil, which should not be a sanctuary for registered which anguish, mourning, and bloodshed orgliate. The Bolivian president bitterly attacked the Cuban premier, pointing out that Castro ignores the fact that Bolivian * are making their own revolution. Regarding the recent death, copyright F guerrilla leader Ernest copyright Che Alvara, Barlent copyright * said that the Argentine Cuban revolutionary was betrayed and that he had nothing to teach Bolivia. The men copyright FTH #Sierra Maestra registered were heroes because they fought against tyranny, but they deviated and fell into #Cuatro y Immuniat adventure. The greater part of the speech was intended to exalt the Dacian Carrot, LCA chief registered who defeated #.1_ATT__. 105 1967, these press versions monitored by FBIS of Che Guevara's death circulating a week and a half later, are not fully accurate. Although he was initially captured by Captain Gary Prado, he was not seriously wounded. Che was mortally wounded by a bullet wound, not to the heart, but to the neck. 196 Che Guevara and the FBI. Mexicab Paper 1 Aterutus MHR 61W0S, Ovocdu. Havana Premises Atska T. Spania IJOBQHT July 31, 68 c. XNTRRL *W with Bari registered NT copyright A and Auto by Apalal copyright Respondent copyright F Excelsior, MTXLC copyright City. F taxed Mxlau City, 30 July 1 T registered Li #VA that dar registered WIMBara copyright FTH copyright CIA Avariwara *EN Faz copyright Deacon Ran registered Berltia in Pa *T copyright Apalal registered copyright Rapim Danfk registered FTH registered Dali Excelsior copyright F Mxlo City Wan Tha Navapapaman Quastisnet HL Rakardan Karat Leplal Principal Advistor T copyright Arguada and Al T Noimefont registered FTHACZA in Bolivia. THA Skluslv #interview Byang registered LT Peril * took placa in THA La Paquaran registered Du Palaces Bed Boom, decorated with statuettes from China and Japan. The military chief of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces Sen Alfredo Ovando Candia took part. Is it true that the Bolivian arm-registered D forces received arms from the US ANSI and instruction from US guerrilla experts? The Mexican newsman asked. Che's guerrillas were equipped with automatic weapons. Prow that cement, Our force registered also were equipped with modem weapons. It is true that L2 or more U.S. guerrilla warfare instructor registered came. We have a U.S. military mission here, as do all other countries in Latin America. There is no permanent U.S. military Maray Mexico, the reporter pointed out. I did not know that, answered Barrientos, while Ovando remained silent. How did Che die? Pro registered the serious wounds he received in battle *, answered the military chief of state, repeating the inforwudum which ha has insisted since Th registered de Guevara was assassinated. 106, a. 1968, FBI's account of an interview for the Mexican paper Excelsior of the Bolivian President Barrientos and the country's chief general, Ovando. They admit to having been in receipt of U.S. weapons and anti-guerrilla warfare instructors, but would not comment on Fidel Castro's charge in his introduction to Che Guevara's Bolivian diary that non-commissioned officer Mario Terthrien fired a machine gun burst at Che. When asked the location of Che's grave, they said he was cremated. 1967-68 197. Fidel Castro says in his introduction to Che's diary that Manio Olz's Lonad officer Marie Turin fired a mflm gun burst at Che, who was being held prisoner in a school in the town of Helguera. Barrientos and Grando both retrained silent. Who received the $4.200 reward that had been offered for Che? THL question was not answered, but the reporter insisted on an answer. Barrientos finally said, first, we dropped leaflet asking all of them to surrender. On a certain occasion, the guerrillas approached our forces. They thought the guerrillas were about to surrender, but instead, they opened fire and killed son of Berwen. Then the natter of the reward came out. But W wanted Hr Yivsra alive. At this point, Gen. Alfredo Grando intervened for the first time during the interview. More cautious than President Barlentz, he said, 5 days before the Helguera battle, I said in La Paz that the end of the guerrilla was near. VE had discovered Che's tactics. Re always made an eighth. He would attack at a certain palf, then he would withdraw into the Sierras only to return to the same place, having traced a kind of eight, this ho drew on the sofa on which he was seated, to infuse us. Ovando admitted that Che had been a brave man and that as such he died. He later said that the armed forces had in their possession other valuable documents written by Che. This is in addition to the diary, of which a photostatal copy was turned over to the Cuban government by 4RJ over non-T Minister Antonio Argudale, who disappeared mysteriously in London after leasing Chile, where he had obtained political asylum. Where is Che's grave? Asked the RXKLSXOR correspondent. Ovando and Barrientos regained silent for a long time, then they answered, he was cremated. Barrientos then added something completely unrelated to the interview. In his usually precipitate and extroverted tone he said, our efforts will continue to modernize industries, nationalize others, proceed with agrarian reform, and build roads and schools. VE shall not pay heed to those who are always discontented or to anarchists. VE hope to end the state of allage very soon. 106, b. 1968. 198 Che Guevara and the FBI. Daily says Guevara's body was taken by CIA. Lisa AFP in Spanish 1921 GMT 2668 p. Text Lena CH registered Guevara body was taken to the United States by centers of the CIA. According to a local daily, an enterfoot of the Bolivian security police revealed this information to a high-ranking Peruvian security officer. The body, buried somewhere in Bolivia, is that of another person. The news item, unconfirmed by official sources, says that the body buried in Bolivia had its face shot up and its hands cut off in order to prevent identification. The report concludes by saying that this was done to prevent Guevara's followers from using his body for propaganda purposes. Report denied. Lima AFP in Spanish 2331 GMT 2J Joule 68 P Milswer. Text, La Pa, a report published in Lima stating that the body of Argentine-Cuban revolutionary Escobedo Guevara was taken to the United States by CIA agents was categorically denied today in Bolivia. The three security officers who escorted President Barrientos on his visit to Peru vehemently denied that they had made any statements in this respect or had an opportunity to speak to Peruvian investigation police. It was learned fro other sources that the Bolivian Foreign Ministry will request government of the neighboring nation to reveal the name of the police official T copyright whom the members of General BA, RFTT or personal escort had allegedly given the information attributed to them. It was also disclosed that the Commander-in-Chief FJIVLMN Arad BRCMI saw a communique denying that Che Guevara body had been transferred to the Tilted States and reaffirming that it was cremated and the ashes buried someplace in Bolivia. 107-1968, FBIS reports a paper in Lima, Peru, via AFP dated July 26, 1968, has alleged that Che Guevara's body was taken to the United States. The next day AFP reported from La Paz that 3 Bolivian security officers denied making the statement. 1967-68 199. P. Tonic Argudas explains his recent actions. Havana Prexa Latina in Spanish 1355 GMT August 12, 68 c. For official use only. Text, Lima, 11 August. Former Bolivian government minister Antonio Argud registered, talking today to reporters in Lima, said, "There is an important statement which oust be published in accordance with an agreement if something happens to, or if what I eventually have to say to the court in my country should disappear without trace or cannot be r.8 known." Arguda said that he gave that statement to the U.3 magazine Ramfarts and the Chilean Punto Final, but that it cannot be published before one of these possibilities occurs. The former Bolivian minister declared that the spectacular nature of his actions, especially his sudden, precipitate flight to Chile, due to the need he filmed and to one attention tot person so that later, once he is before he court of his country, he can reveal many things of special importance which affect the interests of the Latin American peoples and which need to be told to an attentive audience and to a prepared continental J. Jubilkin. His statements, Argudas admitted the possibility that his aims may be destroyed by a decision similar to that which the court-martial trying Regia Betray adopted, evicting reporters from the courtroom and hearing the French intellectual's allegation behind closed doors. Moreover, he indicated that in his case, an effort was made first to present him as a simple traitor and later, when certain facts were known, to pass high registered off as insane. In regard to various charges made against him, he said that he is not a CIA agent, that is slander, he added. What is happening is that P-Oil are no longer accustomed to seeing men act independently and being guided strictly by their personal convictions. He pointed out that the contradictions which were formerly seen in his statements are beginning to be cleared up now. He later explained that he left to Livia WR.N. He judged that his life was in imminent danger. He made his first stater.ns in Chile to clear up important questions, and he did not accept the asylum offered him by Cuban Prime Minister Maj Fidel Castro for 2 reasons. My absolute belief that I am more useful to the revolution by returning to Bolivia than by living in Cuba, and New York need to clear up doubts about the motives that led me to make available to Fidel Castro the diary of Fej Ernest copyright. Che Guevara in Bolivia. If I had gone to Cuba, he said, suspicions that I had gone to collect my pay would not have been lacking. Argudas added, I hoping that I country's court will call AE to reply to the charges of which I guilter *. The former high-ranking Bolivian government official charged that a counter-revolutionary conspiracy orchestrated by the CIA and the State Department tends to disparage and divide the revolutionaries' copyright F America and the world. He pointed out that in line with the defamatory campaign, an effort has been made *IRT the J passed to make people believe that it was the French revolutionary writer Guy Debray who caused the Bolivian military authorities to learn of Maj Ernest copyright Che Guevara's presence in Bolivia, an absolutely false report. Argudesa TS said that at present, an effort is being made to stain the reputation of another great revolutionary figure, THIRD-Bunjade, who entered O1I*Y1th, the fictitious name of Laura Gutierrez, and died in an ambush which the Bolivian army laid on August 31 for Major Joaquin's guerrilla group. Now, he pointed out, registered the people are trying to say that Tanya, the combat name for Tamara Bunk Star, and really infiltrating Maj Che Guevara's guerrilla force, which is another imperialist slander and shows to what extent these figures, Debre and Tanya, continue being dangerous even after their imprisonment. Copyright are their death. 108 1968, FBI's monitors a Prensa Latina report from Havana that Che Guevara's diary from Bolivia was given to Cuba by Bolivian government minister Antonio Arguelles, who then fled to Chile. In this report Arguelles, in Lima, tells reporters he might be killed or tried secretly. He gave an important statement to the U.S. magazine Ramparts and to the Chilean magazine Punta Final in the event something happened to him. Richard Goodwin briefs the New York Times. 202 Che Guevara and the FBI. If Richard Goodwin and two of his aides met in 1968 with Ben Wells, an editor of the New York Times. Goodwin was now in the employ of President Lyndon Johnson's administration. The memo of the meeting, written by one of Goodwin's aides, is interesting in that it lifts a corner of the curtain on just how public opinion is shaped in America. Noam Chomsky has frequently commented on this process. Background briefings are held with the newspaper of record, the line is set, and then, once enunciated, it is echoed across the country by the lesser papers. Even the front page of the New York Times is transmitted across country prior to their deadline so as to give guidance to other newspapers. This particular briefing was held for the purpose of educating Wells on the possibility of a split between Moscow and Havana. By split, Goodwin means that the revolutionary internationalism of the Cuban Communist Party is causing mounting hostility between Castro and the Orthodox Communist world, which includes divisions within the Cuban Communist Party itself, the Communist parties of Eastern Europe and the Communist parties of Latin America, who regarded the Cuban determination to continue export of the revolution as adventurism. Goodwin's aide, who is knowledgeable and cynical, points out the opposition of old-line members of the Communist Party of Cuba to armed revolution. He notes the lukewarm support for the Che Guevara mission in Bolivia and expressions of satisfaction in the USSR and by Moscow line leaders in Latin America when it failed. Goodwin claims that the Communist Party's opposition extended back to 1953 when they opposed the Castro-led attack on the Moncada barracks. The memo writer likens the internationalism of Castro to the early days of the USSR, saying the regime had trouble with the same kind of people, and those were the Trotskyists. He emphasized to the Times editor, how seriously things must be regarded in Moscow when they applied the name Trotsky in this situation. In 1927 the left opposition, led by Leon Trotsky, maintained, contrary to Stalin, that it was utopian to believe that socialism could be built in one country, particularly an underdeveloped one like the Soviet Union. This was so, they argued, because of the superior economic development of the West. The forces of the world market would eventually restore capitalism to the Soviet Union unless the Russian Revolution broke out of its isolation and was extended abroad. If Goodwin briefs the New York Times 203. Memorandum 4. Subject, Briefing of the New York. On July 22, 1968. I assisted Mr. Goodwin in a briefing. Degree F. New York Tyro's representatives, Ben Wells and his helper, Ms. Turek, on the Havana-Moscow split. Mr. Wells took a great many notes on a small pad while Ms. Turek sat motionless, with folded hands during the hour and a half of the briefing, during which I did most of the talking. 2 opened the briefing stating that very recent W*19 events NAY go for appear that the Havana-Moscow split, which would have seemed impossible even a few months ago, is now entering the realm of the possible. He explained how the Cubans are running a summer youth camp in direct competition with the Moscow Line Youth Congress being held in Bulgaria, and pointed out that Castro is thus challenging Moscow for the leadership of young minds throughout the world. 3. At this point I took up the briefing mentioning that the origins of the split go back to at least 1953, but that the tempo of events has rapidly increased in the last few months. To further interest Mr. Wells in the topic, I stated that no coverage in any depth has ever been given to the Havana Moscow split, but clearly it is the next episode in one arc already covered amply in the Times and other publications, beginning with Tito and coming down to the present Czech crisis. 109, a. 1968, briefing of Ben Wells and his assistant from the New York Times. 204 Che Guevara and the FBI. 2. At THFE point, Mr. Wells took out his notebook and seemed to take a more serious interest in the matter. He asked whether we thought Castro had always been a communist or whether Herbert Matthews had been correct in his earlier assessment that Castro was not a Moscow follower. I replied that at the time Castro was arrested in Mexico City he was reading everything from Mein Kampf J to Marxism, which he admits he never finished, and that in my opinion Castro was not a Moscow line communist then and certainly is not now. 4. I pointed out that Moscow is under a threefold pressure in its relations with Castro. Castro himself puts Moscow on the spot by his violent words and deeds and may even try to frame the Soviets from time to time by arming guerrillas with Russlandskine weapons, thus complicating I/CLYV4R. PWWIO0B. Their diplomatic relations. Moscow is under pressure from its bloc allies who wish to waste money and effort on the wild Cubans, and Moscow is under pressure from the communist parties of Latin America to discipline Castro or Dr. to get rid of him entirely because the attacks he is making against them and the inroads he is making JW registered their power, especially among young people. I quoted an unnamed leader of a Moscow line party as saying there must be some deal between Castro and the CIA. LBE there is no other explanation for what he is doing to us. A. 109, B. 1968. Goodwin briefs the New York Times. 205. 5. Among the historical events illustrating hostility between Castro and the Orthodox Communist world. 1. A. On the eve of the assault on the Mont and de barracks. According to the declarations of one of Castro*s Cockmuirired military chiefs, the 26th of July group did not want to inform Raúl Castro of the plan because of his associations with the Communist Party. Later in 1958 the World Federation of Democratic Youth, referring to Fidel's struggle in the mountains, pointed out that Fidel was well known because he was Raúl's brother. B. The Communist Party espionage against the students, conducted by Marcos Rodriguez in 1957 culminating in the Humboldt Street Massacre. I gave a rather lengthy description of this episode and its aftermath. See in a communist conference in Mexico in 1958, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez attacked Castro and said the party would send someone into the mountains to take over the movement and organize the infiltration agents already in it. D. The short-circuiting of Castro's attempt to mount 8 by the old guard communist STVs, I*Ti.L*0. Demonstrate to him that he could NOL succeed independently of them. E. He visit of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez himself to Castro in the mountains, during which Rodriguez succeeded in placing a fairly strong grip on the leader's mind. And 109, c. 1968. 206 Che Guevara and the FBI. Shaping his ideology. F. The statement of Sever copyright AG-RRE in 1960 that the old communists hoped the US would attack Cuba so as to give the USSR an excuse to intervene. G. The dispatch of Tanya to Cuba in 1961 by the East German intelligence service. We noted that she was probably but one of many Soviet and bloc agents run A3G3 to Cuba to conduct independent operations. H. The Aníbal Escalante affair of March 1962, which we signaled as a Soviet effort to take over Castro's government from the inside. We pointed out that exile of Escalante was a desperate defensive Q.H.R. move and was the maximum could do as long as the Soviets were making a nuclear potentate. Wells asked if Escalante was an old-time communist and we replied the affirmative with a brief biographic sketch. IDLNSSILE crisis. We pointed this up as the great IIR sellout by Moscow and a fact to permanent ZFR and ZT Moscow on the part of Castro. The attempted inside job by Escalante and Th. crisis together combined to bring Castro to the point of initiating an offensive against the old guard communists. J. A report from inside Cuba in the summer of 1963 that the old guard communists expected Castro to mount a provocation. 109, d. 1968. Goodwin briefs the New York Times 207. I. TV. R against they carried. We gave a little aside on how we came by this report from a well-placed agent in a nearby country. The F and Ragwana Arms Cash IJ _. We pointed out how furious the Soviets had been upon learning that arms traceable to Cuba had been used in this celebrated episode and how the chief Soviet advisor had given a tongue-lashing BVKVAWRF / to the Cuban External Service for its Bund. Juan Marinello's removal as rector of Havana University and BIS declarations early in 1964 that he would like to see Fidel Castro dragged by his beard through the streets of Havana. The Tria J / L of Marcos Rodriguez, March-April 1964. We went into great lengths to explain why this frame-up was mounted namely as a prelude to the removal of the vice minister of defense who was the most important Moscow line communist in Latin America. Wells asked for the name of this man. We replied Ordo Quai. He spelled the name out loud for us correctly and we *ona observed that Juan Dionis * had reported quite fully from Havana on all this. We compared this trial to Darkness at Noon, and pointed out the parallels with Tukhachevsky case even to the point that both targets were second vice ministers of their respective armed forces. We noted that just prior to this, Fidel Castro had said he would kill copyright ID communist leaders. 109, e. 1968. 208 Che Guevara and the FBI. FV the removal of Ordo Quai from the armed forces. Min and Tri in November 1964. We know that this was a completion of Phase 1 of Castro's offensive against the old communists and corresponded to the provocation feared by them per the report of more than a year before. We noted that Ordo Quai was not and never has been accused of anything in particular and BIS removal as announced in the Havana press was merely for investigative reasons. ODAA *, we pointed out he is subject to whatever * Castro may feel politic. Noted that during 1964, 65, and 66, Castro removed old guard communists from positions of real power. 5c. Sending abroad and putting others in positions where they were separated from real power and money. We know that as an example Bias Roca has not an Effective function, that he is allegedly rewriting the Constitution, which WI11 probably result in 0. Meaning and that according to one of our highly placed contacts in Cuba, B is always alone. 109, F. 1968. Goodwin briefs the New York Times. 209. P. Towards the end of 1965, new plotting by the old guard began again. We cited various remarks from the microfaction purge of January 1968 to bear out this statement, and we gave a rather lengthy discourse on the threefold plan to isolate and liquidate Castro, which he had picked up from an old guard leader. 3J/ the Tricontinental Congress of January 1966. We showed this was Castro's assertion of independence in the foreign field. The establishment of the Douglas Bravo faction of V*TVT*PRVA the FALTFJ. We showed how Castro deliberately broke the unity of the Venezuelan Communist Party by backing Bravo's faction against the will of the party. We described how Castro had resupplied the group in May 1967, losing 3 Cubans and some Soviet designed weapons in the process. Mr. Wells asked if these were Soviet-made. We replied they were of Soviet design, but actually made in North Korea. We hazard a FF*TI*. Guessed that the Cubans deliberately risked these weapons to muddy Soviet attempts to establish diplomatic relations with Venezuela in the event of their compromise. 109, G. 1968. 210 Che Guevara and the FBI's intensification. Copyright F. Castro's public attacks on the USSR for maintaining diplomatic and trade relations with other Latin American governments*. These increased in 1966 and 1967. JT*. Lukewarm Soviet support for the Che Guevara mission in Bolivia and expressions of satisfaction in the USSR and by Moscow line leaders in Latin America when it failed. We brought up references to the Czech Communist Party's position of Royd 1967, condemning Castro for adventurism. VA, the Lasso Congress of Havana, August 1967. We pointed out this was another declaration of independence by Castro and mentioned his statement that some Moscow line leaders in Latin America had asked the Soviets to discipline him. The deliberate Castro sliding of the 50th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. We dwelt on the low-level 1. Members of the Cuban delegation, their departure prior to the final ceremony and the simultaneous pro-Trotsky press campaign in Havana. The prolonged and stormy trade negotiations with the USSR in 1967 and 1968. Mr. Wells asked if it was true the 3 Ovlets still give $1 million a day. We said, this is a sort of a figure which is convenient to use. We said that Castro had asked for an 8% increase in petroleum deliveries but was given only 2%. Wells asked. 109, H. 1968. Goodwin briefs the New York Times. 211. How many Soviet technicians, both military of J-Oiglepians, remain in Cuba? We replied about 2 F-800 and slowly diminishing. Why, the microfaction purge of January 1968. We gave a lot of information about this and its background, emphasizing that it was really a warning by Fidel to the Russians to get off his back. We stressed how well the Cuban internal services had learned their lesson from their Soviet advisors. We highlighted Castro's statement in February 1968 stating the Vjocks, Gusanos and the microfaction had the same umbilical cord. We think we made our point with Mr. Wells that Castro regards the US and the USSR as about equally hostile since he has used this theme several times. Mr. Wells asked about the origin of the term microfaction. And we explained that this is what Raúl Castro himself called it in his speech at the trial. Why? Pravda criticism of Castro in March 1968. We referred to the Volsky article which criticized Castro as bourgeois, etc. The article in Communist of May 1968 which assailed the unnamed National Liberation Revolutionary adversaries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. We went on to say that the article relates how in the early days in the USSR the regime had trouble with the same kind. 109, I. 1968. 212 Che Guevara and the FBI. Of people T and these were the Trotskyists. We made every effort to emphasize Castro Trotsky and emphasized how seriously things must be regarded in Moscow when they applied the name Trotsky in situation. We noted that in May a couple of articles sponsored by the Castro government in Mexican magazines emphasized Cuban determination to continue export of the revolution. OL. The violent anti-Soviet preface Castro wrote for the Che Guevara diary. We put this into the same general perspective. FVVJXVHT** blamed the communists even more strongly than the imperialists for Guevara's failure. 6. By this time we had returned to the present day and our initial remarks about Castro's youth camp. In closing we gave a bit more information on Guevara, including the statement by one of Castro's present military leaders during the Civil War to the effect that Guevara was a dirty communist bohemian. 109, J. 1968. Goodwin briefs the New York Times 213. 7. It is Ray's impression that the audience listened closely to the message, but through lack of knowledge about Cuba probably missed a lot of the good points. On July 25 Mr. Goodwin informed Ray that Mr. Wells had told him that morning that he had not been able to use the material yet. Mr. Goodwin reads this to M. That Mr. Wells seriously plans something but no one knows when. 109, K. 1968.